这个我最讨厌的日子又到了，我宣布，2026年愚人节取消，
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2020年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我的。
Legendary!
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2020年愚人节取消！
愚人必须过节！
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
Legendary!
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2026永劫无间职业联赛第2赛段单排的决战现场。大家好，我是你们的班主任。那么今天晋级的所有单排选手也已经准备就绪了，现场所有的前宝们，让我们欢迎选手登场。首先有请成都积极陈世杰，北京 WBG Verse。接下来欢迎 OUG Spider SS1 笑龙。接着请出方 Plus 朱雀阿赵，成都狼队冉。最后欢迎 S2 Mike WFG 轩辕。再次欢迎第2赛段晋级的所有单排选手，也希望今天你们可以给所有热爱永劫无间的玩家朋友们送上精彩的表演。首先问一下轩辕，赛前有什么话对支持你的粉丝们讲？谢谢支持，希望今天的话，轩辕也是可以在赛场上给大家带来精彩的博弈。那同样问一下麦克，赛前有什么话对支持你的粉丝们讲？
小弄一天。
那么同样希望今天啊，所有来到现场以及线上的所有热爱永劫无间、热爱 Nbpl 我的玩家朋友们，可以感受到永劫无间第2赛段单排的一个热情的表演。那么同样，今天我们在解说席也请来了一位重磅嘉宾，他同样会在他的赛场上给大家带来精彩的一个解说。一阵定乾坤第2赛段单排现在正式开始。
现在只要能拖住，水毛没有，这边顶是顶到了，但这个状态，这一刀，装备上面 Spider 这边肯定更好，再一个震刀，继续感觉现在再被震了，坏了呀，完了。但对方注意力很集中，驱逐一刀砍到，颠得出来吗？颠到了，这波颠可能旁边给勾了，
打出他的磐石了，对于陈世杰来说我的分。吴鹏这边的话
还是 B 接金色铡刀，
想补一个蓄力，对方有奥义，这波小龙的一个吃很关键，想通过一个慢步压下对方，后续压到这一波可以给一个跳爪加下劈吗？继续让自己先进跳，还有一段吃。这个位置的话，对于老皮来说，一旦吃到这个吃，命就没了。连续的一个爪，老皮这边应对的还行，但最终的话还是倒闭了对方的狂爪之下。
接不出来了，在塔防斩这波应该是被木了，能打一套，再被挂上火，这个伤害有点痛了，有灼伤，秒掉掉了，燃。有一个受击的情况下，如果再被抓到一套的话，很有可能奥义要交。现在先被震刀，
是金飞刀一主了。
这一手要打一个非常漂亮的连招，伤害够不够？就是这个金飞刀啊！抓了一个后仰，起奥义，浮空，再颠接火球，小瑕疵，但是这个灼招就够了。麦克还有一些机会，踩住，戴维利他人做了加一，麦克拿了这一分，两人再一打，麦克有奥义，这把还用看啊？绝对优势，一波再一收割。第一把弓箭躲掉了，但是一个远距离的震刀，大量的伤害灌输，但这一剑还是抢到，而且奥义可能来的比你快，又是一波震刀，
装的太好了，看一下林宇能不能去给到2段，
但无眼冲中了出来，我还能反打这个。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Stage 2 Finals for the Nbpl. My name is Cerverio. We're alongside with creatives today, and it's going to be one of the most fantastic days because it's final season, baby. Everyone has performed out throughout the stage. 3 weeks of grueling timelines of going to the lower bracket, setting yourself up in the higher bracket, and now having the top 8 players from this last 3 weeks, creatives, and then having this happen again for Solos Finals, man. How you feeling?
Feeling good, sir. I'm feeling good. Stage 2 finals, but you know what else is good? These Twitch drops for everybody at home watching every single time the BLADEPOINT Pro League's on. You guys get the drops, and yeah, that champion bubble choice gift for everybody. For me personally, that's what I like right there for the little avatars. But yeah, I'm feeling good, sir. I'm happy. I'm excited. we're gonna be in our last stage of the spring split, right? We got cut down, no more 4x weekly, so just straight down to stage 2. Finals already here. We still got Land Chance qualifier, but for now we got the stage 2 ready to lock in for sure.
Yeah, man. You know, the crazy thing too is like kind of seeing where we're at right now this week, especially just having a lot of chances of seeing if any changes from, you know, from previous actions. I mean, we've had the last season, the new season, right, with 20 coming out last when the stage 1 or stage 2 started to happen. The other thing too is that we had a hot patch coming through here. So yang depletion timer stuff. I want to see how the players are going to get really situated on that, because we saw a little bit yesterday, or actually we saw a little bit earlier this week, just getting a bit more on Solo's half of seeing how many of the teams would actually want to get, you know, active, or players getting more active just because they know they can extend it by a minute. But the other thing too, it's just kind of seeing who's been staying at the top. I mean, we're gonna get a leaderboard check for you guys just in case you guys don't know, but mainly what I'm trying to make sure and understanding is seeing who is gonna keep their momentum going forward, because we have some players like FPX's Zhao, we've seen SR's Mike kind of keep themselves on the top of the board without having ever to go to the bottom, as well as one of the newcomers coming through here, which is Wolves' Ron. And Ron has been making himself up there, man. I mean, last week we kind of had him in terms of it, which is stage 1, but him staying himself on the course for the winners bracket throughout these last 3 days is kind of phenomenal work coming out from a player that's just started out this season.
Yeah, and I mean, our last losers bracket round, man, it was stacked. It was stacked. We had Verse, we had Spider, we had Frost, we had Wufong, Wang Liang, Chen was in there too. It was a super stacked lowers bracket 2 nights ago, and you know, I was watching it, watching a little bit about it, and I was like, wait, hold on, this is kind of like a winners bracket round right here. But it was so stacked. It was exciting matches. You know, it's just bringing it back from the start of the spring split here for the 2026 season. You know, we saw a couple changes in the meta with our characters pick. You know, Akko's now has that lead. I would say, you know, it's probably you know, the strongest character in these players' arsenal, with just how good of a character he is. You know, I've seen a little bit of players playing out the character Liam a little bit here and there. Not a lot of players are often to go with that character, but you know, we still see a little bit of light with him. I know HM played him the other night, and man, he caught somebody in the V2 bubble. He missed the fire cage. It's shipwreck. It was heartbreaking. I was baffled, but you know, overall, we have a stacked game, Serve. We have a very stacked game today. It's gonna be exciting to think that the winner of our stage 1 almost didn't make it to stage 2. You know, he was just like, yeah, I just need a little bit of challenge, right? Spider was just like, man, I just want to get some more reps in, I guess. Like, it just like, it's so easy for him, I guess. But you know, Verse was there as well. Verse has been an extraordinary player for a very long time as well. So you know, I'm excited to see how the match is going to be played out. And you know, we have a potential 8 matches today, so you know, it's going to be a long ride for sure.
Now, yeah, I mean, last time we had this on finals, Spider took it in 4 rounds, taking chances on round 3, getting the tumult, and then breaking the mold and being able to pick it up again in round 4, succeeding the victory. This time around, though, at WFG's XY, Shuan is going to have himself in the finals again. But this time is also kind of looking at the list of going through here. I mean, Mike is on the reverse path from what we had from Spider last time, where Mike is keeping himself on the top of the leaderboard. Now, Mike's performance in finals, when he came to it in stage 1, ranking points, you're going to see why. It wasn't so high, but just being able to make it to finals in the first place is actually enough to make it so you're not in this position, right? Bottom 8 of the leaderboard in terms of ranking points. Anyone who's already been knocked out, which includes Polaris, TT25, Aran Aruro, Wang Liang, Pace, Hui Mao, and Wufong. This is going to be the list of players that are not going to be having their chances of, you know, getting more points besides last chance qualifiers. But looking over the leaderboard, Ruo is having the roughest time, being knocked down twice, and then seeing Wolves' Ron here for the second week. This is his second stage. He only got to 4 points after getting knocked out early in the week 1 or stage 1. Frostivus, though, having only 8 points, being knocked out before finals, is able to kind of come back into it, making sure that he has a chance. He's made it through the losers bracket into round 2, and then making it on top of it. Now, on the top 8F, you know, you have WFG's Shuan on 20 points, Pace at 24, RW's Hui Mao at 24 as well, but he's already played it out, those two that I just mentioned. FPX's Asia was at 25 and 30 for GG's Chen, and SR's Mike having a phenomenal game 4, getting all the way from, like, it felt like 7th place all the way to 2nd place, was able to get himself 40 points, 45 for Spider, and Wang Liang, even though he's at 49. I mean, we gotta see the calculations after today. This is gonna be the make or break for a lot of these players, but he has a pretty susceptible high lead considering his first stage performance.
I'm looking at Mike, man. It's felt like, you know, Mike hasn't won something in a very long time, and I know he's been putting in so much work. And man, I feel like if he takes the stage, he might even cry with just how hard he's been working. I'm not even playing because I know Mike is a very hard worker. He grinds the game so much, and you know he hasn't had the success that he's been looking for. So I know Mike has been beating himself, potentially just been beating himself every single day. He's just like, I need to get better, I need to get stronger. But you know, our total prize pool here, you know, I mean, big bands, big bags. This is what everybody is here for, the prize pool here for these teams. But also you do want to be, you know, stamped into the Wall of Fame there for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. But you know, the Shmanyan is always nice there. Total 66K. I mean, for the first place, the winner is going to be having a very fun after party, I would say, with that 66K. But yeah, this is our stage. This is what I was talking about. Look at that. Spider, Frost, Chen, Verse, Wan Leon, Pace, H.A. Wufong. I mean, that was a stacked lower bracket round there for our second round of the lower bracket. But our top 8 are going to be Mike, XY, Asia, Ron, Spider, Frost, Chen, and Verse. Ron, you know, very interested to see a new cat on the block being able to adjust. So I'm going to be looking out there for Wolves' Ron to see how he's going to be able to play out today's matches. GG's Chen, you know, he's been in the league a little bit longer there than Ron. So, you know, he's had the time, but it looks like he's been adjusting well as well. He is in today's grand finals. So, you know, that is also a major accomplishment. But, you know, you got Thanos is here in the lobby. You got Mike, XY, Spider, Frost, Verse, everybody else. Asia too. Asia. One of the newer, I would say, players. He's not new, but you know, he's one of the freshest legs from everybody else. You know, the vets in the pro league. But overall, it's gonna be an exciting time, Serve. I mean, yeah, I'm ready to see this martial arts solos though.
Oh, for real? No, because the thing is that we've seen some wonky donkey combinations. Ron is maybe one of those few players to make so, but we're gonna look into the list for the verses. This is gonna be our phase selection process. It's gonna be SR's Mike versus Wolves. This is wrong. What a killing. You know, he's gonna be putting himself in there. FBX's Asia though is up against SS1's Frostfist. This is actually a fight I'm really excited to see. I want to see what the, you know, if the Yoda Kime first round pick comes out from Frostfist against Asia, and then just kind of see where he brings it out. WBG's versus up against OUG's Mike, and then WFG's XY into GG's Chen. This is gonna, like, the first fight is already popping. I mean, we're talking about winners upon winners going back and forth against each other. WBG's versus Spider, you know, having to see how it's gonna turn out for Ron, newcomer against, you know, the GOAT, right? It comes down to a lot of, you know, antsy, you know, moments that happen in that first round. But taking the qualifiers, we're going to our BRs next. This is up to 8 games, y'all, and this is how it works. Midoriya Midnight, game 2. Game 3 is Mortal Night. Game 4 is Holocaust Starting Night. Game 5 is a Midoriya Eventide, and then game 6 is Mortal Midday. Now here's a slight change, you know. I know the last 2 rounds you saw there, game 7 and game 8, right? 17 match point. So we changed our values from 15 to 17 due to the stage 1 finals results. We see an adjustment there, and considering that it's 17 points, a little bit better. They kind of give a little bit more space, a little bit more headroom. Sooner the match point happens is if there's a pop off from a player that happens, and if they win the martial art versus, that's 2 points. But it's really what's going to happen in those next 2 rounds. If they end up getting a 7 or a 7-point game to a 7.5, then they end up going to match point. They get shuffled to the very bottom. That's exactly what happened to Spider. That's exactly how it works for finals. Now, just to kind of give you a brief overview, how this works for the pick band. It's not by the qualification in terms of the versus any longer. It's actually going to be based on your leaderboard check. Anyone who's at the highest end of the leaderboard, that's below the match point, they will be first in slot for a pick band selection. However, when we get into the next selection, once you hit match point, once a team or a player, I should say, gets above that 17-point threshold, at least in solos, they get shuffled to the bottom. Even if they're at the top, they're still going to be set to the bottom because they are now in the match point status. Anyone who is following that in the leaderboard, who still hasn't reached match point but is still at the top of the leaderboard, gets then prioritization. That is the easiest way I'm to make an example of it. If y'all got questions in the chat, you know where to reach out. This is going to be up to now seeing how these players like Mike and Spider are going to be able to perform this week, because stage 2 finals leads us to LCQs, which gets us to grand finals in the middle of May.
Like that, just like that. Quick. Going through the whole season, quick. But yeah, overall, I mean, I think this season thus far has been showing a lot of different things, right? Coming in with the new system in play, new metas, new characters. But the one that for me personally stands out a lot is, you know, Green Focus. I think Green Focus has really changed up the game a lot here for these Pro League matches. You know, you can't really go for super extensions no more. You are going to get punished for that. You're not going to get the full damage burst. And, you know, it sets up the fighting in a way more higher neutral state, because off of a catch, you get a 1-2 or you just off to go for the grapple bump focus, right? You can't really go off of anything more crazier. You know, back in the day, we would see crazy extensions with longsword, whipsword, and Yang being able to go for carousel uppercut extensions and just full loop. And you know, if that effort was on cooldown, was pretty much what determined if you would get the elimination or not. Obviously, you have to input the buttons correctly for the full combo, but you know, it was a different playing style, I would say, especially with terrain manipulation. If you're able to get full juggles down the cliff, I feel like that was, you know, an insane way to get kills. And you know, now with the Green Focus, it just, you know, you go for your 1.0 off a grapple bump, you're back into neutral, it's back into chip damage, into catches, right? I think this is what these players have been working on a lot more. It's just that pure raw neutral state, which has always been a major thing in the fighting aspect in NARAKA, but now I think, you know, you have to be at your top shape and neutral state just to be able, you know, to win these fights. Because with 8 players in the lobby, the aggression is still there, especially, you know, after that first game. We see the commotions from these players every single time, and you know, it starts to die down after that first game with all the kills go through all the players' ways. But overall, I feel like, you know, the way that the meta is now, and you know, how these players have to adjust to that is a lot harder, I would say, because neutral, you know, that rock paper scissors is not easy.
No, yeah, rock paper scissors, right? In the fundamental aspect, right, that disengage just throws ballistic missile, you know, at that direction. So you end up having to kind of work around if anyone decides to put themselves in a better or worse position on purpose, just so that way they can come back, you know, without any sort of full punishment. And the thing is that we've seen some like options out there, right? Ultimate casts to deny stagger, right, off of wake up if they end up doing too many jump LMBs. If they end up having an opportunity of not getting caught, then they can, you know, conserve that. But if they decide to like make the preemptive decision upon activating that, there's only one way forward, and it's hoping that the other guy doesn't wait for that. We saw that earlier from this weekend. I mean, we saw Frostfist on the Yodohime, for instance, get caught out by a player like Pace, you know, due to that. However, one thing is for certain, in martial arts versus the open BR map, not implied, right? This is just fighting game mentality. Everyone's going to be in this 1v1 arena. There's no chances to kind of look at outside forces coming in. It is just you and the other guy. And one other thing is that having full ult off rip means that you'd have to look at your selection process. Our selection processes for martial artist solos has been kind of stapling around the Farius Shen, bringing it out there, having Iakos being in that mix, and then having the weapon selection sprees varied across. Farius Shen has been working around with the staff. We've seen her with Dunnies, we've seen her with Dagger, and then seeing Akos with fist blades on the majority end. But when players are bringing other characters like Zenda Wu, someone who has a really strong 1v1 potential, you're looking at options on the table to kind of be varied, because then there's Tumulch, then you have the Otohime. We might see anything between that and like seeing like a off meta pick like the Viper Ning. But those choices, as well as Cyro with Nunnies, those are choices that really just come down to just who wants to be able to big brain it out. I mean, who they're going up against is going to be determined. They're working with their coaches right now to see what the selections are, because getting us set up here versus, it's a really big tone check and seeing how the players are feeling so far today.
100%. And for me, I mean, I think another good aspect as well from the martial arts is, you know, you got to really be we got to be aware of what section and what order you pick your character, right? Because you don't want to get countered there against your opponent. So I think that's another nice little element that's added. And you know, you can kind of just see and try to predict, right? Like, all right, so let's say Mike is like, all right, I know where Ron's gonna run. Fought him a couple times. I'm gonna play off this, but then I gotta, you know, think about the future. Who's in my second group? If I win this, who am I gonna go against? And you know, what order do they play? Is this gonna work out? So you know, on top of all just focusing in the 1v1 aspect, you gotta do that pre-prep as well right before you get into the martial arts. But you know, we're gonna see how it goes down here for our first game of the Stage 2 Grand Finals. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Severio, locking in our first fight. It's gonna be SR Mike against Wolves Ron.
Now looking at this, you're gonna have a chance right now. Mike, I mean, he's going in hard with R&B, hold checks, and of course getting a clink off of the soul break. Ron has that fit dagger. He's gonna go left and right. He burns out his F1, but Mike is patient. He's going to be waiting out for the scared rush. Gets a hit off the raw uppercut. Grapple him to the R&B. Might be a jump LMB angle. And in this corner, he might be holding R&B again. The V2 comes out to the cast, and he doesn't get frozen. He walks away from it unscathed.
That was beautiful there. Mike being able to force out that ultimate. Already burned the F as well. He's going to get a little bit of health back off of this. But you see Mike playing with a staff since the 1.0 gets the damage off of this. Jump LB gets weaved, overholds. Now forces out the second ult. Weaves that ult again. And Mike with some beautiful dodges right now. Going back into neutral. You see Ron now try to fight for his life.
You know, one thing too is this F1 is going to be a really big. There it is, getting caught off the end. It's just the radius of Temmie. Once you hit off from the end from one target and you walk in the other direction, they're going to get caught. And especially F1, by the time that he activates it, there's enough reaction time off of that. Now Mike's going to play on Octo's Fist Blades. We're going to have Wolves' Ron on Fist Blades as well. This time on the Fairy is Shen, which is going to be actually a strong option because he's going to launch off the Octos with the Beacon and maybe just jump LMB the heck out of him. That's just going to be the options right now. Hoping to see what Mike is going to be up against in terms of the Fairy Shen.
I mean, this is what the Beacon is going to be doing a lot of damage here. If he's able to catch, you see him already forcing out the F2. Now the ult still on here from Mike. You see Rondo playing very patiently, going in with a 1.0, gets some damage. Jump LMBs, Clint comes in. Mike now be able to weave that V2 Beacon. Beautifully done. If he got hit by that, he would have taken that damage.
This is going to be a 1 LMB catch. There he goes. Combo breakers down. He's got himself ultimate. Ooh, there it is. Going to be casting it out the LMB. So now it's going to be the Beacon drop. V2 to pushback. I doubt it. He just leaped over him. 2-story drop. And of course, you know Mike is up to this, right? Look at this tap dodge. Oh, doesn't get got a good chance there. He gets gutted off with a cannon shot. He's going to have to tap dodge every single option here until he gets out of ult.
This is rough for him. Now you see quarter of that white HP left here from Mike. Does manage to get a powder off. Now going back to the re-aggression. Barrier is going to go ahead and jump on up. Ron now out of that mech. Back to neutral for both players. The F2 does not clip Ron there, so he is able to maintain that distance. Beautifully done there, being able to predict that. But Mike now has a lot of HP to cover with him catching up that 1.0 now against Ron.
And the LMBs comes out here. I know Mike's not going to release this, right? Looking at this, he's looking for the parry, and that's going to cost him his life. That's a 1-1, man. Ron was holding it out. You look at Verse, bro. He's like the, ooh, you know, Ome team, bro. That's crazy. He's looking at this. I know that this is up to Fairy Shen now for Mike on the dagger. This is that option I was hoping to see a lot more of, and that's coming down to this predominantly in his favor, because if he's getting this Beacon drop, that RMB 1-2 is just enough damage to kind of make it worthwhile. And then he can hold LMB off of that blue focus to see what Ron's going to react with, because these guys are going with flying knives on the Octos, which is a very rare pick here, and the F2 is going to be avoided with the combo breaker. This man's burning it down.
The V2 now from Mike. Same characters just swapped in players' hands now, getting that run back here for the Faria and the Octos. So wait to see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm just hearing cannon shots, bro. Go crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear Akos. Hold on. Hear the Akos. Hear the Faria mech. Got some damages out. Some missile burns. I think he caught him with a Gooba Stomp there. I'm not sure. But now he's going to go ahead and fly up. It looks like the D-mech is going to come in. Now he's going to drop down. The F2 is in, and now we're back. We see a little bit of the footage, but Mike does get caught, I believe, in the back end, but he's still applying pressure. You see Ron with half of that purple armor gone.
Yeah, it's crazy. Soul break, boom, 1-2, and then holds out here, gets a parry. That's gonna be enough to kill right there. Jump R&B. He almost misstepped that jump R&B. My man literally just had a little bit of a second there, but we made it. We're back. We can see 2 eyes, right? 20/20 vision. Yo, Frostface on the Justina on this fit. Fire fit. You know how it goes. If you don't have it, GG, right? But like, here, listen, you know that Asia is going to be rocking out the Fairy Shen Longsword. We've seen this. We saw this actually earlier last week. So having him on Longsword on the Fairy Shen, I'm always very curious in seeing how he's going to go up against the Justina here, and dreams do come true. But this is going to be up to the fan, actually, and Frost's hands instead of the dagger. My mistake. Going off by here with the R&B checks.
I can't see.
Man, my man's blind. I got you, dog. But the one thing that comes down to this, Asia puts himself down. R&B gets released. R&B is going to get thrown out again. We're going to do 2 1.0s. And of course, looking at this, I can make a mention here. If it comes down to the old cast, Frost is going to be looking for it, but he ain't going to work it. He's going to burn down the heal. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my boy can take a look into this, because that's going to be a TOD upper corner, and he missed a step there. I couldn't believe the V2 cast comes down here. And then, of course, having this down, there's going to be a chance right now just go right back to his beacon after the V2 cast. These guys are going to have to make sure certain that they're going to be working this into the reset because he's staying close to his beacon. He's at 75%. He's closing in. R&B is coming through here. We're going to have to go ahead and make a chance here calling this out. And of course, if anything comes down, Frostus can chip this. Goes for slap on the wake around. He's going towards the beacon. Can he catch it? Yes, he can. He gets back to it. But instead of taking this, unless he couldn't tap E fast enough, he's looking back at his coach like, dog, my keyboard disconnected. I couldn't tell you why. And now he's back in the game and he's going to be playing this down on the Akos. Now, on top of that, let's look at seeing what's going to happen next. Obviously, when these guys are rushing this down, it's going to be the Akos versus the Fairy Shen. But one problem that comes out of this is, like, if anything, Fairy Shen against Akos is going to be a mixed bag considering what we saw from Mike earlier.
Ooh, let's see it now. Got Frost out. He's going to go ahead and force that F out. A Zhao is going to get clip off the R&B. See the Fair going for that mid dodge. Doesn't manage to catch off that LMB. Now the Clink comes in. A Zhao still staying in the pocket. Frost playing around his beacon. You see him sitting at 1.0. Crosses up, gets the damage, gets a little bit of chip. Now forces out, but now gets clipped off of this. And this is going to be a big extension here for A Zhao. The 1-2-3 in the corner. Misses it though. Doesn't get the full damage. Recatches Pryo. And that's going to be enough damage there for A Zhao to take out Frost here for this round.
Yeah, Prosperous is like, there's no way this guy got out. Yes, I did. Yes, I did do that. And the fact that these guys are Zenda Wu enthusiasts in the martial art versus means that we're going to have a ball off. No. So coming down to this, Fan versus what? Whip Sword coming down here from Frostmas. Whip Sword on Frostmas is actually really good. I mean, he goes for R&B catch up. He can go for it. And then if A Zhao gets an R&B on the ult cast, we're not going to get a chance. There's going to be a parry, a jump R&B. Little misstep there, C8.
Yeah, but the shift parry does connect now. And go ahead and overhold the R&B focus. Forces out. Send the ult. Going for the crouch on the beast. There goes the F as well. Oh, that was the F, sorry. There goes the burst. Now the reprod here from Frostivus gets the damage plus the follow-up as well. Doesn't get the chance to tap dodge roll out of wake up, so he's gonna eat up all that damage. Spider against Verse now. Big scrap off here. You see Spider looking at Verse. His old org. You know, he's looking at it, he's like, hey, I'm the real me. But we both on Fairy though, so this is gonna be our first round here between both of these Titans.
You know what's crazy too? Look at the build from Spider. He didn't have the initial starting rage. He is on a whole different set. This is because it's finals, right? Everyone was messing around running the initial starting rage, even when there's 100%. He's finally taking advantage of the fact that he's going to have that. Not using disengagement though. There's going to be a pitter patter. Maybe even utilizing the mitigation here. There it is. Yeah, I was about to say maybe he has the mitigation. He does. This is going to be coming down to the LMBs. No catches off that. He is going to be running down through here. No LMBs. Maybe seeing about it pitter patter in the opposite direction, and he's running it back.
Yeah, we'll see it now. A little bit of patience here from Verse. Does get chipped up a lot of damage. You see he might be going for a little bit of that aggression there, his beacon, but does force out the R&B. Spider though catches chip damage here. Tries to catch that dodge. Doesn't manage to do so. Both players still in the pocket. Clink comes in off the lights. Now the probably going towards Verse's way, but he has that F for that safety net. Spider still playing around his beacon. Both players are. You see them not trying to release, but now there goes the F. Invested it from Verse. Spider gets the damage times 2. The 0.9 in the face. Nah.
I said, yo, you ever played solar lobbies, bro? God. He said, I'm in it. He said, I know what you're talking about. I know Spider puts himself down here on the Akos alongside Verse, but after this is Syra mid deck. These guys are running the Classico, you know, recipe here. So getting into Akos second round, that's the nature of the beast. But putting this down to Clink off number 1, F2 rematch number 2, and then the old cast. Let's see, is Verse gonna match him or he's gonna delay? Because that delay is gonna be doing good work or against him, and there it is. It's gonna work in his benefit to work him out of the LMB catch.
They're literally in sync right now. Both players doing the exact same thing. Saw the S being invested. Look, overholding at the same time, canceling, dodging, going for the lead. Does manage to catch. No, he doesn't. The V2s at the same time as well. Nobody being able to catch that Prow. That tap dodge roll was beautiful there from Spider to avoid the lead. But now the Prow going towards Verse way. Big damage to the corner. 1, 2, 3. Caught on the B. The F2 overhold. Doesn't manage to connect. That nice weave, but the 1.0 is good there from Verse. And now Spider needs to see if he could try to get a little bit of that HP back here to continue this fight.
You know, the crazy thing is getting this reset. F2 War is available still. Having this get caught by the LMBs. No way this man getting caught through here. 1-1. This is spicy, man. We going down to a lot of 1-1s off of these qualifier rounds, and this is going to be, look at the Verse taking a quick sneeze. He's like, all right, my sinuses are clear. You're done. And this is coming down to nunchucks, both sides. I know that Spider puts himself down. He's going to be working this around. Like I said, he's building out the initial build, but with HP instead. So pulling this down, that 80 HP, is it going to make a difference? We're going to see, because the close end, LMB catches come out, and Combo Break is already invested, man.
Yeah, let's see it now, Verse. Yeah, go ahead. Get cut off the prow there from Spider. Beautifully done. The grapple bump into the 1.0. That's a lot of damage there off the nunchucks, but the wake up prow there from Verse forces out the dazzle. But now the reprow here for Spider. That's gonna be enough damage, I believe. No, the 1-2's left. The tech chase now, but the Sara ultimate comes out, and now he has a little bit of the time to live this out. But the damage is done, and you see him fighting to stay up. But the HP's coming back here from Verse.
And the LMB is gonna be held out. I mean, though, parry like that. Wait a second. R&B catch up 1-2s. So as his combo breaker though, horizontal gets double tap dodge and has it down to invest. It's a little bit of heal 100, of course 60 I should say. LMB catches, and this is gonna be the combo breaker from Spider, and then seeing how if he invests the ultimate, he knows it's time to invest it. It's just whether or not Verse can avoid these light beams and get the heals off because he already got one.
That's it now. Looks like it's gonna be a little bit of neutral state back, a little bit of reset for both players. First one aggressing is gonna be Spider. Verse, on the other hand, gonna be forced out here off the proc from the nunchucks ×2 from Spider. Doesn't let it loose though. Nice dodges. Both players being able to weave that, staying in the pocket, cancels it, avoid getting parried to the grapple bump, forces out the dazzle there from Verse, and the tap dodge as well to avoid getting caught off of this. Now the FB invested here for Spider. Both players go for the cross up, but Verse catches the prio, and now it's gonna be able to even out the HP just a little, but we're still 1 HP, and this is all gonna be his one catch, and Spider catching the prio there in that close fight between both of those players. That was clean on the nunnies.
Yo, this man's going crazy for now. Yo, but now we start off with a Tarka pick. Everyone's laughing. Like, no way he's Tarka Viper Akos, bro. Talk about the switch up. The problem is Chen's on that nunchuck variation. He chuckled a little bit. He's like, you messed up, bro. You should have been going through it. I'm going to go ahead and see how this comes down to this. I know XY is looking at the Tarka spear. He's like, yeah, I got this. No problem. No problem. LMB comes down here. There's going to be the catch on the LMBs again and again. Of course, the beacon drop tap dodge off of this end. The scare rush is, I mean, the Dragon Slayer is good. The raw uppercut burns a combo breaker. Goes into horizontal block. No big stream. Throws a horizontal in the other direction. He's safe. Safe. There's another clink. Another LMB. Another attempt there. Another LMB connecting off this. XY is losing a lot more HP than he's hoping for, but there's gonna be the ACCA. Oh my god, the crouch into the crouch LMB afterwards. He delays it. He doesn't connect anything off of it. He's gonna have his combo breaker available if he wants to in just a couple of seconds, and the repair dodges, C8, they're fire.
Alrighty. Now, oh, Tarka will be invested now. Go ahead and try to burn the Faria. See him being able to weave this XY. And Tarka, I didn't even notice this. I didn't even know we had a Tarka play. Hold on. Now, the ult's about to run out pretty soon. You see him trying to go for a quick reset before that ultimate runs out. Gets a little bit of hit there off the kick there. The Fair ult is still on for just a tad bit longer, and XY gets the reset. See him now. Gonna go ahead and regress. Gonna get clip off that missile shot. The Google Stomp's gonna give him a little bit of damage. Now Chen staying in that pocket, going in here with these nunchucks, but XY fishing for the parry, and now he's gonna get punished for that. He's gonna eat up all his damage and is gonna get eliminated as well.
It's unfortunate, man. This is not the lineup you wanted to go against Fire Fairy Shen. He took the 50-50 shot, and now he's on Viper against Yodohime of all units, bro. It's crazy. Now for Chen, is it F1 or F2? Because if we see an F1 come down here, he is saluting him. But if he comes down to having F2, I mean, I'm looking at from this angle. When we had XY play out the Viper, he had silence. So if he ends up casting that out on the fist blades, this is going to be a huge potential for those jump LMB extensions, man.
Let's see it now. Yoda ultimate invested. See Chen now. Gonna go ahead and try to apply the pressure. XY going in for the V1, catches the stun. The RB focus ×2, and he can be able to catch his pro as well. Goes for the third. The F called in there for the Yodohime. I can't believe he catches the V1 inside the martial arts, and now you see the Yoda trying to fight for their life. Catches the hit there off the ult recast. XY now might be in big trouble, but he back dodges into the prio, into the full extension, but no! He drops it, doesn't get the full damage.
Yo, there's no way this man dropped that, man. He got the perfect stun on the pillar. It was just perfect. 7-course meal. F1 preempted. I couldn't believe it. My man's playing the game, but it looks like these guys are like, wait a second. I might be going to the next round. It might be a GG's at that point. Yo, XY, he's looking back at his coach. Either we're resetting or something else. It might be a reset. I'm not going to lie. It might be a reset. Plausible. We're gonna have to see later on, you know, until death do us part. OUG Spider versus GG Chen. I'm looking around this in terms of the Fairy Shens. This is gonna be a stat to nunchucks, at least from this point. But at least we're gonna have to double check and see. If it's the same, we're gonna have a chance right now. I know that GG Chen is laughing this off, but Spider is not. My man is just smirking. You can call him TTT5 because he's a smiling boy, and that's a good parry.
Yeah, tap dodge parry into the reprow there, forces off the Fairy Ab. Did a cross up there from Spider. The V2 throwing down the F card in here for Spider. Gonna eat up the damage off the R&B. Respond with a V2 beacon now. You see Chen's gonna be forced inside that mag. Spider just has to stall this as long as possible to take his mag, or potentially even get his rage back. Team the Gooba Stomp, not good. Spider trying to go for the reset off the powder. Doesn't matter to get it. Still gonna apply the pressure there from Chen. Now takes his mag, knowing Chen's ult's about to run on out. There it is in the sky. Gets a little bit of that distance. The missile shot is good. No, gets sent back on the top side. You see Chen now playing the high ground here, investing all the grapples to his name. But Spider is gonna go ahead and aggress this. We got an aerial fight. Gets the Gooba Stomp. Forces out the Fairy F as well in the air. And Chen, I believe, only has about one more grapple left to his name. And now they're back to neutral.
LMB catch loss for 1-2, no 3-piece. He holds at the pitter patter, he connects it, holds it again, has a chance right now for the catch LMB. There it is, horizontal again. My man's getting earned out here. No LMBs, no way this ACCA just worked out in his favor. Hey, there's a combo breaker, but the RMB ain't gonna be released. Spider's looking to scare rush around the corner, still kind of working around. Ooh, RMB, ooh, walk away, and then run right back. I already know it. Boom, there it is, and he got baited out, and that's it. GG to Spider.
Yep, beautiful. Beautiful there from Chen. He tries to fake him out there off the lunge, but he's holding blue. Doesn't manage to catch the stagger. And now he's going to eat up that damage. He's going to get sent down 1-0 for himself. Chen with the upper hand here. Now playing Yodel with the fist blades. Got Spider with the Aqua's fist blades. See a parry start here for a little bit of respect. Going for the nice little weave there, but gets cut off the prow. Parry baits him. Now the Yodel F is going to be called in. Spider tries to apply the pressure, but he clinks with a Yodel blade, and he gets caught off the prow and is forced to pop that Oka's ultimate. And Chen as well is going to respond with a Yodel ultimate. Now it's going to be a battle of who's going to be able to catch that damage. The top side, though, Chen playing the high ground to be able to stall out of this timer, but he does ult recast, and now I don't even know how he's going to do once his ult runs out.
Yo, I'm like, what the heck? Jump LMB comes out. No, he ain't gonna connect that. He's got combo breaker in 3 seconds. Chen is gonna be earning all this damage. 2-3-piece. He holds RMB for too long, but he wouldn't connect it either. Right? I'm gonna be honest. I think it's gonna be a chance right now. Safety netted for Spider. He's got the war ready to go through in a couple seconds, and then he's going to be just looking for the LMB catch. There it is. 1, 2, 3. RMB, crouch LMB comes down. He's looking to the tap dodge. He gets caught with the horizontal. Oh, no restand, my friend. That's it. That's a jump LMB angle right there. Boom, jump LMB. Oh, walks away there. RMB holds it. F2 midair is going to be his death sentence here. And there it is. Chen goes down 1-1. Yo, I can't believe there's so many 2-1 situations here.
Yeah.
This is great. This is going to be coming down to Takeda. I mean, listen, he works it down on the Syra. The Syra no combo breaker. Spider is like, I gotta wipe my fur on my brow, man. This is gonna be a sketchy fight. This guy hasn't been in the meta since Excommunicado, bro. He's on. But here's the thing, Chen on the Takeda, he's been bringing in a martial artist versus since like stage 2 beginning, and then he's been working this down. He's lost some fights, but all it takes is one good one, and this might be it.
I mean, this is good for him. He baits out that F early, and he can go for the Furring knockback whenever. Catches prow, I believe, but you see him still playing a little patience. There goes the parry. Be able to get that damage, full extension. It's gonna go ahead and clink off that light as well. Now he calls in the Furring. I believe it's just a little bit too slow, though. I would have loved for him to go get that off of that parry. And now the Syra ultimate is gonna be coming into play. Yeah, he can't really invest the Furries now. He just has to wait this out as long as possible. And you see Spider trying to catch the dazzle. He does, but Spider's gonna go ahead and just take his reset in. You see Chen now has a Furry to his name. Doesn't matter to call it in. And there it is.
Wow, this man said, what? F1 still has to come out here, but he misses the 1, 2, 3 horizontal. LMB comes down here and he gets caught into neutral, and his no more Furin, right? He's at 40% on the rage bar. And this man ate a whole RMB blue focus. Good lord. LMB comes down and there's no F2 to confirm, or at least to F3. That's gonna be it here. Unless the Spider gets another chance here and dropping this, he's got a combo breaker, Lynn. And look, clink damage is all that's needed. Clink damage is literally a sneeze away from death. Whoa. Okay, hold on. We got that horizontal around the corner. He knows he can tech chase this too. And there's gonna be RMB 21 damage, bro. Blackjack, call him the dealer.
Hey man, I was getting a little too comfortable, too close to comfort right there. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the mistake was there just not investing that ultimate off that parry. You know, he invested that Furring. Don't even think he got a shove back, so just unfortunate there for Chen. But overall, we got Mike against Frost. Big fight. Temi beats Justina. Gets cut off the lunge into the follow-up. So go ahead into the full extension there. Off of that, now forces out the Justina after. You see Frost get a little bit of that armor back. Doesn't catch. Oh my god! goes for the scale rush grapple check, catches the stagger, and now Frost still fighting into this, cancels the fist into the 1-2 for the fans, and this is a crazy fire already.
Yo, this man is gonna be going crazy with his R&B spam.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me? No way. Oh, no way, bro. There's no way. V2 ain't gonna be casting enough range here. He's gonna be one cornered off. Unless Frostmas is best.
Yep.
I can't. Bro, Mike.
Range.
Hello. Yo, we gotta clean those glasses, bro. I got the microfiber cloth right here, man. You gotta look. You got a chance, bro, to look around. Mike is gonna be on his Octos pick coming down here. I know that Staff Frostmas is gonna be a workaround, but I mean, yo, we've seen Frostmas do some crazy restands on the wall against Mike, so this is gonna be a Kill Bill moment. I know that the time down is coming through, and Frostmas is gonna be the honorable parry start. But Mike, if he wants to, he can go for it. He's just gonna get a workout on his F2 if he didn't catch it the right way, and now having to invest ultimate in just a couple seconds. Yo, tough. I don't know if whether or not Frostmas puts himself out here for the pitter patters, but he gets a nice parry and extends this off the behalf.
Oh, let's see. Catches probably off of this Frost though. Trying to make this a 2-0. Catches the jump LMB. See Mike though. Catches the scare rush to the prio. Tries to even out. The F2 is not good. Does manage to take the mech in time as well. You see Frostivus trying to stall this out as long as possible. The Aqua's ultimate was burned out here from Mike as well. The Gooba Stomp is good. Into the missile shot. And this is bad here from Mike. He's just trying to go for the quick reset in. Using those V2s to try to create the distance that he needs to try to survive the pressure here from the Farrier Mech and Frost though. Trying to lay down the pressure off the missiles. Can't see him. Bro. Spots up, gets the damage, and there it is.
He's I'm out. No, wait, hold on a second. LMB catches off this combo breaker. It has to be, right? Okay, he calculated that the 1-2-3 wasn't going to reach. I respect it, because that's going to be a kill confirmation and a 2-0 against the GOAT. Mike Frostmas takes himself out to get himself against Spider from OUG. This is going to be the weirdo composition, but it works out because he's against this Farrier Shen. Exactly how he's hoping for. And this is going to be against his V2 Justina. So with the fan's been pretty good for him. You know, we've seen it with Dagger. My man hit the emote. He hit, yo, what's going on, man? WWW key. But for Spider right now, calm, methodical, calculated. Until he gets caught by 3-point else. But, we digress.
See how this round goes. Last round here for our game 1 of the Stage 2 Grand Finals. Justina fan against Spider on the Farrier staff. He loves to go for those mid dodge LMBs off that one dodge. So let's see if he tries to go for it again. He does get clipped off the scare rush. Stays in the pocket, but the follow-up there from Frostive is good. Knocks him down, was forced to pop that F, and now he gets cut off the V2 as well. The pro here for Frostive is, but no, the mech there goes with the auto aim, and it doesn't give him the confirmed R&B focus.
Actually unfortunate. I mean, I felt that was going to be a no W key situation anyways, but the Robert Cut's great. That's going to be the R&Bs. No extensions off this. He's just going to go ahead and run it down with the R&Bs. The F1 comes down. And the combo breaker's already up for Spider again. His beak is going to be up in around 10 percentage points. He gets an attempt for the Robert Cut, doesn't confirm for it. R&B hull check, F1 in midair, repositions towards beacon. This is how you got to do it. And then over holding here is going to be Frostmas's A game, right? Robert Cut attempt number 3, by the way. And he gets a pitter pattern, no parry. LMB connects off of this end. The beacon drop is connecting into the LMB 1-2s, into the 1-2-3 vertical. That's going to be a chance here for the V2 beacon to be dropped down here if he wants to get in there. No way, this guy gets caught because he can get out of it with the freeze frame. And he's refrozen, giving Frostmas all the reset time that he needs. And look at this rage bar wise, he's got 50% already. He's gonna have that F1 and he's gonna be at 4.
Yeah, that was beautiful there from Frostivus. He predicts the tap dives there. Now you see him go ahead and try to lay down some of that pressure there. Does go for that reset though. It's gonna be able to top off that white hell. Gets the mid dodge back as well. Sends the 1.0. Gets the damage times 2. Forces out the Farrier. And now you see Spider now overholding. Doesn't get caught this time around. Backs on back. Frostivus though playing around his ultimate. The 1-2 is good. And Frost there with some beautiful neutral there to be able to win out that first fight there against Spider. Now it's round 2. Frost wins. We're done with game 1. If not, we are going to be going to the round 3, but we got the Aquas out here for Spider.
You know, it's crazy too. I called out the blue focuses, bro. Put them on the Jeopardy board, bro. What is spam? Yo, and this is coming through from Frostmas on this Farrier Shen second round pick against the Yakos. And if he does good work, if he burns the Yakos early, God bless this man, right? But the LMB comes down, F2 work comes around the corner, R&B free, 1.0 into the jump LMB. We just ate 1,000 damage, literally. Calculated. There's a stanchion though, and that's gonna be the old cast we need to see. F1 to recast into the beacon, and he still has more than enough time to confirm for these shots.
Yeah, he does. And you see Mike, though, is going to play that high ground. Tries to avoid the first missile. Does manage to do so. The Gooba Stomp doesn't come into play there for Frostivus. Clips him on the bottom. Gets the damage this time around. Spider now loses half of that armor. The third shot does connect as well. See Frost, though, still applying tons of pressure here in this mech form. The Aqua's ultimate, I believe, is already out as well. So Spider just has to see if he can live this out as long as possible. Does manage to tap dodge that missile. Now we're back to neutral. And the catch off that scare was just beautiful there from Spider.
All right, I almost forgot for Akos. He canceling his ult. He look at his rage bar. This man's at 50%. So Frostus is gonna have to make some good work here. The next catch is 1, 2, 3 vertical crouch LMB into the disengage. Not gonna activate it. Doesn't need to. The pitter patter's gonna be thrown out. He goes full stanchion. Can we extend this Frostus? Can we extend the jump LMB? We wait for the wake out. Oh my God, this guy got the delayed RMB. Yo, that's crazy. This man said, okay, let's go next. Listen, Frostus put himself out here. Cold, calculated, mild demeanor, but he still W keys. And it worked out in his favor. This man wins out the versus round for round 1, man. 2-0ing Spider.
That was clean. That was clean. I'm not going to lie. That was super clean. I mean, he said, I'm going to hold that R&B. You going to delay wake up? That's fine. I'll just have charge and get the 1-2 off this. And he is able to clean that up throughout the whole game 1. We had, back-to-back, going back and forth between the players every single round. We had 2 1s. I mean, I don't even think we had a 2-0. Maybe 1. It was a little tricky for me sometimes because I had my blindfold on for like a little half of the game. But the fights were interesting. Lots of close fights. That nunchuck fight there with Spider and who was it? Spider and Verse? I forgot who it was.
Yeah,
that was so clean. That was so clean.
Yeah, it felt like a final fight. That was kind of a huge anticipation, though. I mean, talking about that last one is just because Akos being able to cancel his ultimate to get his conserve his rage. Spider was going to kite anyways. He's going to have enough grapples to stay in the sky. 12 grapples is granted to the players. So when you're able to see that opportunity to conserve your rage and come right back out under the floor, 50% rage. I mean, Fairy Shen's are the reason the Fairy Shen's there because it's 50% rage anyways, right? But going to the cast here, we're talking about the player as the MVP in game 1. Y'all are sleeping if you aren't watching this on the Twitch and paying attention. But is it A, Chen, B, Mike, C, Spider, D, Frost? Remember, make sure you're in Twitch chat if you're doing these attention span questions, because the thing is that you're gonna get thrown a curveball and you're like, yo, am I a stat gamer? Do I know the win rate on this character? Like, yo, just make sure you guys put yourselves in there. But the one thing that comes down to is that being able to see the Akos changes come into full effect. I mean, Akos took a little bit of a hit on the start of season 20 with the rage starting consuming instead of 40 to 60%. So weighting this down, I mean, when you invest it, it's going to burn rage a lot slower, like in terms of more time instead of like a big chunk of it. But then going back into the next fight or going to a fight and realizing you can't use ultimate, that's when the Akos comes down to just conserve, right? The Fairy Shen's reason for applicability is not only the fact that she is in in this arena with such small pillars and it's a cannon shot's being confirmed and just creating a kite pressure. It's the majority of the time it's because she only needs to cast a beacon and use it as an anchor point to reset towards, and if not, she's able to kind of get another cast, either use it as a soft combo breaker. And that was a really big thing back when, even in the early days of her release, when V3 and the rest in peace V3, right? But it's now V2. Being able to utilize it, being able to pressure someone off in such a low cost range, because that's the beauty of it all. But now having the chance and seeing how it was weighed down for Spider, against the Justina. Justina was a pick option that I would assume was that way to counter out the Fairy Shens. Not a lot of players were using her in the first pick. They're using the Fairy Shen as a majority of the choices, and then being able to not only not use the dagger, but using the fan, having range pressure in the majority. Now the horizontal for the dagger, that was a really great play to kind of see about using the freeze and then getting as much damage as much as possible, going to an easy soul break. Depending on the terrain though, you could get griefed, right? Because the circumference of the circle, 2 pi square, 2 pi r, that's not enough for players to kind of worry about until you miss the soul break, and they're like, uh-oh. But the fan is it's an easy wake down where you can hold check that range if they try to walk away from it, or if they try to catch you off of a raw uppercut, and in which case you get the most amount of damage in a short amount of time.
I also feel like we don't see a lot of fan.
No.
I think dagger, we had I think stage 1 we had Frost and TT25 testing out dagger, but now for this stage 2 finals, we have Frost playing out that fan, and you see it here being the victor of our first game. I mean, beautiful showcase in there from Frost. You see him being able to clean that up there against Spider in a very, very close fight. Overall, though, I think the turning point was that massive Justina fight there, him against the Feria, being able to catch that V2, predict the tap dodge there. I think that's what really sets that character apart. If you're able to predict which way the character is going to go, and you catch that that freeze, you get a confirmed damage with that 4 reset. So, you know, off of that alone, which is nice to see. But our standings here, we see it's going to be Mike, the points that he took over from his from his stage 2. You see Mike on that 4.5, Frostivus with that 3.5, XY with a 3.5 as well, Spider with 3, Asia as well, Ron with 2.5, Chen with 1.5, and Verse with 0.5. I mean, Verse had a very rough stage too. We saw him fighting his way through the gauntlet there in the losers bracket. Does manage to make it to the grand finals today, but you know, I would have kind of I mean, this is a long day. This is just game 1. Now we're locking in our replays here, sir. How do you feel? Today feels like it's gonna be an insane day off of just seeing how game 1 went.
No, it's an 8-day game, man. It's an 8-round game, I should say. I feel like, though, after what happened last week, they're not gonna have it happen, man. Asia. He said a curse word in Spanish, bro. Yeah. I heard him. Yo, he's a real Hispanic, bro. I can't believe it. Yo, listen, 1, 2, 3 comes down. A lot of chances here, actually looking at the weapon selections. Yeah, like we said, the fan hasn't been used as much in terms of martial art versus. Flying Knives makes an appearance. Some are there, but the 100%. I wish there was a whole pie graph where you can look at the staff usage in the fifth place, because these are been the staples for this arena. Just because, and then nunchucks as well. Forgot to mention the goats. The hold horizontal hold check opportunity is such a nasty. It's such a nasty anticipation. If you don't read it, you're done, and then all of a sudden you're eating 1,000 damage. I don't know what happened here for XY. I'm gonna be 1,000%, because I'm looking at this from all angles, and I'm like, I just think he just took his hands off the keyboard at that point, and I'm like, that's a lot of damage that was a lot of health that he had still left to offer just to mitigate it. But still, seeing that go down as fast as it went, it was just a rough outcome, man.
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough from XY. I mean, he caught the V1 there. Yeah, I'm not really too sure what happened there with XY, but this was Frost against Spider. Catch that follow up. Overholds, half sends it into the 1-2. Knows that's a delay wake up, so he is able to get that confirmation 1-2 off that R&B. But overall, you know, SS1's Frostivus or Frost is going to be taking our game 1. Hopefully I don't have the curse with me today, because the curse for me is every single time I cast, whoever wins martial arts just has a really terrible game for game 2. I don't know. I don't know what that is. And that's why I say that. Because this is what I'm saying. They have to give more points into that martial arts just so, you know, it can give out a little bit more, I would say a little upper hand from going through that gauntlet, because, you know, that game 1 is not easy. You see how hard these players have been training for that. You see how much more polished everybody's looking in that martial arts from, compared to our first day in stage 1. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like they should just give it a little bit more points, but overall, we'll see how our remainder of our games go. You know, straight Fireflies 2 to 5. And then we have, 3 daytimes after from 6, 7, 8. They're going to be all daytime, so no Fireflies into our 8 game, which is that mirror match.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I mean, we go through these phases. I mean, everyone can just double pick potential. The double pick potential is a lot higher, right? Because the fact that you're able to be on the top of the leaderboard, and let's say you don't hit match point, but you're still on the top of the leaderboard, in the early games, that's kind of a big step, right? Where you can get that, but problematic is if you end up in match point, then you have to work with what you got, you know? And then on top of that, it just really starts to set the tone. We went to 15 to 17 points. That 2-point difference is enough for the value of like 2 games to make it to 3 at least, right? To hit match point. 2 BR games, right? So we go to like round 4. Unless someone has a predominant drop that just like kicks out the entire other sense of the competition, and we get an 8.5, 9-point game, right? Because some players like Spider or Mike may be able to kind of snowball that out, or Verse, or XY, or Asia. The possibilities are endless. Even Frostus can come out here. We've seen him happen the chance off of the lower bracket. He's come out on top, and he was above Spider for the majority of when it happened for the lower bracket round 2. And then Spider obviously comes back out on top in that final 1v1 just to make sure that Octo's pick round was with his to come through as a mirrored comp pick. I don't know why Juan Leon picked out V2. I don't know. We're moving on, but the thing is that when our it comes down to the fact that everyone's going to be focus firing the oddball child out, and everything comes down to that. And of course, we're gonna have to wonder about what's gonna come up next. I mean, slot picks are gonna be just switched up because of the phase selections are different now, right? If you guys aren't aware, again, part 2, the way it works is that whoever's on the leaderboard, that's your position on the phases. That's how it works in finals, at least. When you're looking at the way it works, if you're at 4th place, you're in 4th phase. All right, a 4th phase selection means that you're either going to pick up an early pick onto maybe a Lonnie if you want to, or it's Mulch if it's available. But the first 2 phases are always going to be the Akos Chunhwan lead, right? Those are going to be our scores for the top 2, unless someone wants to bring the Zenda Wu in there. Otherwise, she is going to be a top half pick, in my opinion, because her value has been upgraded since then, since the start of the season. A lot of players are utilizing her to, the means. I'm not really a big fan of the V2 variation, but then seeing how it's kind of working out for burning out the top dodges, we've seen how, Mike is able to succeed 2 back-to-back Zenda Wu MVPs with it. But it's also the fact that some players find some sort of combination with her, Rum Yang superiority, and they take that, they snowball out with the gold weapon. That's just the way you can get this out in the finals and make it a short day, right? Low key. But that just depends. If it comes down to it and you don't go up against a Volpine's Essence in this first round, like XY would get, because XY loves taking Arcadia, and he doesn't have Wan Liang to contest for it. So this is his prime position if the map spawns are right.
Yeah, he is going to be going for that Volpine. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, the Zenda, these players have been putting a lot of faith into this character. We see her 3rd or 4th round selection. I've seen her get picked 2nd as well. So, it's definitely a character that these players have been, putting in a lot of time. They want to make work. They want to be super strong with her. And, she's, I think she's doing really great. I don't think she's at the level like you saw right there when Lonnie was released, right? When Lonnie was released, she was insane.
Yeah, you want me to see 600 healing? I'm like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's at that level, compared to other characters as well when they release, the Kylan. Well, what do we have? I don't even think Liam was even a favorite pick for the beginning. I think he kind of just came out and they were like, okay, he's not bad, but they didn't really see his true potential probably around a week or 2 after he was in the pro league. And then he was just straight meta after that for so long. He was 1st and 2nd round pick because back in the day you were able to have the same type of character for the 1st round. But yeah, I think she's not bad. She's not at the top of when a character releases, but yeah, I think these players have been putting a lot of faith in her, especially with just where she's getting picked out in the phases. But I think for me, it always comes down to what are you picking that 7th and 8th, right? What are you feeling comfortable with? We've seen some Valdas, we've seen the Liams, and it's rough, right? The Kylan kind of has been more of a staple for a lot of these players. We're seeing the Kylan kind of become that stamp for a lot of these players. But and especially with the new character coming into the game, for me, from what I saw from her kit, she doesn't really seem like a solo character as well. So I don't think we're gonna have someone to fill up that void. But I could be fully wrong. I'm just going off of what I saw in the character trailer. She looks more like a trio type of character. She looks insane though. Don't get me wrong. She looks. What do we have? Just.
Yo, I mean, the funny thing is I saw her V1 and I'm like, is this just for trios? Are we just gonna do it for team-based modes? I'm okay with that, right? But the only thing too is just I want to see how that rage. I mean, if they change her rage for the V2 cast for that rerolling time, because the thing is that what's funny is remember in an old school Wu-Chen V2 was the fact that it used to be where all the targets were in the center of the circle of where they got recasted to, right? When they got swapped. And then they changed it to be where they were in different directions and all that, which I was wondering if that's going to be the case for her, and then she ends up having everyone centered out. I'm like, ooh, that's kind of I'm okay with that, right? We'll see what happens, because V2 Wu-Chen was never used versus his teleport. No one was taken away from that usage. But for her whole sole purpose is to provide sustain in the middle of the fight with the F1, or at least in the F2, right? And then going back in and then just casting an ultimate on over a half quarter cost. Solos wise, I mean, heck, it's gonna be a zipping sustain moment. What are we thinking? I mean, that's probably not the case, because you see how much she doesn't heal as zipping would rather do. But it's the fact that she doesn't have any. I don't think she has any combo breakers, right? So she's kind of just running the mill, standard team-based character, unless they say, you know what, her numbers on heal back is so strong on that, we're gonna play her out. And I'm like, okay, I guess it is just a sustained fight attrition, right? Now we're gonna pick ban phases. As I said, leaderboard check. It's going to be a chance right there. We're going to have a spotlight for SR's Mike, SS1's Frostbus, WFG's XY, OUG's Spider, FPX's Asia, Wolves' Ron, GG's Chen, WBG's Verse, in that order. And this selection process is going to be just the first wave of like characters into Bedoria, Midnight, and seeing who's going to be able to pick up who, because XY is in primo position to pick up you know who. But we're just going to have to wait and see if he go ahead and just brings him out, or he just puts himself on a safety path, just conserving that Temmie pick. Because Akos is first round pick, and Akos is on it for Mike.
100%. Nothing surprising there. The Akos being that first round selection. Frostbus though, he's you know, he likes to play a little different things. He loves the Zenda, and he loves also the Yodo. But you see him, he is going to be locking in that Juan Lee for his second round selection, his first pick of the day here for our game 2 to Tarka. And this is what I was going to say. I want to see a Tarka BR match here from XY, and he's bringing that out here for our first BR match of the day here for game 2, slotting in that Tarka G for our second game. Beautifully done there from XY. To be waiting to see how he does with that character. Now for our fourth round selection, Spider gonna be locking in that Zenda Wu, already locked in here for his first BR match of the day. You see the bans there on top right. Tarka being banned out that early. I mean, that's crazy to see here in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Now we got picks like, you know, Yodo. What else are we gonna have here? Asia is gonna be locking in that Yodo Hime. Lonnie potentially there for Ron. Gonna be potentially locking in that Lonnie up. Pretty standard thus far. The only thing has been locked that has caught me off guard is that Tarka there for XY. And now we have our 7th and 8th round selection. What are we gonna have for our last? Oh, sorry, Tamok. Nope, we're gonna go with that Tamok. So the Lonnie is gonna be open, I believe. And then our Hail Mary pick, I would say, Kylan, maybe, or Liam. I don't know. There it is.
Yeah, Chen's gonna burn. Yeah, he's gonna burn out the Kylan. You know, I wonder if the Shiloh's also gonna come out here, because that's like another thing too. Just because, like, you know, we haven't seen her, you know, she hasn't been showing up as often. There's that Justina. Yo, we got stats. Wait, we got stats. Yo, guys, take a screenshot. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. I'm taking a screenshot right now. But everything comes down to this as well, just kind of seeing where Verse brings out the Justina for sure. All right, I'm okay with that, because if he goes into this Justina pick, I mean, listen, he's at the bottom of the leaderboard for now. And then after that, he can just start climbing up and just being able to pick out something else. But, you know, it's funny too, seeing how Justina's kind of been that pocketed weird pick, because, you know, Shadow doesn't really have, like, she can't really do these multi-wave fights. It's not a lot to have, right? It's only 8 players. So it's really just small pickings there. For us, it would also be just kind of looking at Yang Sparewell as well. But also, just to make mention again, we're on the newest patch on 4.16. So that means that we are able to see the patch that involves the Yang depletion time, or it involves the Yang timer to be increased by a minute due to the, you know, the section of taking or dealing damage. And that's going to be actually a sound cue you guys are going to get. So one thing that comes down to this is when you end up having, you know, Yang depletion due to the Rummy Yang loss, you can deal damage. You get up to a minute to extend your lifetime. That minute could be life or death, because when you start doing damage and you go into the Yang portal and you know, you lose the Yang and all that stuff, and you find someone, you start fighting, and all of a sudden, you know, you may not able to get that soul bloom to get rid of it. You could still take another fight, you know, low key. You can go ahead, run it back, find a reset position, and just run it, you know, run it with a full reset instead of having to have that minute time down. Because here's the thing, you could be a griefer. Take it to second Yang. If your Yang fight lasts for so long, and then you end up going after the second Yang, you can deny whoever the heck is on there, and then that way you can get yourself back into the game.
You can be a griefer. I'm looking at Tarka. Fireball Tarka.
Classic. Fireball Tarka, baby.
I like the People's Elbow one, but I mean, I see the vision there from X5 being able to get that burn takeoff extensions. It's nice to the focus. But yeah, everything else looks pretty standard. Let's see. Yeah, everything else is standard for everybody else. V2 on the Kylan. Spider's running the V2. This is what you were mentioning, right? Spider is he's a V2 enjoyer. We also have some V1s here and there, so it's still up for grabs what these players really just prefer, I would say, what they feel a lot more comfortable with. But locking in our second game of the day. It's gonna be our first BR match here for our stage 2 grand finals. Our drop zones are in, and our drop zones are hot. Look at the mid drop here in the center of the map. We got Chen, we got XY, we got Frost, we got Ron, we got Verse in the outskirt for that potential 5th party as well. FPX and SR's Mike on the left-hand side, and potentially Mike Spider, sorry, on the bottom left-hand side of the mic. Other map could be rotating on in. He knows where the drop zones are going to be as well. But I mean, that mid-fight off rip is going to be very, very contested right here for these players. I mean, if one player gets them all, could probably see Red Longsword, maybe, but I mean, that's a very hard task to see one player just full duke it out and just, gets all eliminations into play. But game 2 locked and loaded. I mean, it is going to be an exciting one. We got a Tarka for game 2 on XY's hand. I'm excited.
Bro, that drop is so weird, though. I'm gonna be honest. Like, hey, you know what? It's game 2. You gotta make some decisions, making some finals. This is stage 2 finals, y'all. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives. I know the one thing, though, is that if XY gets those 3 kills and he gets that red longsword, he's gonna be balling the rest of the round. We're over by the Tincture Wood still to start this off. Mike against Asia on their drop, and then, of course, we're going right back into the action. Look at this man holding the R&B, getting Chen out here, burning the combo breaker, and even just potentially just burning himself down for it, just so he can take the chase.
Yeah, you see him now. Trying to get that hit off there onto Chen. Doesn't manage to do so. Goes for the grapple chase down instead. You see XY catches. No, it's going to get caught off the prowl. No combo break here, so he might get eliminated off of this. And Chen's going to be snagging up the first elimination here of game 2.
You know, the crazy thing is, you're looking at Mike on his ult cast, and this is going to be Asia without a thing in the tank. And, of course, holding this R&B out, that Firefly came in clutch, and Mike is going to be succeeding off of this first elimination with it.
Wow, that was beautiful there from Mike being able to V2 him off that blade there. But Verse spawning right near him as well. Might get a little bit of contesting here between both of these players, but with no ult in hand there for Mike, you see Verse going to be able to have that ult advantage here against him if they do manage to get into this fight, but still scrounging for a little bit more resources. Both players still on that common armor. No armor upgrade for none of these 2 players thus far, but the blue dual blades on Mike's hand. So that's Verse. It's going to be an even fight there on the damage dispersed there for both players, but we're going to have Chen against Ron going at it, and I believe the Tomok ultimate has not been burned yet because it is around 80%.
And this is going to be a weird reset, right? Look at this. Looking at the LMB 1-2, work around the R&B. Tap dodge is getting caught by the F1 cast. Is going to be thrown out here against Chen. He avoids it. He gets a parry. He gets the silence to jump LMB extensions, jump LMB to jump LMB. That's elimination number 2. Chen is already on 2 kills on the Colin, and this lead is going to put him down now. Overtide Turk Tincture. I'm looking at versus HP bar. He still has ult cast active, but Mike is already spacing out, and we're still looking at Spider arriving to the scene.
Spider ran it back, so Spider he rotates in. Mike though, gonna be forced to pop this F2. Does manage to stun Verse. You see Spider has his eyes onto Verse. Half that white HP gone there for Verse. The bow shot connects there for Verse as well. Gets caught up on the side of the terrain. Opens up with the parry though. Tries to spin back a little bit of that damage. 1-2 mix is good there from Verse, or from Mike onto Verse. And now the chase down is here. Uncle's ultimate not gonna be coming out. Does, but it is enough there with the V2 send through to pick up the elimination there onto Verse.
You know, the crazy thing, bow shot connects nothing, and there's going to be a musket shot at follow-up from Spider, and having the V2, just waiting for the V2 cast to come through from the Zenda Wu. That was exactly what Mike needed, but he still has 1 pounce, and he closes the distance with the V2 here, right? I'm open, and then seeing how Spider comes down, there it is, gets a little bit of heal back, and now having Roar ready to go once Spider decides to push up.
This is good there for Mike. Has the F2, gasses the stun as well. Now forces out the Zenda F, going for the overhold. There goes the knockback off the F recast, but the R&B makes it from Mike. Overholds, doesn't send it though. Goes for the parry, baits and Spider now responds with a 1-2, and the point not released there in front of his face to snag up the elimination. Turns the fight around and now jumps up to 1 kill there against Mike.
And the one thing too is that Mike was closing into 3-piece, but and of course before the first round, he not taking that down. Now Verse, right, taking himself out here. He's on reset at Ancient Stockade. Meanwhile, SS1's Frostivus is at blue armor, purple weapon. Same thing for Spider as we just saw, and he has his ult ready back up here. Now the Shunhuan Lee versus Zenda Wu fight, a little sus. I'm not gonna lie. Spider's gonna find himself a nice shot. He's gonna burn down Frostivus' armor by almost over half, and then the chase down. It's gonna lead us into the Ancient Stockade at this point. Due to these positions, if whether or not Verse hits the bell at the right possible moment, or he just rotates this direction, he could get a piece up here in the kills.
The crowd telling B catches him there, does get that armor gone there for Frost. Going for the F release, doesn't manage to catch though. You see him just frame trapping him there. Spider applying tons of pressure now. The lead ultimate's invested here for Frost, but Spider has that ult online as well. They're on the Zenda once again, and there it is. Versus it through. There goes the F into the ult. Sorry, now you see the follow-ups off the bow shots. Doesn't manage to clip off the second. See Spider now looking to try to back on up. Frost is as well. Both players with that same HP. Frost goes ahead and rotates toward the Yang, I believe. Yeah, and it's done.
Yeah, it's done because he missed a grapple. I don't know. Spider was like, let me back off. He gets to get, because he has the money for the armor, so he got himself that. Now, Martial Art, Shallow and Staff, and GG Chan's hand, but he's got full mitigation. That's how you have to roll this down. Purple armor already purchased, and he's earned that. XY is going to be overdied. This reset, look at this. Halberds on the target. This is actually one of the best options here. He's going to have Fire Arrows, Target Lock, Sunwing Shot, and he's gonna have a Hex and Harmony Spear if he finds a reason to pick it up on a Tarka. But in this case for XY, him having purple halberds on this build in terms of just being able to take the Roman Yang, if he goes up against a fellow blue armor player, he is gonna have a great time. The only difference is that it just depends on the composition. If he goes up against, you know, for instance, Asia, if he goes against the Yoda Hime, as long as Asia doesn't drop the ball with the F2, the FCast, recast, and all that stuff, he should be able to mitigate all the pressure that Tarka would bring, because he can go skybound, he would avoid the Tarka, and the fireball is the only thing that would give him a little bit of pressure, but that burns rage. And meanwhile, we're looking at Verse, and he's being the creeper of all griefers against Spider before the Roman Yang.
Yeah, there he goes, a freeze into the section, but no, he misses it. Doesn't manage to catch the prowl. He RBs too early, and Spider's like, all right, I'm out of here. He goes inside the Yang, posts up, and he wants to now try to scale on up here with the weapon upgrade plus the J that he gets off of this. But XY on the Tarka, gonna go ahead and start off high here, grapples up, looking for the drop down. See Spider playing that low ground, goes for the mid dodge, overhold since the LMB focus, doesn't manage to catch off of this. The R&B is good there for Spider. You see XY going for the tap dodge roll, gets clipped off of this. There goes the F invested there from Spider, still applying that pressure, not being able to force out that Tarka ult just yet, but there goes the Zenda ult. Now XY has a lot of ground to cover, and he's going to try to do so with that Tarka ultimate online now.
Yeah, tap dodge, LMB. There's going to be the LMB catch. Oh my goodness, this is it. This is going to be the fireball extension to the R&Bs. Oh my god! 1-2s off the recast. No, he's going to last throw it, and he avoids all arrows thrown at his way. And this is going to be the case right now. The tap dodge, the free fireball reset. My man is flexing on him, bro.
Yo, staying in the face with Spider. They're not afraid of him. You see him still staying in the pocket here, trying to go for the scare rush. Spider though, gonna go ahead and back on up, go ahead and create a little bit of that space, tries to find the perfect window there to release that R&B focus. You see now sends it the massive parry from XY, forces out the F once again, and now the fireball is good, and XY there with a beautiful F there to be able to confirm the illumination onto Spider. Now we got Ron against Chen, and Chen's been having a good round thus far.
Yeah, Ron's looking at this point, but Chen is going to get caught by 1-2s. He's like, there's no way this time he's going to win again. This time, this is going to be the F1 cast of all time, right? Ron throws it up, has him to throw the whisk, corners him off, looks to the right, looks to the left, looks straight through here, and he's going to go for a full reset behind pillar number 1. And I know Chen is looking at the scare rush. He looks for the parry. That's going to be a clink number 1. The F1 is up in 5 seconds, so Ron still has a little bit of a chance here for holding this out, but a little bit of moments here, misses the grapple, or he misses the 1-2-3 there for the carousel, and then having F1 back up, Ron is still on a safety net.
And that's rough there. He gets clipped off the scare rush. The F called in here for the Kylie. Since the 1.0, now the F called in here for the Tomo. Looking for the drop down. The clink comes in for both players. Going for the jump parry. And this is all he needs. The R&B LMB finisher. And Chen being able to close out his Yang is going to come out with that Vermilion's Birds buff. Plus, what do he got? What is this? What we got?
Oh man, this man got himself a got Inferno Slash. Don't worry about it. He got gold dual blades though. He's chilling. Yeah, no, he's got himself a gold pair of dual blades, and the catches on those new changes with the horizontal, you know, that's being true now, like 100%. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna be a real big dent in your armor bar. But for us, we're gonna go through a replay here. It's gonna be the Ajao fight against Frostbus. It looks like Frostbus wasn't taking so much of a beating here until this point, where he gets caught almost by the 1-2s, and this is that Yoda Hime versus Shunwan.
Yeah, he tries to go for the F, does manage to connect off of this, catches Prowl, but sends him back into the blade, so wasn't able to catch that follow-up. Now Ajao to go ahead and pop this ultimate. Frost being able to weave that. This is the beauty of the fist blades, but a massive parry from Ajao forces out the lead ult. Now Frost, as you see him looking for the perfect opportunity to start unleashing those blades, and you see him being very patient here, waiting for that ult recast, and there it is. Ajao doesn't connect off of his beautiful weaves, and now here goes the pressure here from Frostivus.
Yo, the crazy thing is that he even did it to the point where he was able to get the last end by delaying the release. And now, of course, Ajao is like, Don't Goobus on me. And then there's going to be another rundown. The F1 is up here for Frostbus, but the F2 is going to be casted. They are going to go for that reset. That was necessary. But the problem about this is this, right? We know that the F1 is going to be anticipated here from Frosty. So for Ajao, he's working this around. Scare Rush is around the corner. He's going to be working us up over and over, just waiting for cooldown to come back up. Holds LMB, avoids the F1 because he knew he was going to come out regardless. 1-2 carousel, almost attempted off of that blue focus. Tap dodge McGee, and the LMB comes out here and the release is in the back.
Yeah, he mid-dodge cancels into the mid-dodge LMB catching. You know, that's all he had to do there for the elimination. That was beautifully done then for him. Unfortunately there for Frost, he was able to apply that pressure, but doesn't catch the full carousel. So, you know, does get that Yang depletion in his time and on his back. But Chen already having that go rarity scaled over on that Kylan ultimate by XY. Can go ahead and respond with a target ultimate. You see Chen now trying to wait this out, going for the overhold of the slash. Doesn't manage to have enough time in that ult form. You see XY not trying to apply the pressure. Still has that ult left. You see Spider Frost getting active. A lot of commotion here in the center of the map. XY though still full chasing down. Doesn't manage to catch line inside of for him, so he is going to be able to go ahead that full reset. And you see Chen as well, but now the commotion is going towards these this house as well. You see Spider versus Chen. Everybody getting active right now. Now you see Spider now going to go ahead and invest his F. Gets clipped on the back end. That's going to be wrong with elimination onto Spider.
Crazy thing is, he's indoors. He's got he's got a parry. He got the silence, the combo breaker. Actually, never mind about the silence. This is going to be the F1 risk potential, and then XY getting that reset and backline. He didn't cancel ultimate while he was chasing that Chen, but at least he's able to still take part, fighting a purple armor, knowing that's not going to work. He's got the blue armor reset. My bad. Hoping the RB connects here, but for Ron, it's all about this blue RB again gets carried as a result, and the silence is in effect. Look at this 2-second silence was enough to kill him off because he couldn't get that combo breaker, and that's it. Chen got the longsword, by the way. So whether or not he wants to go in the zone for it, that's just going to be up to him because he's going to be a target on his back.
He tried it. He said, I'm finna do the T225, the back-to-back, but gets clipped off of this, and it looks like our deaths have been concluded for now. Might have a little bit more aggression. You see Ajao applying the pressure onto Chen. Chen though is going to try to go ahead and slip out a little bit of this pressure. Somebody else starting to move on in. Nobody has Vermilion's burst much, so right now it's just to see if they can get another extra elimination. And you see Mike though taking catapult. Chen, on the other hand, getting that ult right back up. So if anything does go sideways, he's gonna have that safety net there of that ultimate to try to stay up. Reverse, not waiting for any of this. 2-on-1 off the LB focus, off the LB catch. Now forces out Chen to back on up, loses all that armor off of one prior alone. See Versta, back up. This is my Spirit Royal Yang Gate. Better back up. So you see Chen doing so rightfully. He's gonna go ahead and back on up. X1 on the other hand though, he's ready for his second Yang. He's posted up, and I didn't catch the name. It's Ajao. Ajao getting XY here for our second round.
No way, bro. No, he got gold dagger too, you know? Yeah.
Yep.
Fifth place pickup. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Skybound comes down here for XY. He's gonna hold LMB here when he drops down. He's gonna hold it down to see that corner scare rush, but of course Ajao just breaks the line of sight. He goes around to the fifth place. He catches a nice LMB fireball though. This is the power of it. This is gonna come down to a little bit of LMB RMBs. Of course, he's throwing this down against fifth place with no hesitation on those clinks.
They see him though. All right, tons of pressure here with the pistol, so just chip damage against chip damage. The F-Blade's called in here for the Yodohime Ajao. Now going for the scare rush, gets one powder off, so you see him now getting aggressive off of this. Forces out the Tarka ultimate. Now Ajao's gonna go ahead and respond with the Yodohime ultimate as well. Doesn't manage to get the hit off of this. XY though, very comfortable around these ults. You see him staying in these pockets, but in the high ground, he just has to kind of just wait this out for now. You see Ajao still trying to apply the pressure. But XY's been waiting for this right here. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Now he starts moving on in. The gold frames here from the Yodohime just keeps her so safe that it just stalls off the Tarka ult. And now we're back in neutral with no ult just that. But a massive parry opener there from XY. Ajao now forced to pop this F, and XY's just applying tons of pressure.
Yo, he waited to delay on the F skill so he can be mitigated, but he got caught instead. The 1-2-3 connects. He's holding this LMB out. This is danger zone right now. Switches to Halberds, getting in a reset. 30 seconds left on the clock. Now the F2 is going to be coming up in a couple of seconds for XY just to hold this down in face value, right? But problem is that his fifth place comes out. The parries are good. This man didn't believe in it. He goes for combo extensions. It's an RMB and a jump LMB. Slap wake up. Nope, can't do that, man. He's going to go off the RMB. This man's a spam heaver, and that's going to be coming down. I know this fireball's free. I know this fireball's free. And the heal comes out, but the burn kills, and XY 100% win rate today so far on the Target G.
Love that. I love that weapon swap there from the LMB into the LMB. That's clean. Clean there. I was a little confused when I saw the LB, and then I just saw the katana come out. So Yeah, beautifully done there from XY. Chen, on the other hand, Chen's been having a good start here for game 2. Let's see what happened here against him and Frost. Finding for that spirit ball. Jump parry opener there for Chen onto Frost. Into AR. Look at the HP there. Just completely shredded off that gold dual blades. Uses the F into the pistol shot. Snags the elimination onto Frost. I mean, what can you do? I'm not even sure how much, if he had any damage reduction, Frost was there. That was just unfortunate for him. Just so much damage. See now, Chen with 5 to start off our game 2. A massive way to open up the stage 2 grand finals. But XY on the other hand, on the Tarka with 2 eliminations as well, matching the same energy as the first seed pick there from Mike on the Akos.
Yeah, and the thing is, Chen was able to find that purchase. He's got Rebel Bomb Shot, but he also has that Mortal Defiance. This is going to be up to him right now, right? But look, the Grapple Bump extension, or not extension, but the stagger from XY, putting Chen in the spot, right? What are you doing out there, bro? You know what's crazy, too, is that no one has anything, like, super crazy in terms of Jades. I saw explosive armor on there, so for some cases, if the knockback happens, it's going to either save the day or ruin the experience. Now, for Mike, having on the Yang depletion, right, the timer is still there. He still hasn't dealt damage to anyone yet. We can actually find that out because of the 0 out of 60. If you guys look at the left side, that's because he can extend it by a minute. There it is. There he starts to stack up here every time he hits Chen, and then of course Chen's like, yo, what are we doing fighting me, bro? And then seeing how this comes down to this, Ajiao right at the bottom floor, he is going to be working this off as the only other Yang depletion is to kind of fight between each other. And if they do so, I mean, that goes down to the lobby size of 4. We lost Frostbus early. That's going to be up to the final moments. The R&B connects, pistol shot to pistol shot. The sounds are heard. Everyone can hear all the action. You can see XY and Verse are slowing themselves out here. Let's look for a piece of the action.
Yeah, let's see third party starting to move on, and Mike though trying to apply the pressure now, has 2 minutes and 25. Try to cleanse out a Yang depletion. Ajiao's gonna get clipped off the V2. Range pressure from all around the map right now. This 4-way scrap off right now. Ajiao gets clipped again. Doesn't manage to snag an elimination thus far, but XY snags it. Not sure who gets the bloom. Mike does not. You see the timer still ticking. Mike's still trying to apply the pressure. The ultimate is about to run on out. The job here from XY and Verse is done. And you see them scattering on back, but now the pressure is gonna be thrown towards Verse's way. The F2 does not manage to connect there. Does manage to use that Justina dash there to avoid getting clipped off the F2. The grapple LMBs from Mike still applying pressure in the pocket. The R&B prior here for Verse. The flying out shotgun burst there from XY. Just so much pressure. Verse snags at the elimination. The bloom goes towards Verse's way. Gets a little bit back up that rage. And now XY going for that reset. I believe he's not going to full chase this. He's going to go ahead and replenish the materials there off that trove. And Chen as well, just cruising down here from game 2. Already with 5. Just has to wait it out and see what the commotion is going to be like here to potentially MVP here, which I mean, no, somebody can get 4+ to win. That gives him the MVP. So, you know, he still has to be playing it safe, but this could be a replay here from our second Yang, which was, I believe, Mike against Verse.
Yeah, and this is where we saw Verse kind of take this, you know, he succeeded. And Justina versus Akos is really just up to the imprint if it comes down to it. If he invested that dash coming down, he might have gotten the win off of that end alone, you know, without the old cast, maybe with the old cast on. There it is. Wait a second. Holding this L and B. Here's going to be the combo break, waiting out for the dash knockback, and of course, ulting in midair, getting knocked back. And that is it. That's the imprint I was talking about. But wait a second. He avoids it. This doesn't make any sense. What? How do we lose this, Mike? There he goes. Gets another V2 avoidance, and he gets a stagger, and he goes himself to the LMBs, gets caught by the purple focus, launch 1, 2, 3, jump LMBs, looking for the catches again and again. I'm wondering whether that I couldn't believe
no
it. You know,
way.
I couldn't believe it.
He LMBs off of that, catches Prio, evens out the health. Mike though staying aggressive. Now double tracks, no, stays in a pocket, eats a 1.0.
Oh, that's tough. I told you, man, today's the day of 1.0s, bro. It's crazy. Yo, Chen though, my man's getting melted. Oh, inside of Twilight's Pass to the poison stream. Yo, Verse is like, I'm here, I'm the menace, and he procced the poison.
Oh no!
This is gonna force Chen's ultimate, regardless of anything, and he's gonna be able to mitigate through. He's gotta probably free slash the heals. Oh wait, the Sunwing Flag. Yeah, get that. Oh my God, this man is a menace. He burned the Mortal of Defiance because of it. The reset. Can we even get it? Oh, yo, Verse is on his A game right now. This man just said, all right, you're done. And XY is his final target. It's ice versus fire. Put it on the t-shirt. Put it on the hat. Because this is a merchandise type fight.
I ain't like that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, you get rid of the jellyfishes, but you're still ticking after that proc, you know? So
Yeah.
See Verse though capitalizing off of that situation, going for that free, snags the elimination. Since the 1.0, now XY trying to apply the pressure here onto Verse. Since the book does not manage to get the hits there off of this. Now Verse beautifully retreats there, goes right back on into the fight. You see him going back into the pocket. XY holding his ground there with that flying knives, but the jabbing there from Verse, being able to hit him from mid-range, snags up 2 blocks of that gold armor. XY tries to apply the pressure off the fireball, does get the damage. I believe that Perntic is doing his job now, but Verse still with the upper hand gets clip off the follow up there from the flying knives. Delay wake up there to avoid getting clip off the 1-2, but now XY still has his ult online, but then Justina as well is just waiting for the opportunity to pop that ultimate as well.
You know, the crazy thing too is that the fireball comes back up, he's gonna rush it right back down. He's looking at this, LMBs comes out, there it is, connects the burn, nothing actually. The tap dodge is good. The combo breaker though invested means that he has an advantage. A horizontal release, having another chance here. He can just ult proc if he wanted to. There it is, the burn comes down, the freeze is good, but will Verse go out with the burn alone, and he gets a heal last second. Shift punch doesn't connect. He's looking for shrooms. He's thinking about the dash path, and of course that's gonna be up to Verse. Can rushing here, and XY getting an armor reset. Both of them armor resets coming down here again. Versus on the top 2 board with Justina on the line, just like how we saw him against Kylan from the Spider, but this time against the target. The flash is up here, the fireball is out. We're looking for the LB catch. He confirms for it. He gets no grapple bump because he went to the sky. He didn't believe in the terrain. I wouldn't either. He went for the uphill.
Round 3 resets in for both players. Ults are gone. F's coming off of cooldown. Both players, gold weapons, gold armors back into the pocket. Now let's see it. Got the spin back there to avoid getting parried. You see the spacing there from XY, tries to catch the parry. Now the trap dodge, or the trap there off the dagger, catches the 1-2 off his dodge. XY now is gonna go ahead and replenish his gold armor. Verse as well, going back on in, going for the overhead, but no, the 1.0 there from Verse gets to the book, called in again. The weaves into the F there to avoid getting stunned there, but now the frame traps into the weapon swap there from XY, into the uppercut. Jumping LMBs, it doesn't even matter. The green focus is just way too good. The RB LMBs, but in the chip damage in the pocket. You see XY being able to snag up that dub on the Tarka with the smile, and that is going to be our winner of game number 2.
My man, it's just that headset real quick off. He's like, all right, test me. And that's it. That's going to be our chance right now. XY getting the Tarka MVP, winning the Rummy Yangs, getting himself back up after that first loss. That first loss was kind of a head hitter, but he came back stronger than ever. He took himself, he got the loot path, he got himself with the purple halberds, and winning that out, he started scaling up. And Verse getting himself back into a nice last 2 top position for Midoriya. Like I said, he went up against Spider when we were in last time we saw solos bring up on Thursday. He put himself on the spotlight of just being able to sustain out against Spider for so long, but in this case, this is just mainly just a way of positions. That grapple bump was really a death sentence in terms of that pressure for what he was hoping for, but hey, at least it came down to this, you know, from a fight perspective and seeing what the Tarka is for the players. They know XY is one of the only few players that would actually get away with it, and he did.
And that's where it gets tricky, right? In a terrain like that, where you have like a sort of like a pavilion, it's like you a ground grappler or you are aerial grappler, right? Like, yeah, what's gonna give you that bump? But unfortunately, that Verse was not able to get that, and you know, forces out another, I believe, like the 4th reset there of that fight. But XY there holding his ground in a beautiful fashion there on the Tarka G, being able to snag up the MVP here for game number 2. Oh, but Chen applied tons of pressure throughout the whole game too, being able to snag up 5 eliminations into that end circle on the Kylan as well. You know, that 7th pick there for Chen, being able to have a massive game 2 there is just a good way to start your stage 2 grand finals. Another good way to start is the answer for treasure. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to get a chance to win a special gift. The question is going to be, which player used Justina Goon game number 2? We just saw it. These are easy in the beginning of the day, and then we start getting drastically harder throughout the remainder of the night. But the answers are going to be A, Ron, B, Frost, C, Verse, or D, XY. Just seen that.
Yeah. Come on, man. Y'all blind? Don't worry about it. We got our prompt reader, bro. Don't worry. Now, the thing that comes down to this next was just kind of seeing where the Verse, you know, aggression came out. Yo, this man knows where he's at in the bottom of the leaderboard. He put himself out to push off Chen, right? He got an LMB, he pushed him off. Even looking at Mike too, or looking at Spider, I should say, off of that end when he pushed a Spider off of that Rummy Yang, and you know, missing one LMB at the wrong timing was enough to kind of confer for Spider to, you know, get away from it. But just one mistake comes down to it, and he just lost it down, you know, for a potential elimination, potential gear setup for him to get into that realm, and that's just kind of the trickle effect that comes through. But looking at how that fight ended up over by the military, or actually the Hall of Worship, yeah, the west side of Imperium, yeah, that way we saw 8 players on one spot. Was kind of nuts, so because that whole entire building with the bookcases has a lot of line of sights that you could just break off on, and then seeing how those armors were just being held on standby, they were just raw drop armors on the troves. They weren't repositioned, they just happened to be there for the resets for a lot of these players. The whole R&B checks coming out from Tumult in that round, I mean, that's kind of rough, but you know what happens next is kind of seeing what's you know what you're able to kind of achieve in a short amount of time. But some players are still ready for that, you know, so you can't really kind of get a chance on that, and it's a book of the dabble, you know, whoever you're going up against is ready for those parries. I couldn't believe it. My man got the hey yo homie, I'm gonna pass you a couple yuan, you want to do a quick edit for me? Like what? Man got the whole poster set up, man. He bribed him, he got it.
You think he walked into the studio today with a USB? He's like, hey, boom, just flicks it like, yo, use this picture for me today. He just got it right there. You see XY, Tark cosplay. But yeah, I mean, massive game there from XY. 4 eliminations there, taking 6.5. But Chen almost matching that energy. Had 1 elimination more, but gets taken out in 3rd. So he is going to be getting that 0.5 rank point, matching that, getting that 5.5 game score for himself. First though, great game as well. I mean, 3 eliminations into that 2nd place with 4 game score there for this game alone. And our overall standings, we see XY is gonna be taking that 1st place with 10 points already. You know, more than 50% into that point threshold with 10. Chen with 7. Mike as well with 7. Verse with 4.5. Spider and Asia with 4. Frost and Ron with 3.5. It's still anybody's game. We got a lot of games left today. I mean, this is a potential 8-game series for our stage 2 solo finals. But right now, the top 4, well, top 3, super close. Even Verse though, 4.5. It's not even a big difference there from the 10, just to the fact of, you know, it's just one pop-off game. But overall, an exciting day here, Serve. I don't know who's gonna take this, but everybody looking spiffing and right now.
Yeah, for real. But getting our replays down here, this is that first kill I was talking about for XY. Hoping to see whether or not it's coming down to this LMB catches. Let's see. Asia looking at this F2 and thought it was salvation, but Mike was there for that. And then going off of this, Mike's loss in this fight was kind of rough because, I mean, Verse comes down, that's his first life. But when Spider was able to confirm from Mike on this kill elimination off the hold R&B, that was it, right? It kind of put Mike in a worse for wear spot, especially after 2 eliminations. But after this point, we just see a little bit of that close ends, just seeing a little bit more eliminations. What was very kind of varying is seeing how Chen was able to find the chance in purchasing out the Motor Defiance. If he found it off of that Spear, which I doubt, but if in any case, right, we don't have the Spear Wheels to be timed up just often. You know, like the last Spear Wheel comes with a buff, and you can see Versus coming through here head on, and it was crazy too because that Sunwing's that Sunwing's flag, it was able to give you healing if you were able to pick it up. So Zone Fight puts himself out, but this engage was used against XY, or used against Verse in that scenario, and then he just starts able to, you know, he starts to chase this down. I was talking about that. What's the best chase down weapon against disengage? Longsword, I feel like, has that potential, but he had a katana, and he comes through here on the Tarka, or farming with like #1 player in the league, and he's gonna be putting himself as the MVP.
My bad. I just never seen that.
Yeah, me too, man.
I've never seen the Tarka on the main stage right there, laying down the fireballs. You see that they're not even used to it because we even see the fireballs come out. That's how you know this character doesn't get picked. But XY, always loved this character, has been trying to make this character work for a while, and here today it does play out perfectly for him with 18,000 damage, 4 eliminations. Was running Harmony Spear, Fire, a target lock, slow shot, stone wing, explosive armor, scatter shot, and a swift cut there, but a katana if he needed it. But you know, MVP's 5 here of stage here for the 2026 spring split, I should say. But wow, beautiful game there from XY. Massive showcasing. Got a very exciting night throughout the whole day thus far. I mean, what else? What else are we gonna see? I mean, Tarka MVP in first BR game. What are we gonna see throughout the remainder of the match here? I don't know. I mean, I know right now everybody's looking very strong. We have some strong fights. We have some unfortunate things there happening there for our bottom 2. I mean, what do you do there if you're Frost? I mean, you just don't have damage reduction, I believe. He took so much damage off of one combo. It's just so rough there for him not being able to, even play the video game, I would say, just to the fact that, that gold dual blades just outbursted so much damage there for him. But, one thing that we are going to be having is a quick little break. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our game number 3 here for the solos finals here for stage 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. We just saw 2 games being locked in here for our Stage 2 Grand Finals. Now, we still got a lot more games to be played out here, sir. We got a lot of action ahead of us. But off of Game 2s, right, we saw a crazy Game 1 there. Very close fights in our martial arts. Very, composed fights between our players. A lot of 2-1s there in our Game 1. Into our Game 2, we got a massive BR game as well. How do you feel about it?
Yo, man, we were making conversation in the chat, Wildfire Gaming, what else is in there besides the word fire? W's, bro, because that's what the XY took, bro. He took the win. He took the dub. It's crazy. He took the dub. The crazy thing too is kind of putting ourselves across the board is like having the first round going into those verses, having those 2-1 situations was phenomenal. I like that. It's more data, right, for us to study over. But the other part is just seeing how the tempo was on the choice picks. I mean, Chen did go crazy with the Kylan, right? And that Kylan was doing God's work in his hands. But the problem that came out of it was just just getting full focus fired after he was trying to get that Sun Wings essence, getting out of that Justina's way. Because the thing about the Justina is that any target that's running away from you is in light form usually, right? Because they'll just be using light attacks, the grapple away, scare us away, and if she catches you on the end of that end of that motion, she's gonna dash into you, and then of course that's just gonna be full punishment. And we saw Verse going probably the most aggro we've seen a player, even against the odds of just like playing. Let's say playing respectfully, but he's putting himself in the spotlight of just being the aggressor. So leaderboard check wise, having the players on the bottom of the board, I mean, we noticed that Frostmas' Xunhuan lead pick on that top 2 wasn't doing so much work and that he was hoping for. It's crazy, your curse is crazy, bro. It's like just having the first VR round right afterwards, this guy goes down to this, and the only problematic situation is that if you don't do good on that pick, then you're getting pushed on the bottom. And if you're going to end up going back on the top of the leaderboard, you're going to be able to kind of decide upon picking that pick again or going through something else.
Now, because I'm really about to go back and see the nights I don't cast and see how the winners of the Game 1 do, because I don't know if it's a me thing. I don't know if it's just normal. But yeah, it's just rough to see there from Frost not being able to have a great Game 2. But overall, we had an insane showcase here for our match 2 from these players, XY being our winner once again. But I don't think we caught how fast or when Chen's armor got knocked out, we kind of just panned into that fight when his armor was gone, and he was forced to pop the ult, and obviously he gets hit off the poison as well from the jellyfish. But overall, let's see how our game 3 is gonna look. We haven't seen much yet. We still have a lot left. Waiting for that Tumult game there for Max Y. Waiting to see how or when we're gonna see that showcase, potentially even now. I don't know, we'll see, because Tumult got picked out round 6 last game, so he was very low. But moving into our game 3, he could be jumped up a little bit higher. Just players might want to play out that character, so they feel a little bit more comfortable on the Tumult a little bit earlier. But overall, let's see how this is going to be panned out here for our game 3. Yeah, I don't have much to say. I think I'm liking the aggression. I'm not seeing that crazy downtime that we used to have, and whatever we had that one day where we had a Spirit Wolf flag and no one wanted to capture, and pretty much the whole lobby died to that. Yeah, I haven't seen that again, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, tempo check, man. They were like, let's not do that again, and everyone's like, agreed, because everyone didn't get any placement points. It's just like, let's just, we gotta brawl it out. I mean, that's just the way it is. But XY is on the top of the leaderboard now. He's first pick, and then Chen is the second pick. Mike in third pick, Verse in fourth pick, and then on the bottom half, Spider, Asia, Frost, Ron. So you see how Frostmas was at the second pick phase selection, and now he's at 7th, right? So this is how volatile it is in the finals format. You're gonna be able to succeed or fail, and if you fail, I mean, in terms of doing that game, if you can push down, you get to choose. If you can hide who you are, it just depends on how the other picks are going against you and your odds. But you've seen the Kana pick being available in the 7th phase, and it just purposely going through in Padoria. Now it's up to whether or not we look at predominant picks, right? Personality picks. XY has it down to even the odds. He picks Akos. He doesn't want to blink. He doesn't want to bling out the Tumult yet. He'd be able to do it depending on the phases from like 3 through 7, or actually 3 through 6, to see if the Tumult gets picked up there. But a Yodohime pick coming out from Chen in the 2nd round means that he is confident that this is the character he wants to pick. This is the choice. And mentioned, we are in Morris Isle. Liam is an option here for any of the players if they feel comfortable doing so. But the fact that we haven't seen it going through, that's going to be going downhill from here, because Zendawu's picked up, Tumult is picked up. It's just the second half C8. I'm just curious and wondering whether or not Liam would have an opportunity showing up in this tournament.
It's a good question. From the roster, I don't think any of these players like the Liam though, right?
Nah, but the Shunhuan is so low, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Put him down. He's hit.
Thing is,
look at the flowers.
The thing is, I feel like that second pick for, I feel like it's like everybody has their own type of flow they want to rock with, right? Like,
yeah,
it's just what gets locked in. I think right now our staple is that Aqua's round 1, and then our second round is just whatever these players feel comfortable playing for their second pick. But Colin here for Frostivus now. Ron, this is where it starts getting a little iffy. Like, who do you play here? Do you want to play the Liam like you mentioned? Want to bring out Evalda? I don't know. The Shayo is rough now too. Yeah, haven't really seen a lot of
Fireflies. Even the Fireflies. Wow, Balda here.
Balda.
Real.
I don't know.
He is. Okay. Balda feels like Syra, bro. Because where do you see Syra? Exactly. My point. GG. So the thing that comes down to this is that the players are going to wait her out. Shield throw comes down, or spear throws, as well as the shield being burned down over time. I mean, remember, they got a massive duration of it, and the fact that everyone can just react off of her, you just avoid her. You don't take part. Spear throw comes down, you got combo breaker. She can't COD if you have a combo breaker, because the disengage system is being utilized. There's nothing you can do about it. And the crazy thing too is that if it comes down to her taking the front Romy Yang fight, she's gonna have to do some nasty work with those blue focuses just to make sure she secures as much damage as possible. Because at the end of the day, if the other person has themselves to space out and she misses a spear throw, that's a loss of like 700 damage right there, straight up. And of course, that just depends on the scaling, because whether or not it's purple rarity or greater, and if they even have attack Jades at that point in the first Romy Yang. But by the time that players start to scale out over the course of time, they're gonna be able to mitigate her her furthermore. And her type of work is probably like a really strong early, you know, because that health bubble shield, and then having to throw spirit throws. We'll see what happens here next, because map load, you look at the maps on the page, the coach is looking, he's peering into it. He is looking at the data, and he's like, all right, Frostfist, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to spawn right in the heart of Celestra, like a ranked match, and then they won't expect you coming. All right, see ya. And just walks away. But no, for real, the other thing too is just the objectives of macro. If you work into the Fireflies on the Noble Cave, for instance, inside of this, that's 5 Fireflies that's available to any sort of player that takes their position over there. And beyond that, if you work yourself around that area or for a reset and there is still Fireflies, you can take a fight again afterwards. We've seen players do it. You know, they run right back into it after getting another old reset. Though our skills are up, this is going to be a class, you know, the skills don't change, at least the majority of times. I'm looking at everything just to make sure, but it's all the standard choice picks here, CA.
Yeah, pretty standard. Just a mic on the V2, right? On the Zenda is what I was looking at. Everything else pretty standard. Ron, staple, Valda stuff, combo break F, into the title way, the spirit throw ult there for his ult of choice there for the V2. But yeah, pretty much just pretty standard for all these players. I feel like the Valda is a little rough, right? Just she doesn't have that big health that she had back in the day, where she's able to live out a lot of the pressure there with her ult being popped in. I wouldn't say she's super terrible, but I don't think she's like in that caliber of a character, like in line with even, you know, Kylan, right? Kylan, he's kind of on that bottom side of the pick here for these players, but we still see some amazing value from Kylan, especially in the realm of Yang, where he's able to, you know, to have that isolated fight in a small space. So he's able to get those slashes through and out, just back and forth, to apply tons of damage. But overall, game number 3, ready to lock this in here for our stage 2 grand finals. This is our last stage here for the spring split. After this, we have last chance qualifiers into our grand finals for the spring splits. But yeah, this is gonna be very exciting to see here for our 3rd match. We're dropping into our OG map, Morris Isle.
Big time. Yo, what's going on here, Mike? Firefly, yo, where's the Firefly? My man got nothing. No sauce, no makeup. He's gout. Yo, there's no way this man got away with that, because Spider's right there at Windwheel Gorge, bro. It's over. Verse is going to go ahead and pick that up, and he's already geared out, man, on the tumult. You don't want that to happen. Look at this. Mike couldn't even pick up the Firefly here. He's like, yo, where's my resources, man? And, of course, having Lemnies, having Pulse Sword, that swap skill is going to be kind of magnanimously strong, man. But I'm going to have to hope to see what's going to happen here next.
Here, Spider against XY to start off here. Game number 3. See XY run into 10 as well. Through-way scrap off potentially. What do we have? You see Spider's just going to go ahead and back on up. Does not want to get center focus here in this situation. 10 just ignoring it. Still trying to scale on up as well. The armor weapon department has purple musket in hand. But that's all we have for now. Asia against first. Temmie here with the 1-2 is going to get clip off of this. Asia with a purple dagger, though, to be able to inflict good amount of damage, plus the purple armor as well. So you know this Tumult burst wants this, and you see him already applying the pressure off it.
Yo, it's crazy too, because this guy's looking for a soul break, and then he gets caught by a horizontal. No. He can't do anything about that. He confirms a soul break, or for a horizontal, but soul breaking the opposite direction. Ult cast from the Temmie, hold R&B. This man got away with it. I couldn't believe it. Oh, no way he double jumped to attempt to roll out. That's okay. He switches to Flying Knives, and the crazy thing is that Asia probably in the better position than Versus, unless Versus lands those shots, because now he has to cast ultimate. He throws the orb, he goes for goalie stance, connects it, and that's a kill.
I don't like that. I don't like that from Verse. He jumped in. He tried to wisp like a meter ahead. Like he was so close to him.
Yeah. He
just ate up all that damage. It got no value from his ult. It's just unfortunate there. And then that's the thing about XY, right? Tell me like XY, he's able to wisp you down from any range.
Oh, bro, for real.
Yeah. But yeah.
Make an armor swap? The Mike special? I was wondering if he's gonna get an armor, so I was like, yo, he's like, oh, let me just loot this real fast. But Mike on this position, man. Oh, this is rough for him. I mean, he's got ultimate in like 3 seconds, but he got the chance here getting 2v1 here, and these guys are purple armor, purple weapon. Not like this. That's just rough right now, because nothing is worse than not having a combo breaker, and he's gonna have to use it, but he gets backended by Frostfist, who picks up the elimination.
That's a good kill there from Frostfist. Now has to fire it out. Asia, Flying Knife, shotgun burst, not good. You see him trying to go for the jump parry. Now Staying in the pocket. The 1-2 katana now. Cross of his hands. Going for the overhold. Forces out the F there from the Lonnie. Frostivus staying in the pocket. Aerial LMB is good. Jump parry is a little bit too early. Now the Lonnie ultimate is going to be invested. But the RB LMB there from Frostivus in the pocket there. I mean, that's just tip damage. Being able to have that purple rarity early on gives him the elimination there. You see him now jump to 2. Now we got XY against Ron.
Ron's putting himself out to break the combo breaker, but if XY's chance on using his ultimate is going to be any time, it's going to be after his Valdo ultimate. Nicely done. Holds out the RMBs, waits it out, avoids it. Spear throw number 1 misses. Look, it's crazy about this is that Ron probably is going to be looking to chip this down, but XY holds it down. Second spear avoided, and that's a TOD.
Yeah. Snowfire RB uppercut, 2-1-1 there for the RB focus. Gets hit off the musket though. Still applying the pressure now. Aqua's ultimate is invested. Frostovich tries to move on in. Not enough damage there for the elimination. Now you see the third party starts to move on in. The pressure now from Frostovich can be really bad here for both of these players. The shotgun burst is good there for Frost. Snags up the elimination. Now the 1-2 in the pocket. Pistol shots on in. The Aqua's ultimate is about to run on out, but X1 staying in the pocket now, applying the pressure. Going for the lead, catches Prowl, and now he's going to confirm with the F2 as well.
It's crazy that Frostovich is like, I'm gonna eat that. Don't worry about it. This is gonna be a point right now. The 1-2-3. Wow, into the RMB. Disengage. You gotta pop the ultimate, man. Right now, the disengage is not gonna save you in this case. XY just turns it around. 1/tap dodge. He gets a jump, and to get caught like that, Sobloom yoink, and Ron running it back. Nah, man. Ain't no way. He isn't going to be looking for the chase down. He's just looking for the gear reset. Luckily, he is going to get it. And Spider switching this over against Verse outside of Artisan's Grove. Incredible.
He really crouched LB cares, so. Man, X5.
That was nuts, dude. I swear. The train's gonna be like, yeah, no. This little divot, I calculated it, dog. I'm like,
I can do it.
I can do it. I did it in the free training lobby, bro. Trust me. Like, okay.
Oh man, he nearly gets that. Almost got that elimination. That would have been an insane turnaround there from XY. But Frost, right? I mean, the Collins are having a massive pop-off early game. You see Frost already with 4, posted up for the first round, fully scaled out this early with purple. What? Look at this.
I mean, yeah, the whole arsenal, bro, because I need guns, lots of guns. Call him Neo, bro, because he's the one. I couldn't believe it. The movie mentions are bad. I couldn't believe. No, the thing that happened next was the fact he's able to get the horizontal off of the V2 Akos, denying the kill against the Vault in this case, against Ron, and he's able to go through with that. Now, Ajao's Lonnie, I'm hoping to see what's coming next. He lost that fight earlier. I mean, this comes down to that chip damage, the repair dodge rolls. You've seen it from Frostovich. It is strong for him to get a chance in breaking animation into this because then he goes for chip damage, like we said. And the jump LMBs on the Hong Sword, just 1-2, boom, 400 damage. Boom, 400. It's not going to take a lot more than what you can bear. And at that point, we're going to have to look at the resetters. You know, Mike rushing down the Spearwell, he knows he needs this, but so does XY. And XY is already reaching out at what, halfway point? He's at 60%, 2.0's off this end, and 1.0 off this end. And he's going to F2 roar this, and then he is going to space off of the Spearwell now, considering the Zendawu just really wants to contest this.
Yeah, nice little cross up there from to Mike. So Boy getting caught off of this, and now tech chases there into the Nbpl, into the 1.0, but blue rarity. Halberds be able to still inflict tons of damage. Jump will be lunged into the air. R&B is good enough there, and XY to be taken out. I think that's his second life too, so he is out of game number 3 already. Got first Yang or Roma Yang here. Cross against Ron. Ball to V Algos. Nice tap dodge there. You see the ball though staying in the pocket. The F caught in here for the Kylan. One for the double tap dodge. Beautifully done. Now staying in that gold frame. Best is this Kylan ultimate. Tries to bait out a second spear throw. There it is. Beautifully done. Now has the time in the opener here to unleash a slash.
Yo, the level 2 slashes in midair. The death sensitive all hits. Level 2s again means that he can go ahead, grapples into it. Oh, too late. And this is going to be up to this level 2. Again, if he just spams this out, he's going to lose HP straight up. So just depends. Has himself out. No missed scale rush there. Gonna have to go around the corners and the pillars. The F1 is still available though. The combo breaker clicks off number 1. The entry is there for the blue focus. He's not gonna invest just yet, but he takes a little bit more chip damage that I'll be more willing to bear, right? Blazing Cyclone aside, I know the process is looking to switch over to Fire Knives. He's got combo breaker now. It is up to the Valdo combo breaker though.
Unfortunate though, he doesn't manage to get that powder off just in time. Ron's still trying to apply the pressure. See him though, running on in here with the pistol. The 1-2 shotgun burst is good, beautiful into the parry as well, and that's gonna be enough damage there for the elimination there. Frostovich is gonna be scaling off this Realm of Yang plus the weapon upgrade. Let's see what he's gonna get. What's the goodies in the bag? What do we have? Gold halberds.
Right. Yeah, Fire's target lock too. That's a great J to have because, you know, getting that target lock online soon, right, means that no tap dodge, means no repair dodge, just nothing. He's got a whole blue. Replay coming out here for Chen's fight as he was able to win it out. He's up against Spider in this case. He's up against Shoohwan Lee. I'm hoping to see this F2 combo breaker to be used perfectly, and there it is. And now, of course, for Spider, the F1 comes down, but the old cast, this is going to be that moment in time, and whether or not Spider's just going to go through their instant recast, in which case, there's going to be Chen. Spider was actually spacing out. He canceled that ability early because he knew the power that's coming out from his Yodohime.
Recast, doesn't get the damage. Trying to see. Theoretically, who wins this?
Oh, my God.
Oh, he goes for the raw uppercut. Who wins that matchup though? Doesn't the Lee have the dodges for that?
For Shoohwan, but in terms of he can tap dodge into the throws. Right? Yeah, he can throw off the fly if he tap dodges, right? He's successful.
Yeah.
He can tap dodge to respond, so she has a stamina, and it's just like this whole bait and mouse type switch. You know, it's crazy. Asia one hit fight, but we're gonna look at that later. We're gonna have to see what's gonna happen here for Spider since he's on that Yang depletion. He's already at 90 seconds, so now no damage dealt to any target. 92nd on the forefront. We're going to look at Frostfist taking a full aggression path against what seems to be Verse, and Verse is also in that Yang depletion, but he's doing work here. You know, get a little bit of a minute time frame. Get a little doo-doo-doo-doo sound, but you know, that's going to be the extensions on the Yang depletion timer, right? And the bottom left corner of the timer, you can see this out of 60 counter. That is how many seconds you can get, which is a minute. Every hit guarantees you another second. So that's up to the timeline of that. Yeah, that's the new changes. That's going to be the best part about this because we just hotfixed it into the Nbpl.
That's what I was hearing the other day. Then I was watching Losers Bracket, and I was hearing doo-doo, doo-doo. I was like, yo, what is that? It sounded like a WeChat message, but you know. Unfortunate there for XY though. First one out of game 3. We still have 3 players with that Yang depletion as well. So this could potentially be a 4-man lobby very, very quick into that second Yangs. But you see Frost trying to apply some pressure here onto Spider. Spider has that Yang depletion, so he needs to try to get aggressive pretty soon. You see him trying to go back outside that no ult zone. Opens up with a shotgun burst. Frost now gets that tech chase Nbpl. Now you see the damage going towards his way. You see Verse as well applying the pressure. The lead ult now invested. Spider now placing so much damage, and now eliminations be going towards Spider's way. Frostfist gets taken out. Now it's going to be a fight against Verse against Spider.
The crazy thing is, Spider able to pick up that Soul Bloom and able to throw out 1.0, jump in to bait out the 1 to 2.0, and of course for Verse is about the armor swap now. 80 seconds on the clock, has the wisp ready to go to throw, and of course he's looking for it. He gets caught. I hear the res. Yeah, Frostfist is like, I am earning this, and there it is, elimination. There is going to be the catch right now. The R&B 1-2s. The juggles have to be good here for Chen. He's going to go for the 1-2-3 vertical instead. It was good. It's a good option. The delay wake up though. My man got caught again, bro. The ultimate catch is coming up, but the thing is, we're still in the Forbidden Seal, and look at Asia. He's like, I got the raw uppercut in me, and the kill still comes from Chen. My man said, that's my kill. Don't take that from me. I'm out. See ya.
Nah, that was clean there from Chen. He tries to go for the scare rush, and after he just inputs uppercut, catches the relift on the 3rd time, and then catches Pearl once again, backs on up. The 3rd party comes on in, and he still snags up the elimination there. Like you said, that's his kill. He worked for it. Beautiful too. Opener off the door. Hello, R&B's. What you see?
Yo, my man got a level 20 alchemy. He's just trying to stack that up. That's all he's really trying to do. What's crazy though is that both of the finds purchase are gonna have Venom Tip Bar Bolts, Quick Charge Undercall, Back to Descent, Blazing Cyclone, Scattershot. That's all gonna be in Asia. Top it down. That's for you guys to notice at home. But Asia stacked this massive. I mean, getting more to the finds purchase. Who would have thought, right? Frostfist has himself that Fire Arrow Target Lock, the Venom Bar Bolts, the Sunwing Slow Shot. He gets his spare well. He's gonna be able to pick himself a little bit more things. He's gonna get Palm Lightning in the mix. Palm Lightning. And the thing about it is that he's been using the Finalize, and he's got 2 pairs of them. So he takes his Rummy Yang fight. He gets his portal. Mike wanting to take a little bit of the action. He gets it. He's up against Asia. In this case, it's gonna be that Lonnie versus Zendawu fight. This is actually a fight I want to see because this is coming down to the catch-ups on the Zendawu arrows versus Lonnie just going tiptoe up and down.
Yeah, go down in hand there for Asia on the Lonnie. Mike, go ahead, start off with the scare rushes. Waiting for the perfect opportunity. Doesn't matter, scratch the R&B. See Asia though, sends it. Gonna go ahead and grapple cancel there to avoid getting parried. See Mike now. Gonna go ahead and invest the F very early as well as Lonnie. Now back to neutral both players. When LB focus is good there for Asia. Staying in the pocket Mike though. Taking a lot of this chip damage, not being able to get anything up thus far. You see him though, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get that ult out. Goes for the drop down, doesn't manage to do so. Jump pair's a little bit too early. Now he's force popped his ultimate.
Yo, R&B click ups come up. No, there's the old cast. We gotta do work about it. No way. Okay, he walked away. That's right. B2 to burn out the goalie stance. That's actually a 2-for-1 deal, bro. He's on BOGO deal, though. The LMB comes out, and he tap dodges it, man. There's going to be the last arrow. We got to work it out because it's going to be the teleportation. There it is. Not a teleport, but the kickup. That's going to be the way out to kind of burn out the Lonnie balls, but Mike already has lost himself a lot of armor. He avoids the ball for initial bounce. He is working the scale rush off of this pillar just to make sure that these blue focuses are parried. He throws it. Block extreme. Okay, a little bit worried. He's got combo breaker, though. They're set up.
Oh, behind the pillar R&B, but catches Prowl. Now trying to fight back. You see him forces out the F, doesn't release, but the R&B is good into the jump LMB, and A Zhao shutting down Mike here in the second Yang. Frost against Chen. Kind of ultimate invested here for Frost, looking for the slashes. Catches on that second, gets the second or the third as well, going for the fourth, and that's the damage. And Frostovitz closes out Yang 2, managed to snag up the gold armor and a second pair of gold weapons, already fully scaled up with that purple. Oh my god, what is that?
Yo, my god, Merciless Havoc and the Reva bomb shot. Most OP Jade makes dual flintlocks from C tier to S++, bro. It is such a great Jade to see. Bro, the fact that he waited out the Yodohime ult to end just the nick that way he doesn't stone form the ultimate and then just free slashes. And then obviously it's the restand. It's like you know, whenever you see like Justina or Tarka ults when they end and they just like, oh, you know, they freeze up in the moment. That's basically what just occurred, and he just timed that perfectly. That was well executed. We know this is going to be a chance for Frost's game to be that, you know, be a pop off. But then again, I mean, he's got pressure Jays for endgame if ends up going through that level. We got 2 players on Yang depletion, so 2 players are definitely out here in the next couple minutes.
That's crazy. We only got 4. Second Yang just ended. That's what I was saying, right? We had 3 with Yang depletion. XY was already eliminated, so that was already 7. And then, you know, it's a toss up what happens with those Yang depletions. If Vermilion's birds procs or not, it all depends how it goes. But see Mike though, so to go ahead and resurrect inside the zone. Chen waiting out this rest zone. I think he's trying to catch someone lacking, but nobody's gonna be there. See Frost, A Zhao, both with that gold armor, winning their realms, are gonna be waiting out to see if they find some sort of aggression there from potentially Chen. He does run on in to Mike. You see Mike though desperately starting to move on in, potentially gonna be fighting somebody pretty soon with 2 minutes and 40 seconds. No ult zone here though. It's gonna be a good spot here to fight due to the fact that you don't want to get bursted down with a 3rd to 4th party ultimate from downtown. It's just going to be unfortunate. But Mike, though, going to wait this out. You see him already starting his aggression onto Chen.
You know, the crazy thing, too, is that he's got the burn out the Valdez, or where is our Valda XT? Now, the thing that happens is that burning out the Yodohime ult are the F2 skills that everyone can put a target on their back to just chip her down. No range shots, you know, are more penetratable than having no F2. And there's going to be the 1-2s off of Chen 2.0. Oof, look at this. NARAKA comes out here. Delay wake up is just being utilized so often. But for Mike right now, it is going to be a make or break because all of a sudden, the lobby's on to him, no armor. At the Zenda Wu, you know the Forbidden Seal's out. Who's going to be expending that? The Forbidden Seals are really counter-aggression like tactic. The armor swap from Mike is already empty, and he finds another armor still, the common rarity. Still kind of putting out the pressure here, but at least not proccing his ultimate, right? He's able to kind of seal, you know, still hold that down. Just in case he gets someone else low, and if they have to use an ultimate on the emergency status, and then he can just use the Forbidden Seal in that manner. But this Forbidden Seal is already with the Moonbane in play, so half of his S winery right now is enveloped by this entire aura. Just like you get caught by one, you might be gone.
Yeah, I mean, does manage to go out to safety. Playing with fire, Mike, though, does manage to scatter on out. You see him leaving the Bane zone. Chen, on the other hand, on the rooftop, because he's going to clip off the first one. Nobody spots him, though, so he's clean for a reset. See, Verse. Sorry, not Verse. Frost and Chen playing around the same area. Mike now starting to rotate on in. We see him now going for the grapple on in. Got his purple armor back, so he's ready to re-engage. Still has that ult online, but in his zone, I feel like as soon as he pops it, might have somebody run into the Forbidden Seal there to avoid the pressure there from that ult. And you know, off of that, you're kind of just in a bad predicament there with no ult for that, especially in the character like Zenda. Oh, massive jump parry there off that grapple there from Mike. Doesn't get the full damage, forces out the Yoda F. Now it's gonna go ahead and invest the F. Gets the knockback, but doesn't get the jump LB. Staying in the pocket now. Cannon shots flying on in. Catches the Prior in a very awkward situation, but catches the R&B. He lands on the window seal, so he's able to go in. He invests the ultimate, and now Spider's gonna respond with his Zenda ultimate as well.
Good shots coming down here from Mike. I know there's gonna be a spotlight right now to see whether or not the V2 is gonna come out, mink, and then you know the chances right now for it to connect. But he goes for it, bro. He goes for it. He hit connects. He looks for the V1 recast or the V2 if he can connect it. But the walls, bro, the walls, and he gets cut. He gets the corner and the kill steal from Agel's goalie stance, bro. He threw it, and everyone is in the tassel.
Wow, that's insane. Now it's a 6 for 6 there for Asian Frost. Mike, though, with no old 40%, does manage to cleanse out that Yang depletion, but it looks like the pressure's not going to be going through his way. Both players back on up, that being Frost and Asian. Frost now potentially starts to move on, and you see him picking up some more resources. Mike manages to live out the pressure there from the potential third and fourth parties, seeing the light, the end of the tunnel. Now, we don't see any sorts of aggression thrown at him, so it's going to be a full buyout between both gold armor players. Mike, on the other hand, is going to go ahead and back on up. Zone's going to start spreading on in. What do we have here? What are these two gold jades?
Dragon Roar, Martial Wolf from Hook, Mortal Defiance, and he's got that Blazing Cyclone. My man stacked up. Frostivus is going to be having himself that Merciless, having the Vajra script, having the Fire Stark Lock with the Reva Bomb Shot, Benthic, Palm Lightning, in that order, by the way, y'all. And then having the last Jade setup, I'm not even sure if we have anything for Mike. I mean, he got scraps at this point. The Yang Spirit Well is still there. I mean, to be honest, is coming down to this, but every single one of these players have no Yang depletion, so the only thing is that anyone at the top two, at least for Ajan and Frostivus, if they get 2 kills, and if they get first place, that's a bump in the pay grade, bro. That comes down to them getting themselves up to at least for Frostus, right, or for Asia, since right now everyone's at 0.5. He at least goes up by another 1.5 on that regard. Oh, also looking at this, wait a second, this guy has dang. It's a new dude. It's a new Jade. I couldn't even tell you, but he doesn't have the weapon for it, so GG. But the thing that comes down to it is if anything comes down, oh, that's Overcomer, by the way. For Asia is that if he comes off of that 0.5, 1.5, that's going to be 12. And then on top of the 2 kills, that's at 14, right? Which means that he's 1 game away, theoretically, from getting to match point. And the same thing for Frostus if they end up going through that corner bar. But Mike is the outlier here. If he gets his 2 eliminations, he literally bumps himself up to first place, you know? And then he gets up himself. This is, look how close the leaderboard is, right? Yeah. Because there's nothing that you can say is like, oh, yeah, these guys in 5th place. Bro, he needs 1 kill. He's already in 4th place. He gets 2 kills. He's already in 1st place.
Nah, it's so crazy. So crazy how close it is, that top 5. Just point of a difference there from some players. And, I mean, it's going to come down to the last and final moment here of game number 3. See it, though. These players are playing very patiently. They don't want to be the main aggressors. You see Mike, though, on the other hand, are going to be taking that full reset there. I think he drops down that purple armor, so he's going to have a purple armor reset, I believe. Stashed somewhere here. He loves doing this. He's been known for a long time being able to have these armor resets, but looks like the zone is going to be pushing this inside out, so not going to be able to get that if the aggression happens now. We see him, though, waiting out. It's going to come down to the last and final moments of game 3. Asia Gold Nunnies with the Dragon's Roar. Frost with the Palm Lightning as well there off the purple flying knives. We saw it earlier. Mike, not sure if he has any gold J's there for the spear, but overall, gold weapons. What? Goes inside the zone. He's going to go ahead and pick up the gold armor. Last second, just like that.
Yo, this man said, wait, the timer is up, bro. I can pick that up. I got that. And what's crazy, too, is about this is that zoning ultimate stuff that we have about, right? If whether or not Frostivus has that Palm Lightning and you just wanted to utilize the Mercy Slavic, it's if he had a spear in the first place or a staff in this case. But for him right now, that is best in slot Jade. It's kind of crazy seeing another 3-man final circle, and guess who's always at the end of those final circles for those final fights? It's a Kylan, man. And Kylan has this point where we've seen Kylan take a lot of early aggression and they lose their fight. Zendawu usually takes the advantage here. So what we're gonna have to wait and see is whether or not we got Frostivus to kind of delay himself out here, because that Kylan ultimate in the final circle is detrimental to them. But he's gonna have to be very careful about that, because what's gonna come up next is this next clash between the forces of nature.
Yeah, and it's gonna happen any moment now, right? These players, nobody wants to start anything. I don't want to see the tie, though. I've seen scenarios like this before where it just ends up in a 3-way tie, and it kind of just doesn't really play off good for them. But we see it now. Zhao is gonna go ahead and wait this out on the top side. Has showcased that Dragon's Roar. Frost has showcased that Palm Lightning as well. So players are fully aware of what's going on the mic right now. Sorry, Mike. She's going to go ahead and wake this up here for a minute at a time. Frost, though, wait this out. It's just a little bit of a yap sesh here, but overall, who do you think is gonna take this here, Serve? Are you gonna give it to the Lonnie, the Kylan, or the Zenda?
I want to give it to the Lonnie, man. I'm gonna be honest, because the one thing is that Zenda Wu, if she gets to the sky, she can get denied. I know one part of this is that the Zenda Wu puts herself on a recast on the F skill so that she can buy airtime and then drop right in there in the ultimate cast in the V2. I mean, thing about it is they lock him, if they bind him into the zone, they're taking free zone tick damage, and he can do whatever he wants at that point. He takes himself out for a heal. He can actually do that in that point because of weakness escalation. It's just more about chipping them down. Tied placement though for third would be a rare case instance. If everyone survives, we've had it happen before. But the thing that pops out here is that the HP Jades, right? We only have one player within, that's Frostmas. He gets HP for every strike that comes back. So for him as Kylan, those first 2 slashes are really to make or break. If he gets double hits, he gets more than enough sustain. If he doesn't, he won't sustain this fight out. As long as time comes down here, without in the last minute and 15 seconds, we're putting ourselves down for every single one of these guys on the final stage to make sure that they can get themselves to first place, or just making sure to even the odds. And then, of course, just seeing who's going to knock this back. Combo breakers aside, thing is that Kylan is going to be able to push people out, but there's not really much of a high ground here, except for now. Mike is going to look towards it now. He's got 20 grapples. He's burning this down for time. He misses the tree, but that's okay, you know. But one thing is no one's going to look to contest this more than one of the other players here. My money is on Asia, man. I feel like that man's going to be looking for the aggression, and if Frostmas does it, is it going to be a painful nod in the direction that comes down to the victory that's not in his favor?
This is rough. I feel like we're going to have a 3-way tie. I don't know. It's frozen in time. So I wouldn't know.
Dude, this is it. Time's of the essence. Frostmas keeps himself aloof. He's going to be the one on top of the forefront. And look at Michael looking to try to go ahead in mid-ground here. The Dragon War is like the floor is lava, and there's going to be a chance. 15 seconds left on the clock here for everyone to look into this. Mike is going to be looking to try to work this cast down. Can he do it? Can he do it in time? There's going to be the cast. There's going to be Frostmas losing HP first and foremost. And there's going to be the Lonnie ultimate coming out here. Let's take a look, see them for the last hit confirmations. The arrow shots, if they're going to connect. Frostmas, boom, binded. There he goes down, third place. There's a Solum. There's a tied position for second for the players.
Yeah. It's pretty common. Play for the stall there. See that right there, like, nah. It's a little rough. I mean, obviously the players are you know, they're playing there the right way. You want to play the stall game. You want to take your chances there with the circle and see, you know, how it pans out. So it's a toss-up from there. You don't want to be that main aggressor that get potentially just eliminated and cut out in third place. Nobody wants that third place. You want to have that little boost there from the ranking points. So yeah, it's just a toss-up there, and yeah, it's what I expected, right? A little tie there between either 2 or 3 players, usually what we've seen there in those 3-man end circles. But overall, though, Mike, though, see him game face on. Still looking for that massive success here, stage 2. I'm not sure who took the MVP. Is it just
Asia?
Yeah. Because he got second, right? Oh, because he tied and he had 6. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And he got himself out there for the elimination too, if I'm not mistaken. So that comes down to it, where Frostmas went out in third, and then that made that 0.5 placement point multiplier comes down to it. So he just ended up with just a smidget, you know. But yeah, I called him out for MVP. I'm a predictor, bro. I stop now. The thing that comes down to this is the Lonnie ultimate was kind of was an upset when we saw Kylan's HP go down another 150. I mean, there was nothing that he could do at that point. But here's going to be the conversation, the prediction. It's early. He thought there was going to be an interview, but the question is now: how many kills did Frost get in Game 3? We were just talking about this a couple seconds ago. Hope you're paying attention to A6, B7, C8, or hey, D9. Now, this is up to you guys to find out. This is in Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Make sure you transition over to Twitch. Make sure you have your ID for the questions when it's come down to the Whisper ID for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT channel, because they're going to pin your name as a winner, and then you're going to be able to look into that. But for everyone that's working this down for us in the chat, I mean, you guys got to keep an understanding, right? That comes down the amount of pressure on these guys' behalf, right? It's heavy, right? Because this came down to the 4-kill lead that we saw early on that Frostmas had, and then getting himself out there. Even though he succeeded in getting 6 kills in that match, I mean, he's in contemplation. He knows he's not in the first place position, but the lead is getting caught up, right? Having him on that end, working next round, Hollow Starry Night, that's going to be a map selection. But the thing is, no one's in match point yet. We're still a ways off, right? We're at, like, I think 11 points on the first place lead. So that means that we end up putting ourselves over towards another game potential and just leading it out closer and closer. The top of the leaderboard gets their pick bands options, you know, readily so. Is Xunwan Lee going to be picked up? I doubt it, right? But at that point in time, if we look into the spotlight for the character choice picks, these latter half characters are doing good work. a lot of work into making sure they stay alive.
Yeah, I'm very surprised how well the Collins are doing right now. Just putting up good amount of elimination, just bumps you up in overall leaderboard just to stand at the top. I mean, top 5 right now is super close to make it into that threshold. Potential first player in game 4. It's gonna have to be a very insane game from our top 5, I would say. But any player can do it with maybe like a 6.5, 7. So it's gonna be a good 5 to 6 elimination game, which we've seen before.
Bruh. Nah, bro. That's funny. That's funny.
What do we got going on over here?
That's funny. Got the VFX artist like, yo, hurry up, man, hurry up. I'm working on it. It's uploading. it's rendering, bro.
No way. Oh wait, what do I need to see? Hold on. So I see what they're doing for today. What do I want to see? What do I want to see? I don't even know. What character you want to see with whose face?
Shio. I want to see what Shio's gonna be.
Shio?
Yeah, see how that one goes, man. That's my choice pick.
Yep, you're right. 11 there for Asia for the total points, and then Frost, XY, and Mike all with 10. It's only a 1 point difference, and then we got a 1.5 there for Chen on that top 5. Spider with 6 versus 4.5. Ron with 3.5. I mean, you can't count out even 6 through 8, right? I mean, we need a We need a 6-point game there for Asia. We need a 7-point game for Frost, XY, and Mike. We haven't. We just got one now there from Asia. So it's possible there to have our first player in our threshold in game 4, but you know, in game 5, that's where a lot of the pressure is gonna be set there if you do make it into that threshold in game 4. So right now, I mean, you still have a little bit more room to breathe, but you know, it's coming to the end very fast, and once these players are in that threshold, I mean, it's anybody's game.
Really is. And you know, the crazy thing is just like, you just look at the minuscule things in these highlights, just looking at how small the amount of damage over time does. And the opportunities, I mean, line of sights are a really big thing. The fact that XY was almost succeeding in getting off Rosmus, but then he made the mistake of that jump at Lambia. I was going to talk about it, like, yo, this guy jumps against a Kylan. That's the same thing as jumping against a Zendawu. You will get caught into a whole slew of damage. And looking at Chen mitigating past the Xunwan Lee off the bound pound, that's why she's such an advantage pick, man, in this comp selection. That's why you see Xunwan Lee at 5th round selection.
That's crazy. He was first pick, stage 1. Yeah. He was up there. This was insane here from Chen, though, against Spider. I mean, he couldn't even roll. He tried to delay wake up. He was getting raw uppercutted. Back to the scare rush. He just couldn't tap dodge away. That was just good to see. And then that was our final moments there of game number 3. Winner is going to be Asia, but it was a 2-way tie, so he's not going to get that ranking points. But overall, it's going to be in the top of the leaderboard there with 11 points, moving on into our game 4. And Asia, good showcase there from Asia. FPX DQ's Asia. I could be wrong. I don't think he's won it by weekly or stage, right?
Real? Oh, like a week. If it came down to okay, yeah. I don't think so.
I don't think he has, yeah.
So if he takes a stage, I mean, this is a lot bigger than just a weekly from
for sure.
So this would be like hecka. This would be a lot, you know, to kind of work off of. The build himself, though, I mean, we saw how much work he did with the nunchucks when it came down to it. The fact that he did more damage on skills and ultimates than any other weapon, though, on his arsenal, though, is kind of funny. But the thing is that the mitigation aside, you can see it coming down to 3-3, right? 4 max on the mitigation and then 2 on the attack. Usually that ratio is kind of the golden set rule for you to kind of make sure you'd have the much, you get mitigation as early as possible and going through. And it's always that conversation of like, where do we bring out HP Js in this mix? But mitigation applies not just to your armor, but to your HP, right? Because obviously you're taking less damage overall. So that's a prioritization is really just like to see it situational. For instance, the endgame circle, we've seen players last year take full advantage of that, right? Where they take a chance on full scaling up the HP over the time of the zone tick, and then by that time they end up going through. By just having those HPJs, they survive. But having the loss on that's just super, conditioned on what they have in the build. For certain characters, they end up having a little bit more chances on building attack just because the amount of raw onslaught damage that they do. Kylan, for instance, comes down on top of that, but having HP for him gives him more slashes. It's pick your poison. But the problem that comes down next is just the character selection and who's available in the endgame circle. C8, like having the chances of seeing some of these characters put themselves on the bottom of the board, but still seeing Akko's on top, man. That character, even after these changes, is too strong.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, day one, stage one came in. I saw Akko's V2 back to back. I said, wait, hold on, what's going on? And then I was like, yo, can you V2, F2, V2? And I think Spider did it right. You remember? I was like, wait, hold on. What is happening right now? But yeah, I mean, there's always gonna be that character that's just a little bit over the margin that, is that meta pick for any game, right? But in the Pro League, it kind of just drags on for a long time, right? We had a full like Kylan meta for a longevity of time. We had a Liam meta for a longevity of time as well. And now I feel like we're going into the Akko's meta as well for these first two stages. But we are going to be going to a quick break. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our game number 4 here for the stage 2 grand finals.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Stage 2 Finals for Solos. This is Serverio and Creative standing by. We are after the halfway point, theoretically, of Game 3. We are now at Game 4. We are reaching the official halfway point if it goes all the way to 8 games. But getting us into the scoreboard, a lot of things to consider. Top 3 players are going to be coming through here. They're on hot duty to make sure they get the match point, which is at 17 points. Ajan's in first place with 11. So he's the closest one on bar, and after MVP in the last round, I mean, puts a little bit of a pep in the step, you know, for this next round.
Pep in his step, that's for sure. I mean, top 5 overall, super close, right? Anybody's game up here to try to make it to that threshold. 17 is the count right now with that 2 points added on. I feel like we might not get a player into our threshold now, but definitely into Game 5 for sure. We're going to be having some players snagging up their thresholds there at the end of Game 5, but you know, that's still one more game after this, so we still got to see how Game 4 pans out. But yeah, this is the toss-up, right? We don't know how the matches go from here on out, especially in the grand finals where there's potential 8-game day. It's just anybody's game. I don't recall if we've had a 8-game finals in a very long time, right?
Nah,
yeah, it's been a while. I know that for sure. I mean, even MRC, right? I remember MRC for both solos and trios. It was pretty quick. I think we had Game 6 in solos and then Game 4 or 5 in trios. It was a super fast take. But you know, here into the 2026 season, we see the pace change there. If it does end up going to our end circle, which we get probably like 1 every night that solos happens, but in finals I'm not sure how we're gonna be how many we're gonna be seeing, because you know, these players are gonna be playing a lot more composed and structured, especially, you know, want to see if they can try to 50-50 the ranking point there in a top 3 situation like we just had in Game 3. But overall, right, Kylan's been having a great success throughout the whole day. Games 2 and 3, both Kylan's had like 5 points into a mid-game already.
No, yeah, for real. You know, they had at least 5 kills, right? Like Chen got 5 kills. You know, he went out in 3rd place, and then having another 6 kills, and then you know, it was crazy seeing that. But having Kylan to be kind of this selection process pick, we go into Holoroth, and this is a map I think he excels at. Because if he scales out early, if he gets himself in that fight on Salvation, he gets that gold weapon, he goes in, right? If he needs a reset, there's a lot of ways to kind of loot that down, because, you know, with the area effect, the Starry Night, looting up is not going to be a problem. It's just going to be more so just getting that early before someone else snacks you down. And then you know how it turns out. Spearwell contestments has happened today a lot. We've seen these fights happen outside the Spearwells between 2 separate players on multiple occasions where they get eliminated due to just getting over contested for it, because the aggressor themselves just put too much force. So much so, look at XY. My man said, yo, this bottle's on quick too tight. I gotta take this off. And I'm like, yo, we caught you in 4K, bro. It's over. But the thing that happens next is these top 4 players are our top 4 in the leaderboard. Pop-off game for any one of them could potentially put them in the spotlight for match point, but 6.5 is the 6 points is the very base minimum that's needed to be had to enter match point, and that's going to be up to Ajan. He is first round pick selection. He is the very first player on the board, so for his choice, it's going to be up to him and his coaches to decide upon what should I bring in this round, because I'm being thrown to the bottom of the curve once we're next in the next round.
Crazy too that our first round selection character Akos really hasn't been seeing a lot of success throughout the you know, that mid to late game from what we've seen. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's gonna be rough. I mean, first Brad, I just seen it in Game 2. He had a great Game 2 as well. Was able to put a little bit of points up at the board. I think he had 3 or 4 limps somewhere around there for his first BR game. So you know, that's in the bottom of the pile, mid to bottom of the pile there for the character pit. But you know, the Akos hasn't really been seen with some crazy amount of eliminations like we've seen the Collins today. But you know, we'll see how it goes there for Ajao. He is gonna be having that glory of being able to get that first round selection. And thus far, the back-to-back first picks have been Akos. I don't think we're going to see anything different into Game 3. I think he is going to be snagging in that Akos as well for his first round selection here for Game 4. But yeah, overall though, Spider had a very, very, I would say, a high stress stage 2. He had to fight through the gauntlet there in the losers bracket. Yeah, it was an insane round 2 of the losers bracket on Thursday. It was a ton of good names and they're good players who, are very comfortable to being in the finals. And they had to face the wrath of the losers bracket, and they managed to do so in that. Another player being Verse as well. Verse was in there. He had a rough day. He was able to snag up enough for him to make it into the top 4 for that losers bracket, and now he's here. Had a okay start for today's BR matches in that Game 2, but still has a lot of ground to cover. I believe he was around 6th or 7th right now. Yep. So it's still a lot of margin of that margin that he needs to make up for.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time. There's gonna be a chance of seeing if he ends up putting himself across it, but Spider needs to. I mean, if he ends up going through with this in this game, I mean, Yodohime, I feel like would be something Frostus would pick up. I'm not gonna front. I feel like Yodohime would be his option.
Yeah, I agree.
As a pick on second group. So he getting this option to be here in second phase means he doesn't lose out on the mono pick of the Akos, right? The Akos is gonna be something that has to be picked up regardless, I feel, at some point. So him not having to be in this position of not being able to pick up the Akos means that he can pick up a secondary character on the roster. Because lo and behold, pick bands are gonna start out for Game 4. A lot on the line. Hollow Rock Starry Nights, our next map, so the guys are gonna be rocking this down. There's gonna be a potential Zendawu, probably 4th round pick, to be honest. But let's get a chance to see what's gonna happen, if whether or not Mike wants to even double pick that choice character, because he did that once, right? But I'm not sure if he's gonna be loving to do it again. Because that Akos comes out from A-Shao as he locks it in.
Yeah, pretty standard. Like I said, I wouldn't see any other way, but Frost, yeah, you predicted it. And yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Frost loves that Yodohime. We've seen multiple double picks of that hero alone there from Frostivus and, numerous nights. So, the Yodohime there in Frost is definitely one of his, comfort picks. And thus far, we've had a variety of characters being slotted in for that second round selection. There it is, XY. Now it's going to be bringing out that Tumult here for our first Holoroth game of the day. It's going to be a massacre, I would say. I mean, but thus far it's been just so insane on the Tumult. He's been so clean, being able to catch people on walls. Ford, he noticed.
He's like, I seen a pattern, and his coach.
He noticed. Yeah, he's like, yo, I don't know what they're feeding the Collins today, but I want some of it because they've been dropping 4 or 5 throughout mid game already.
For real. Yeah. I was wondering if he was gonna work that double pick down, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. Now we're up to Spider. Bring this down. Since he already did pick Zendawu, he can pick her again if he wanted to. But if he's not going to go in that route, he could just opt in for the Lonnie, picking her up now. And then after that, he can just go in and just hoard out the picks for, because Kylan's just jumped up in value. So we walk away from that, right, up into the next game and see what happens next. So 7 and 8, last 2 picks. Super rough, bro. I'm like, yo, 7 and 8, not the greatest position, right? But it's Verse. It's gonna be picking this up here. Man got the allergy season, bro. He's got debuff, IRL debuff. he's like, gosh, I can't do it. I can't see the screen. I'm sneezing. There's gonna be Zendawu though, locking it in there, and then of course Ron, last phase, last pick selection here on the leaderboard.
Send it for 7th. I mean, it's the lowest we've seen her, I would say.
Yeah.
She's usually in that 4th through 6th, but Shayol now for Ron in that 8th slot. I mean, it's just rough. I feel like the Shayol, she's not what she used to be. She had some good value last year. I would say towards the beginning of last year. She started to fall down. Kind of didn't really come back from it as well. We've seen some players try to make her work. She got her changes with her other ult, but rarely see it in the pro league. It's still the shield block into the shield throw. So yeah, we'll see how it pans out there for Ron. But overall now, Game 4, lots on the line here for top 5. Need to try to have a great game as well. 7 for A-Shao. What do we have? We had a 6.5 for Frost. So they've been, they've been going back and forth throughout the matches, how many points they can get per game. But Asia just needs to have that 6 points there to make it to that threshold, and then everybody else, I think it's like 2nd through 4th, needs 7. So it's gonna be a close one there for that top 5.
Not real. And then the other thing too is just kind of not being noticed. But how can you not notice someone in a lobby, bro? Like, the thing is that the early bans happen and you are able to know who is going to be top of your leaderboard. But the longer the bans go down the list, I mean, the more you're down there, you're not going to see who's going to be choosing what. Unless you're the second to last person, I like to say is like the best position. And the second person and the second to last are the best positions, because you know exactly who's in that phase prior to you or after you of what's collection of the hero. So everyone's able to kind of understand, who you need to get rid of, or just knowing who's in a worse over for wear position of just like they need points, they're probably going to int me. That's going to be the case. But we have to look at this skill selection wise. V1 for Verse on the Zenda Wu. He hasn't had a lot of performance, great value for her, 0.3 points so far, just making a placement basically. But for any one of these characters, the best one in the slot right now is for Mike on Night Island. But then you see XY and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. He's at 6.5, and this game is that round to make that catch up happen. So for him to on this mulch to have this round to be his pop off game, it's gonna have to be. It's going to have to be. This is going to be the point where he's going to have to make sure he is the one on top 3, and if not, making sure he's on the first place overall.
That's our first V1 of the day too. Just seen strictly V2s throughout all day here from the Zendas, but now we'll see how Verse is gonna be able to play out that character there. But drop zone's hot, super hot. I mean, look, mad crazy drop in the center of the map. Potential rotation there from Frostivus or Ron into that puzzle piece there to try to snag up the weapon upgrade or whatever armor or whatever loot goes inside there. But overall, Spider playing a little bit more conservative. You see him there on the top hand side of the map. Potentially rotate on in. It's gonna be a crazy off rip fight. I mean, center that I'm looking at. I'm looking at XY right there by the Fireflies. Be landing hot. Wants to be the center of the commotion. Potentially catching someone off that ultra. I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, a player like XY on the Tumult. It's dangerous, especially on Hollow Rod. This is his comfort ground here for this character as well. Loves playing Temmie on the Hollow Rod. But yeah, game 4. Sorry, Knight. Don't get grief by the stars.
Don't be grief, bro. Yo, 500 damage. How about 2? Now, we start this off here, and XY, he puts himself on a Firefly and is already running it through, but Frostivus is right there for this hit, and he's like, I got the arm, I got the weapon scare rarity on my blue, I'm ready. Then it's going to be the fight. Now, the Crouch LMB angle comes out. ACCA is, it's old school, we need it, but it needed for Frostivus to hold check him, and XY was ready for it just to make sure he doesn't get caught out of Kingdom Come.
Yeah, that could have been unfortunate, very fast there with that movement error, but didn't get punished for it. Now you see him to go ahead and invest his F, and this is what he needed to do. He had to try to stall as long as possible there for that Yodel to invest that ultimate, and he does. Now XY has the Trail here to go underground, catches the Wisp, beautifully done, but it's going to continue moving knowing that that Yodel ultimate is still online. Also have the perfect window.
The worst part is that, these guys, if the Wisp throw comes down, ugh, it's over. But I can't believe that XY just found a purple armor just like that.
Yeah, I know, right? He has the luck on his side as you see it here, but Frost on the other hand still has that common armor, trying to stay up here in the situation. Now 1.5 unleashes, gets the damage. XY now knocks off that common armor, catches proc, forces out the F. Now it's gonna invest the ultimate. You see him trying to go for the Wisp down, doesn't manage to catch off that one. The second one does catch though, recatches, can rethrow it down, catches the RB, focus, and that's gonna be the elimination. But now Chen starts to move on in. The ult's not up. Does get a little bit of rage back there off that Firefly. Doesn't get the re-wisp back there from going through the wall. But Chen now starts to move on in, but a little bit too slow. XY cut noise, and now you see him not trying to retreat.
Yeah, he's like, this guy's going to approach the scene. He's going to be closing in on me. I don't know if this guy has ultimate, but he doesn't even know who it was unless he looked through the wall there. And of course, Chen, he's going to break off. The Firefly, or rather the one that was in the northwest, he's not the only one person here. Verse is arriving to the scene. He's got himself Zenda Wu ultimate, and he's ready to go. He goes for slap, he goes for R&B, but it's all about that Myriad winners too. My man has that stacked up. I saw the animation. F1 comes out to recast the deny, and he gets caught into the corner.
Could be potentially good damage, but I'm looking at the mini map. XY lurking around. I love this from XY. He manages to back on up just in time earlier, and now he hears commotion. He starts to rotate on in, but the scrap off here, reversing Chen, could be very bad. It goes to old recast there, but the lead damage is going into play, and it looks like Chen is applying so much damage onto Verse.
And the thing is, XY knew the puzzle. Apparently, he just remembered that. My man was,
wow, that was crazy.
Like, I got the memory bank. But he got gold halberds. He picked it up. Mike's looking to run this down with the R&B hold checks, and the LMB comes out here to catch it. The raw uppercut, the scare rush is out. And, of course, no one's on Ballista, so we're luckily having no sort of grief there. But for XY, it's all about this point, right? 53% on that rage bar, now 54. He's going to have to just space out. He cannot take any aggression on the third party, especially that Sun Wan was right there. In this case, for that Chen, this man needs that kill, right? He's in third place overall right now.
And this is a little tricky here for XY too. You don't want to get parried with that gold halberd. You don't want to give that up. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays swap, but you see him now in the Ballista, just laying down some shots down range. Doesn't manage to connect there onto Mike. Overall, first thing starting to form on up. You see XY starting to rotate on top. Mike on the top side, claiming his ground. You see the bow shot times 2. So it gets engaged here by Mike with the R&B minks into the 1.0, and that's good damage. Now XY is going to be, you know, forcing the back end here into the back, and he does get clip off it and gets sent down the terrain as well.
Chill, crazy thing is the instant castle comes down. It's going to be a V2 class to come through. XY hits next. A nice scare rush, has F1. Even down the Google stun on the end with the Brandor. You know what's crazy about this is that he's in midair. What happens when you're midair? You might be dead, but then he gets a nice whisk throw. Yo, 5 miles down the road, he gets it. Verse does not confirm the Soul Bloom 2, and he gets a free R&B, and he comes through again, 2-piece on this round.
That's the key right there, and that's a lot of things I don't see from any other Temis is going for that grapple check into the whisk. You saw how far he was from that, and that confirms him the whisk there from long range. Snacks elimination.
Can't believe it. Break my heart. Standing in the mid whistle. Yeah, I'm gonna run up. I'm gonna try to contest this. I'm like, Verse, come on, brother.
Yo.
This is over. It's over, bro. Tempest kick though. Yeah, we might be free if we have that great. But he's got himself out here for purchases. I don't know if he's gonna buy. Is he gonna buy? No, he shouldn't be buying. He's just gonna be conserving rage or his gold. The only thing is now that Chen, he's on the outskirts, right? He's been able to kind of work himself down in his elimination earlier, but does he have a purple weapon on standby? I mean, he's got 2 purple jades. Either A, he's got a palm lightning, B, he's got assault smolder, or he has something else going through there. Cyan Fang too. A Cyan Fang on Flying Eyes is nasty work too if you get for the grapple boost, because that's A sustain 2, you get a 1-2-3 piece. But on this end, it just depends on the opponent. If he goes against Spider, if he goes against Ron, I mean, all these guys are inching for this Rummy In gate. The moment it enters, they're probably going to instant enter, no questions asked. And if anyone delays their entry, that's just because they want to be the weaker link to be up against the other foe. But judging by finals standards, I mean, these guys want to run it down regardless. And they know that there's no chances here in hell unless they run it down right now.
So to mention as well, I mean, that's a big mistake there from Verse. I mean, you saw him there trying to get antsy and try to snag at the elimination there onto Mike. And that just completely just backfires on him. He runs into the wall. He eats up the whisk into the back-to-back R&B focuses. And just like that, he's out of game 4. It hasn't even been 5 minutes on the clock, and he's out already. That's a very rough way to continue your run here for Stage 2 Finals, knowing how low you are in the overall standing. So he needs to try to hope that he has a couple more games left, that these players don't end up MVPing once that threshold gets met up, to try to close out that distance there with how low he is in the overall standings. And, you know, being eliminated so early into this game 4, you don't have anything, right? This is a throwaway game for you now. It's just unfortunate there for Verse, but XY locked and loaded on the Tomoka. He's going against Alani, and it's going to be Spider. This is going to be a massive fight here.
Bro, this is going to be a sketchy fight, too, because Lani balls, man, they're going to come through. The LMB, oh, wow, he throws the R&B 1 point. He throws it again. Yo, dude, one more time, again. LMB might come out here, but for Spider, it's all about the catches. The LMB confirms the combo breaker, and there's going to go with the scare rush. R&B comes down here for the LMB. Oh, it's not going to be the case. He throws it again, and this time the Lani cast.
Doesn't matter catch, though. There goes the TP, going for back inside the ult there from the Tumult. Seeing the Lani has to try to stay in that goal as long as possible, knowing that these whips can connect at any time. Definitely Spider knows who this is. Both shot is good. Now, ults are gone for both players. XY on the other hand going for the R&B maces. Clip off the ball. Last ball throw, I believe, there from the Lani. Spider, though, so much health is chunked up already. The pro here for Spider. 1-2 overhold. Gets the shotgun burst as well. Now, good damage. Shots will respond to jump on the B in the corner. Top 2. It's Spider now. Being able to bounce back there. Closes out a lot of that HP very quickly there with the flying knives. And now XY is forced to go with that Yang depletion.
Yeah, it's crazy too because I'm thinking about the fact that this guy just went ahead and just got the kills earlier. We saw, but the thing is that those staggered jump LMBs really just do work for the readout. Like, is he holding LMB afterwards? Is he looking for anything else? And then he just catches you on another jump LMB. We lost Verse in the mix of it all, though. We might get a chance looking at that, but that meaning that there's 7 players total left alive. Let's get a replay into that Romy Yang to GG Chen versus Frostbus. In this case, it's going to be the purple armor Shunhuan versus the purple weapon for the Yoda Hime. Now, he does have Myriad Winter Speed. We were talking about that earlier. He doesn't have anything else, but it's all about the secondary J. I'm not sure what he has. He's going to be looking at this, getting caught by the F1. Frostbus might even burn out the combo breaker, and there he goes.
That's it. There, now the battle. The lead. Oh, you see Frost is trying to stall to pop that ultimate as long as possible. He's forced to pop it now. Goes for the raw uppercut, catches the LMBs, jump LMBs for the confirmed damage result. Get damage onto 10. Insta overflow. Now, get clip off the lead. Blaze this time around. Still has an old recast. You see him now still going through the pillars. Catches damage. The F is good. Catches par off of this alone. And that, I mean, that's one of the big pluses of lead, right? That F, if you get caught, it's a full damage. It's just full damage.
Blown up. Kaboom. Kablow. What that was. Yo, listen, Spider puts himself he puts himself out here with 26 grapples. This has gotten a crazy amount. Yo, this gang got all the item bags, all the Soul J, well, maybe not all Soul J bags, but he got a lot of expansions for free potentially. Though Frost is on 100 seconds on the clock, he still hasn't hit any targets, so he hasn't got any extensions on that Yang depletion timer. He is going to hit himself to the shop because supplies right now. This is going to be a rough 2v3 or 1v2 because both Yang bros, buff bros, they're going to be going ahead and just noticing that this guy is the one player that comes down to this, especially Chen, considering he just went up against his Yoda Hime. And then you can see the target prio from Frostbus, against Frostbus, I should say, from Spider. Everything comes down to this. He might put himself in the spot where he could get a nice parry, but they're keeping range at its utmost peak and just making sure they can space him out.
Yeah, this is rough. Not good terrain here to try to kite out either. He needs to try to make it to the rocks, I believe, but opens up with a massive parry onto Spider. Now it's going to be able to back on up and don't. It's going to be staying inside the zone. See a little bit of a pause there from these players. Still has a minute 15, so Frost has to try to find a valley. Now goes fall up there off the lead. There goes the Yoda ultimate being invested. Frostbus now is still getting chucked up with a lot of HP. Catches the raw uppercut into the LB. Scratch on the bees. LB. Scratch on the bees. Big damage. Chucked up B as well. Frostbus with a massive turnaround. Cleanses as well. And now it's going up against Spider. My God.
Well, Spider's gonna look at the goalie stance. He got that, right? He's got to space out here because he gets caught by another LMB. He's gonna go for the recast. Holds it. He connects it. That's gonna be massive for this. He dodges away from the ball. He's out. Bro, there's no way. He's going to be looking for a way out here on the sliding. Yeah, he's going to slide out there. The grapples are good if we go to the west. We're over by Crow's Nest. Mike taking a fight against Ajao. Aquaspit comes out there. Incredible. I don't know, man. The terrain was kind of in his favor. And then I was like, there's no way he massive extends that, bro. That's exasperated sigh. Ajao goes down, though, as Mike gets up the elimination. And we're still looking at Spider. And look at his HP bar, bro. Incredible.
Yeah, that's rough, but XY still trying to cleanse. 50 seconds left here. Opens up with a 1.0. Chen now is going to be forced to pop this F. You see him trying to retreat. Spider on the other hand as well with half HP. Mike picks up elimination onto Spider. So it looks like he cut it away from Frost. He was on the opposite side here of middle of the map. But overall, XY still trying to get active. 40 seconds on the clock. Hasn't managed to find the success that he's looking for there onto Chen. But Chen with half of that white HP gone. You should see if he can find a place or take a quick reset in. But XY doesn't catch a line of sight of him, so it looks like Chen is going to be able to do so. So now XR with 20 seconds just has to try to catch whoever he can here, and it looks like Ron might be getting inflicted some of that damage now.
Yep, LME doesn't come through here. He's already extended his Yang depletion for as much as possible. The Hook Twins release is kind of funny, but all in Shio is, Dishi Kaso. B1 on the readout. R&B connects. He's got F1. He's coming back out for it. Mike needs this. He needs this jump. He's one hit. You just need one hit, Mike. No way.
Oh!
That's it. That's gonna be it. Mike gets a kill elimination solo. The headphone rage takeoff is gonna come out here. Mike's like, yo, let me loot this body. And Chen's like, I need to get the LMBs off this end. The level 2s come through here. As it comes down, Mike is going to be releasing this as often, but the problem is he's now on HP threshold, which means he is going to have to start spacing out. He is going to start needing to heal. And look at this, Starry Night all across this area, and a Moonbane. It's like an add-on, bro. Extra sauce on the side. Frostbus is looking at this here. And Romy Yang's victory is nearing to its foothold as he got out of the Yang depletion. He's up against Chen, who has Vajras, has Palm Lightning, has the if he wants to go for the Myriad, he's got Overlord, he's got Juggernaut. He's got the whole 9 yards right now. And he goes to this guy, and he's going to rush down this Yoda Hime.
See it now. Beautiful parry there from Frost now. He's going to be chucking out all that armor pretty quickly. He's going to use that opportunity to pop that ultimate out. Forces out the lead ultimate. Nice weaves there from Frost. Eats up the last 2 hits though. To the follow-up as well. Gets caught up with the stomp at the top of the forehead as well. But now, here goes the pressure here from Frostovich. Jumping LMBs into the finisher there. Does manage to still stay in the pocket and just chases him down. That was some good patience too. Doesn't release and just waits it out. Stays his front into his face. Counts the stand bar and knows he has the opportunity to get what he get. What is that? What is that?
Bro, he got Meteor and I was almost cursed. He got a Meteor and Rupture Gale, bro. So that is insane in this build. He got the Telluric Crystal. All he needs is a common cannon. And we have another fight against Ron Chen on the side of this. Yo, I can't believe this man's on Yang depletion and he's still yet alive. This is crazy for Chen. He is rushing this going through there. He is making sure Ron has no reason to go because here's the thing. Ron has no grapples. He finds his recast though in the midair. He finds an armor swap. The LMB reset. No combo breaker. No disengage. It's going to come out here in time. He's going to run out the building. Double LMB doesn't connect. And he looks for the 1-2s, the chipped up LMBs. And this man isn't even ready for it because he's going to be dead by the time this F1 connects.
I don't know, man. I don't know how to put the Shio, man.
Yeah, Shio, not the pop. Also, nah, she definitely has a problem there. Yo, Mortal Defiance, Phantom Step. Are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me right now? There's no way. There's no way. The Mike has the God build right now. He's got Starfall, but we don't talk about that. That's my favorite Jade in the game, but he ain't going to use it. It's more about the fact that he has the 2 strongest Jades in the game by far. The fact that the Mortal Defiance being purchasable. But if the Mortal Defiance on top of the Phantom Step is there, and if you have the money for both of those, I mean, he's on the island. He's got that in his pocket. The question is just whether or not Chen is going to put himself out here alive. I mean, Flying Eyes, we haven't seen the Palm Lightning come into effect as much for him to kind of like value off of third parties, but since Frostmas is in the lobby, if Frostmas was able to pick up that Meteor, the cannon, he's got himself out. He's not using the Telluric yet for that, which is interesting. It makes me wonder if he's looking for if he is looking for a greatsword, but he's not using the cannon. Maybe just make sure that he can refresh it. You know, if he needs to use not a repair kit, but using the Telluric after the cannon shots come out, gets a whole refresh. You know, so he reloads it by instinct on that. Because you're not using the cannon for damage on the cannon shots. You're using it just to proc that Rupture Gale. He just needs to farm that. And since there's only 2 other players, 8 hits is what he needs to confirm for that before he gets that unlocked.
Can be devastating too. Takes white health. So nice little third party. To guess that Rupture Gale up. To be able to find a nice little opening for him, but you know, I'm looking at the leaderboard right now. Mike right now with 13.5. He was around 5th or 6th. He was in that lower side. He was in that bottom half of the leaderboard going into this game 4. Now he's at the top, sitting at the top of the throne. You see him comfortably with 13.5 with 3 eliminations. Chen now with 3 as well. 13 total points. Chen's been having a very consistent day throughout the whole day here for Stage 2 Finals. He had a really great start there from Game 2. His Game 3... if I recall, he had a consistent run as well. And then for now, you see him now, he's in 2nd place, still with 3 eliminations. Frostovich, I believe, is the only one with 2. So it's still very, very close. Like I said, I don't think we're going to have anybody in the threshold, but we're going to be around that 15, 16 spot there. And, you know, that's what the change did, right? It gave us a guaranteed extra game, I would say, before we had players in that threshold. So into Game 5, it's going to be a lot closer of the margin there for our, I would say, top 5, even with Asia at 12 to making it to that threshold. But we'll see how that goes once we get there. But overall, Mike, gold staff in hand. Gonna wait this out. This could be potentially another stall out, I think. I think we're just gonna wait this out unless Mike is gonna be a main aggressor. And you see him though, full chasing down Chen. So he does have, I would say, the terrain here to get active and try to get an isolated 1v1 for some time. But we saw the Mr. Mike already pulling up. We do see, I believe, Frost might be going for that. I can't really see the bottom side of the mini map, but we do have that buff in play. He's gonna start forming in now. And overall, though, Mike still chasing down Chen. Frost, like you mentioned, he's trying to farm out the Ruptured Gale. And yeah, they see that though on the cannon, straight cannonballs. And like, yo, what is this guy cooking? Like, what does he have? Why is he trying to lay down some of his cannon shots on us while we're just running up and down this building? But you know, only he knows.
The thing is that the thing about Rupture is that I'm gonna call it out as it is, right? For the rupture, it's very polygony when it gets ruptured because it increases size, like you're playing on a DS, bro. Like it's very like you can see the effects of it. So if they see that, they're gonna be realizing that's gonna be the case. Now, Frostbus taking full aggression in the lobby makes this is absolutely the person you need to take care of, man. Don't even question it, just go after him, and this is going to be the case right now. He has to, even if he MVPs with 4 eliminations, even though not match point, but he will be dang close up to that. And you know, Mike, Chen, they need 5 kills first place in order to get match point. Any one of these guys can come through here. Unless Frostbus just throws out the whole checks, blue focuses, holds the horizontal. Look at the Myriad, worrying about it. There it is. F1 cash comes out. F2's up in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and he's going to have to see about the Boomba Stomp. There's the F1. Maybe. There it is. There it is again for the recast. And Mike has a full ult refresh after this. Look at this. Level 2 comes out here. Mike is like, yeah, Frostbus, you're mine. You're mine. Yo, what is this? He can't do anything about that. He's going to have to look to clock this in here, and Chen is looking at this Yoda Hime, but Mike is not going for that. He is not going for the Yang Spear well. He is going to go for this kill. He's trying to potentially catch him in a scare rush, and he succeeds.
Oh, some good trickery there from Mike. You see him not getting too aggressive after he comes in with that ult. Saws the rotation there from Chen, and then goes the opposite way to cut that line of sight, and does manage to get the scare rush there into the finisher onto Frostbus. Now jumps up to 15 total points there from SR's Mike. GG's Chen, on the hand, 13.5. We're gonna have this spirit capture coming into play here from Mike, so he is gonna be having that in his arsenal if he needs what is it? Or that's not our armor right now. That's not our armor. We got a flag now there for Chen. Oh, there's our armor. Do have him now trying to get aggressive off of this, and here it is. Last fight here for game 4, and Mike bringing in that heat.
Yo, this man's going for the 1-2s. Oh my god, the uppercut for the restand on Sager. That's crazy work there on the downhill, but there's gonna be the old cast number 2. Now Shooting One's gonna have the F1 off of this, and Chen recasts it, doesn't connect, but he tap dodges in midair. Now level 2 slashes are now coming down. Mike's waiting for it. Remember, you can parry it, but when you have a mind game reader like Mike right now, who's on Mortal Defiance, who has the Phantom Step, who's all stacked out of high L, he's going to be looking at these level 2s like no problem, but there's a parry, there is the Keelan Guard, and there's going to be the Clink off, and there's no more ultimate for Mike. There's going to be a chance here to scale off the end. I'm looking at the Rage Bar right now for Shun Huan for Chen, and he's at 75%. He's got a bait out for the F1. There it is. He goes out because he knows the combo break is available, but look at Mike's grapples. This man's at 1. Where is our grapples, Mike? LMB comes down here, but he's got himself a blue armor swap.
This is fine. He's waiting for the perfect terrain to use that Z. I know he is, but he gets cut off the prio. Doesn't have the combo breaker. Doesn't call it in yet. You see him now, trying to see if he can stay up. That's his last grapple. Doesn't manage to catch the grapple on the B. There it is. Longsword into the cryo. But goes for R&B focus, doesn't get it. I thought he was waiting on the terrain. He used it at the worst time ever. Why did he pop it there? And you see him now trying to cut it up, but Chen gets a purple armor swap. Now has like 5% on that white HP, but it doesn't matter. Has to fight through the purple armor, and now Mike getting applied so much pressure and damage. There goes the prio. Now he has to try to live out the pressure of this Lee ultimate. Doesn't even manage to get into his armor reset, I believe. Does have that mortal, I think so. Does get a blue armor swap.
Yes.
Now there goes the clippage off of this. Does get caught off of, but Mike still trying to fight up, trying to kite through towards his gold armor to be able to scare rush through, in and out, trying to fight it through. Does manage to get a little bit of distance, has the wall, gets clipped off of this. Nbpl bees inside the zone. This is bad. He's gonna be able to get proc off this. Doesn't get proc just yet. Opens up the RB, but the RB is good, and Mike being able to live out that pressure. And what a way to bounce back there from SR Mike.
Man's got that kill. Man's got the Mortal Defiance still. He was in the zone, but he doesn't need a kill. Yo, this is crazy too. He's on match point. Round 4. Now we're in match point status. Yeah, it had to have been, man. He was a 0.5 above the lead. So
yeah, he's there.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and have that point to be made. So he's back on the bottom. He's about on the bottom of the tier list now. He's in Spider's position like last week. It's just what's gonna happen here, man. I'm sweating, bro. The thing that happens next is what is under Mike's hood for this last round pick selection. This is on everyone's mind. It's not only to the fact that these guys were seeing this Kylan succeed, but the fact that we got another Kylan pop-off game in this scenario is kind of incredible, man.
Second round pick too. Second round pick. He caught the meta. I'm not gonna lie. I think he caught the meta because that was our last picks. That was 7 through 8 right there. And he was like, hey, I don't know what's going on. They can't deal with a Colin right now. So let me go ahead and snag this up for my second round selection. And you see it here. Massive game 4 for SR Mike. Makes it to that threshold, first player in. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the day, Man, I know Mike, man, he been grinding. Been grinding for a very long time. He hasn't won something in a minute. I think he won a bi-weekly last year, but it was just one, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, he's not happy about that. Mike has been a very powerhouse player in the league for a long time, and, you know, it slowed down a ton for him for some while, and, you know, even now. So I know player like Mike, he's been putting in so much time into this game for a very long time, and yeah, he's trying to find some success for sure.
Yeah, he's adapting on the fly, right? Who's the leading in the standings now? Is it A Sean 1, B A Zhao, C Mike, D Chen? Make sure you guys look at the leaderboard. We were just talking about this guy, man. We were just talking about who was in a match point. And what happens when you're in match point? You know, I ain't gonna say the answer, but you know what it is. The way it works out here, though, is this, right? The fact that in an 8-player format, looking at the way it works, V2 getting, you know, even though V2 is not necessarily the buff that got hit, it's the immediate slash multiplier. It's the fact that in a small player lobby that comes down, the Kylan option choice picks makes Mike such, you know, makes it seem like it is the option to go through since he just hit match point. And the thing about the Kylan is that, honestly, when it comes down to it, he probably succeeds more in terms of the shorter lobby format instead of getting lobbied out in most cases. But the thing that happens is that in the shorter lobby format, quick assassination kills are kind of hard to come by, but you saw what happened on that last final Yang circle. He's able to take the Yang Spirit Well. He's able to kind of close the distance onto Frostmas, right? Yodohime is low-key. Yodohime is the biggest counter if she's not an ultimate already. And what happens next is that he pushes her out. She had ultimate active, and yet he still just waited it out and confirmed the kill afterwards. But we've seen the Yodohime getting killed off by Kylans, such as Frostmas last round. In terms of it, the timing there was kind of flawless in the Rummy Yang. Though, as our interviewers are going through there, we're going to get a chance of actually looking at something else, right? To kind of look at the stats along the players, the standings overall, who is going to be up in the runner-up. Because whoever is not in match point gets put up into the first phase selection like we were talking about. And then now that Mike's in the bottom of the phases, it's only the second to last person that's going to know who it is, who he's choosing. So his option on the table is going to be whether or not he is going to be playing out, you know, if a Justina pick is in the realm of things. I mean, it's Padoria Eventide, so we're going to be on a Firefly map again, just a little bit less, you know, sparsity on this Firefly drops, but that means that Arcadia is available for options potentially. We didn't get a chance of looking at that last round because it wasn't available, right? As his drops were mostly between Twilight's Pass up until the Imperium. But the other thing too is kind of looking around on what's going to be the play for Mike, his spawn, his off drops, his resets, if the players are studying that, because you know the coaches are just like going through the binder, like, okay, where's his final drops when he goes through there? Because the only problem is that you make one misstep on the calculation on who you think it is, and then all of a sudden you get punished off of that end, just because, you know, you end up in the Rummy Yang, you take a portal fight. If you get eliminated by some guy who is just rushing you down, you're like, I didn't see this ban unless I didn't see who this character who was, because this is not in the first half. If I was in the center pick, if I was like 5, 6, all right, like if it was 4 or 5 or 6, you know who's going to be potentially in the first, you know, the first half of the positions. But once you hit into the second half, you're just like, it could be him, it could be someone else, and then you just got to understand what the digression is there for at least to understand how patient can you play before you force a chase down. Because the thing about it is, a lot of these players, once they take an engagement, the disengagement is a key factor. Padoria is going to be a map where the disengagement is going to be kind of important from the angles, right? Because if we end up going through for Padoria, if we end up going on top of like the Imperium, if we get up in the city, a lot of these players work their disengagement to like the levels in which you kind of avoid, you know, because if that guy disengages immediately, he has a dagger in the back of his pocket and he's gone within like 15 seconds. You have to understand whose playstyle is that. You gotta figure that out.
I peeped Panda Man. The goat. I peeped him. I saw him there. I saw him in the broadcast. I see Panda Man in the middle. But disengagement, right? I feel like for this season as well, I feel like the disengagement kind of has been like shifted a lot lower than what it was for a very long time. I feel like when we had 12 players in the lobby, I think your disengagement had to be at, you know, at the very high top of your arsenal, with just how many times you can get chased down by 2-3 players, right? We saw that multiple. I mean, that's how pretty much the whole structure was of the Pro League, I would say, for a very long time. Just players would position themselves where they felt a lot more comfortable, where they had routes to be able to live out some pressures like that. Ballista towers, obviously, like in Morris Hour, Celestial was a big playground like that. Overall, they had their different sections of where they would play out that. But, you know, let's talk about the standings real quick. I couldn't even say it. Couldn't even see it.
Couldn't even see it. So talk about the highlight reel instead.
Yeah. That was nice there for Frost, and I love how he cut line of sight and cuts noise. and then he ends up living this out. But this was disgusting, right? Grapple check into the whisk, bow shot, whisk, grab a bow into the whisk, catches Verse, and this was a big upset here for Verse. About the R&B, he's still stuck into the wall, so he's able to get the whisk and eats up a second R&B there off the goal. Halberds. It was just disgusting there from XY.
And the crazy thing to do is like it's just it's like a fly trap, man, and he just got caught into it. And the worst part is kind of looking at Spider getting knocked down here, and then obviously for Mike, he saw XY here, the Yang depletion kicked in there. It was kind of unfortunate. I mean, XY was rageful at the end of that, but hey, you know, clean, cumbersome. He did a lot of work on that Yang depletion to come back up on top. Chen as well. I mean, finding a Shia with no ultimate, no grapples is like a blessing on high, and especially the fact that he was able to cast his F1 the moment the combo breaker was utilized there. Just clean execution. And then Mike having the catch up on the R&B there. Both of these guys playing dangerously low. The fact that Chen, though, was able to find like 3 armor swaps inside of the buildings in the Plume Castle, he was able to kind of come back into that fight. And if it had been a better position, he might have been able to catch some sort of TOD. Only thing is that the V2 recast comes up at time, burns the Mortal Defiance, then you have to work with against mitigation and another 400 health, right? But in this case, for Colin, another MVP on the board for the player, at least making sure that we know who it is. It's Mike from Team SR.
But Mike, arguably one of the best players to ever touch the video game. 13,000 damage, 5 kills on the board. Mortal Defiance, Starfall, Juggernaut, Ripple Step, Phantom Step, Overlord, and Reva Bomb Shot. I mean, Colin's been having some great success throughout the whole night, as we mentioned. From the start in the BR match, game 2, game 3, now game 4. It's just an overall an insane pressure that this character has been having. The success he's been finding in these players' hands. But man, I'm kind of like, I'm still trying to like backtrack and see how it all played out, because throughout the whole end game right there, we had Chen and Mike going at it. It was Mike being that main aggressor, right, onto Chen. He was applying tons of pressure. He was chasing him up and down there in that building, right in the edge of the zone. And then out of nowhere, we kind of just got like an aerial view of of just the map, and it kind of just opened up with Frost forcing to pop that F, and I think he was going against Chen. So I'm not sure if he got parried or what the case was, but out of nowhere, the ties just changed straight to Frost right there. It ended up just being him getting full focus. Unfortunate for him, he was not able to sustain a lot of that pressure with, Mike playing mind games there, capping and going in with the Kylie note right after. Frost falls to Mike shortly right after that, and then it unfolds there with our last fight from Chen and Mike. But I don't really know what happened because I didn't see it. I'm not sure it was just a parry that just quickly it's like a light switch, just full on. Hey, this guy just got parried. Let's look at him. We can force him to pop his ultimate, and that's kind of like the green light, right? Once the ult gets invested, you just maintain your distance depending what type of character it is, and you just wait for that ult to get shut down or just insta timer, and then you can just go in and snag up that elimination. But Mike being that first player in that threshold, how's he gonna bounce back? Is he gonna be able to continue to apply the pressure and be aggressive off of this? He had a great game 4, but now he has the MVP again. But top 5 is super close, right, sir? I mean, everybody is in a now I believe like 3 to 4 points to make into the threshold. So it's not easy, and right now he has the leeway of having the comfortability of being the only player inside the threshold. But it's very rare, right? I don't personally, I haven't seen it. I don't know if you've seen it, if there's only been one player in the threshold and the MVP the next game. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Besides the Spider, it's been like, yeah, he's the only one. Besides, like, in terms of solos, it feels like it comes down to also the fact that for the players that are like leading up to it, Chen, for instance, he's at 13.5, right? So he'll be the one that's like next in the standings there. And then having down to XY at 13, 12.5 for Frost, 12 for Asia. I mean, these are pretty heavy hitters to make it happen, right? It's like a 5-point minimum, or like maximum that you need to go through with in terms of making to match points. Spider, though, is in 6th place. It goes from 12 for Asia down to 7. Like 7, is a big drop for 5-point difference from now 5 points needed to 10. So anything can happen for Mike in this case, where these guys have this round to catch up if he goes down, because him having himself to go through as being a target on his back, it's only to the player that's second to last. They'll be able to be the one that notices is on hand. And now for him and for Mike, pressure's on his shoulders, bro. He's got it on standby to be the guy on the mark on the tape. Yo, he's on the big screen. He's literally on the big screen. He's putting himself out there. over farming on all of them, man. 17.5 points overall. And now that gives us a chance here. Anyone who's in the top of the leaderboard gets freebies choice picks, but you know, it's these off beta picks, man, or these off top phase picks that are just doing well beyond reparations. My man had to get a water bottle because we were about to get into some really heavy hours right now before this round begins. Stay hydrated, gamers.
Pretty rough. Not sure how Mike's gonna do with this pressure now. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Overall, though, I think XY's had, I believe he had back-to-back bad games. He got eliminated very early game 3. Was out. I think he was the first one out game 3. Game 4, he got what, 2 elims, which is not bad. I mean, he's still getting points on the board, but he's not able to live out into that first game. So yeah. But top 7, right? I mean, think about it. Mike was, I think he was 7th place or 6th place, 6 or 7 before game 4.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now he's the first player in the threshold. So I wouldn't even count Spider out, because Spider, we've seen it multiple times where I just been slumping on Spider. I feel like Spider doesn't really have that presence, but they just let him warm up. They let him warm up, and that's the issue. If you let him turn up, if you don't end up closing out, Spider, I mean, this is his playground. This is a comfortable place where he's been multiple times, where he's able to make into that threshold and just completely upsets a lot of these players in these grand finals. So I wouldn't even count out Spider, but right now for Mike, he needs to do everything in his power to try to close out here in game 5. Frostivus has had, you know, he's had a good day. He was our winner of our martial arts. Unfortunately, he had a bad game too. But you know, he bounces back off rip into game 3. Game 4, he made it in the top 3 again. I mean, overall has had a inconsistent day thus far. So yeah, I mean, still, I believe we're not gonna have our end here in game 5. I would say it will probably end game 6, but we'll see. We'll see if Mike can just go ahead and close it out. But unfortunate for him, but fortunate for him, because you know, he is our only player in the threshold. He is going to be our last pick here for game number 5.
Yep. And bringing us down here, we gotta have a spotlight right now. The stash is going. It's going to be Chen with Akos, XY on 7 dots. No, I'm being honest, but like, let's think about it. If it comes off of this, and if XY does decide upon double picking this choice pick here, just to close the gap, I would say so for Chen. If he denies it, different story, man, because if he denies it off of XY's hands, it's just him losing out on this Akos pick. But like we said, Akos hasn't been doing so hot.
Yeah,
got a question on the board right now. Is Akos going to MVP this round? Ding ding ding. And the answer is kind of rough, because you can't just lose Akos. You can't like, you literally can't. The moment you get this first pick option, you got to run him down. But look at that, man. Look how fast he was on the courtesy route. And that's going to be it. I mean, he double picks this character. Worst case scenario, he has to play Justina, he has to play Kylan, but you know, that's okay. Frostmas though, we already had the double pick on the Yoda, or you know, the Yoda Hime was already picked up early on. Might be playing out the, you know, the Zenda Wu, yeah, okay, and brings himself out there. And then for Asia, I mean, is this a hottie angle for him inside of the Midoriya Midnight? Yeah, I know, there's no way. He's serious now. He's locked in. But if he does pick up a personality pick here, he's gonna go ahead and deny that by shooting 1 picks. Seeing what the case is right now, him being available of all things in phase 4, can't go wrong with that.
Every time I look at XY coach, I know he was a player. I know he was a player. I just don't remember what mode it was. He was a solos player.
Real? You gotta find out. We gotta find that out.
I don't remember.
Some refresh.
I asked this last time, but no one knew. Pretty sure he was a player though, but overall, we'll see. We'll see if anybody knows. Let's see. Spider, Yodo, verse. Gonna be picking that Kylan. Hey. Hey.
Versus like, it's my time.
Yeah. It's me. It's my time. 7th and 8th. What do we have left? I would say. Who am I missing?
For the choice picks, we still got to work out the. Yeah,
Lonnie.
But Justina is an option here for Mike. Remember,
True.
Ron is not going to be. Ron's going to be the only one of 2 people to know who's going to be. You know, who's going to be the last pick, right? He's going to know exactly who it is on the floor. But it only depends if he A, drops on him, B, sees a kill feed, And if he sees him popping off, he needs, he knows he needs to hunt him down. Xiao pick here would be crazy. If he goes for Hottie, well, I called it out earlier, but I wasn't being serious, bro. But he goes to Cena, he goes Hottie, he goes Xiao. I mean, no way. All right, he goes in.
I would have loved the Justina.
I would love the Justina too. Vidoria would have been great for that, especially for like any sort of the building fights.
Yeah.
Then again, just keeping in mind, I mean, if he knows he's going to get targeted out, he can shield throw. It's just that's a double-edged sword. So if he throws out the shields, if he takes isolated fights, he's going to have a better time, right? Rather than he can also read out to mulch with F-Wisp. We saw that last game. He could also catch out Kylan if he's great enough on the hand, because the Kylan level 2 charges, it reprocs the shield. So theoretically, she's kind of his biggest op. If it comes down to it, he might be able to lock her down, and then after that, she would burn down the Keelan guard, right? Like the passive, the 4 seconds of immunity, and then he runs it down. And he can potentially kill off Verse as a result if he goes up against him. It's just going to be that off-drop fight, man. And where our map is, because like I said, if XY goes into Arcadia, and if he's able to get Volpine's Essence, he's going to be one of the few players that are able to succeed consistently in just getting that red jade.
Thing is, every player in the server is going to know who Mike is. He's last pick.
Oh, yeah. No. So no. They can't see the bans. They can't see the bans.
Well,
so,
yeah. I understand that they can't see the bans, but I mean, your last pick, you have 2 to 3 characters that you can be, So
yeah,
they're gonna know. They're gonna see a Xiao. They're like, hey, bro, no one's choosing Xiao 4th through 6. So I know it's not one of y'all. I know Mike gotta be either the Xiao or I would say probably. It was a little weird because we had the Lonnie in our 7th selection.
Yeah.
Which was weird, because we kind of see her in that 6th spot, but they can, they can lower the margin there, knowing like, okay, like, all right, Mike can be this or this, No,
these are facts. He's on V2 too. Wait a second. So he's on V2. Oh wait, what's crazy too? But the problem is like the thing is, I've seen Mike Xiao like points, and he has not done so high. Like, the points are here, but even without that. Take that out of the sight. I'm muting it out of my mind. His Xiao games have been pretty rough. Good, Yeah, it's been rough. So like even on V1, even if he had it. So him choosing Xiao here is like, no, dog, no, that's not your strongest pick. But unless Mike just finds out, if he sauces out with the V2, I mean, remember, it's been buffed. It's able to get the stagger again. So if he wants to kind of go off a neutral on the end and catch something off a stagger, burn a combo breaker, and he still has shield blocks, so he's still able to work that down. He can use that any time too. Now this is up to no one's contesting XY, bro. Too. You see this? No, look, I mean, he is in the middle of all that. It's crazy that XY has nothing on him. But the fact that we're on the check, it's a check mark too. It's the shape of this, all the drops. The Fireflies though that he's taking. I mean, he's on the Firefly. He has 1 of 2 options. He either goes at the Skygate's Go Firefly, or he goes straight to the K Firefly, because Spider's already on it. Aja's already on it. Skygate's Go is already popping locking, but the thing about it is that if WBG's verse goes downhill towards it with the Kylan, if he scales up against the eliminations against Chen, he goes in there. He can potentially find him on a third party angle, man. But the Firefly Cages are all around this. This is going to go into Game 5, match point. I like this banner. I like it so much because we never really had this banner last week. Or Stage 1 finals. Because, we only have 1 game. 1 game match point.
They're like, yeah, we got to change that, man. 15. Everybody was at 15. But here it is. Game number 5. Locked and loaded. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Severio. Seeing if we get a finale here from Mike, and you see him already getting aggressive against the lead. That's going to be Aja applying the pressure.
Yo, the LMB might be coming out here. Throws it out, gets the purple focus. He cancels it. 1-2 jump LMB. Walk away from this. Gets caught by the army. The armor swap is good here for Aja. Aja does get army to the face, though. The dome is going to be had, and he's going to have himself at 82% rage, working himself to see Yoda Hime.
He pops that ultimate. It could be bad here for Aja. Doesn't have that ult yet, but he's about to get it. The raw uppercut is good there from Spider. Now has to fight out Mike. Mike now is going to be... Oh, sorry. Mike got eliminated. It's Aja. Aja now has to try to live out the pressure here from Spider. Does not manage to stay up. Does get the ult now out. Trying to apply the pressure there off the Blaze. Does get it through. But Spider with another raw uppercut into the 1-2 fan. 1-2. Doesn't manage to connect now. But now the pressure here from Aja being able to see if he can try to close this out.
He tried to restand that. He wasn't going to be successful for it, but that's okay. He still got himself the grapple into the LMB. If he could have gotten it, Spider would have. Armor swaps, though, are not available for H-Dog. He's trying to get inside the gates of the Imperium Hall. Of course, he can look into F1 to rescale it, but he's going ahead and playing the kite game. Mike is already on the res. I'm not sure where, but there's an RMB, and these guys are tied out. The clinks are good, and the RMB confirms it with the F2.
Snags up the elimination. That's 2 on the board now from Spider, and this is what I'm talking about, right? This is where you really gotta have to try to shut down the momentum that Spider got. But Frost and Verse getting active. Common armor there for Verse. Frost already with purple armor in his arsenal. Trying to go for the full chase down here onto Verse. Verse being able to cut out some of that pressure, but we have more players getting active. Spider and Ron. Spider looking for his third on the Yodo, about to get that ult up again. Ron has that ult online, the F off cooldown here for Spider. Ready to go back on in. Doesn't matter to catch the Prowl. Eats up the Prowl here off the LMB from the Nunchucks. Now has the F for the combo breaker. And you see Ron trying to back on up now.
Yeah, the Dragon Slayer might even be thrown. The Clink is good for Spider, potentially for the RMB, but he walks away from it. And now they might be looking for an honorable reset. Spider said, no. I got my ultimate coming back online. We're running back. And this is going to be the Scare Rush gameplay right now to see who's going to be able to catch who. Armor swaps are in a distance, potentially, if Ron gets it around the corner. And then, of course, holds the horizontal because he knows he's going to get the block extreme. You can see the meter on his nunchucks. He finds that common armor. He might be taking his win guest, and he is going to look for the honorable reset as he drops right back down.
Yeah, he tried to bait it. Spider, no, not going to bite. He's going to go ahead and start rotating on into that first Yang. You see it now on our screen. Start forming around up. Mike, on the other hand, manages to find purple armor. I don't know where he found that.
Bro, this is crazy. RNG god, man. I don't know what to say. Look, he has blue armor on standby. He just knows, bro. He thinks.
And I was gonna say that, right? I would have liked Mike to, like, you know, play a little more conservative, post up for that first Yang, take his chances inside the Yang instead of just throwing his life. Because right now he's kind of forced to just back on, play just back. He can't get into any engagements right now. He already burned through his first resurrection, so needs to see if he can try to pick up some scores, some eliminations up for the remainder of the game. But overall, I don't know how he did it. He ended up getting a purple armor and he has blue weapons, so he's still prepared for that first Yang. So it worked out good for him. It just comes down to that winning that Yang. He has to try to win out that Yang to continue scaling up. If not, getting that Yang depletion is going to be very crucial into seeing how this game's going to go out here for Mike.
Real. And now we're looking at XY taking the fight against Spider off the ends of the Heavens Watch's Ravine. And the LMBs are good here for the catches, and XY is kind of keeping it even Steven, but he's taking a lot of Scare Rush damage even if he's mitigating through it. Look at this guy. He's eating like 200 damage. He's Scare Rush, bro. It's over. The Whisk Throw, though. What's the play here? We hold LMB, we throw it. We have Whisk Throw for the F2, but he jumps his LMBs, and the Volpine Essence has been proc. I forgot to look down, and he gets caught almost, but there's going to be the launch. The launch isn't connected. I knew it wasn't going to connect, but the problem about Spider is that once he's under his ultimate, they got Mike. He's already on it.
Oh, this is good for Mike. He's looking for the proc, doesn't get thrown at it. Spider now could be bad for him, still has a res, but just a couple of seconds, Mike not be able to snag up the elimination. Spider does manage to get taken out by XY. The bow shot is good there for the Tomog. Mike now has to find out the Temi. No ult here for XY, but Mike does get finally a value off that ultimate. Doesn't get the raw uppercut, doesn't get caught up with the whistle swat. Thought I could nearly connect it. There goes the second TP. Doesn't get the hit off of this, but catches Prowl. 1.0 is good. XY eats up a lot of this damage. The Scare Rush is good there from Mike. Snags up the jump LMB for the elimination. Picks up his first into game 5. And now ready to still continue scaling up. Start rotating on into the realm of Yang.
Yeah, and I know that Chen's right there in the distance, but this kill is massive. This is gear. This is a lot of gear he just picked up. This is a really great snowball into this Romy Yang. If he needs to decide upon it, though, he goes for the fruit. Nice. He been maxing it out, man. He got it. He got Marriott Winter Suite. We ain't going to see that. But, you know, picking this down here, he's going to be very careful upon this. Oop, a little bit of stutters there. That's okay. We know that Mike has himself, though, against GG Chen. And that Akko's pickup, that's actually a rough matchup. You know what's crazy? Looking at V2 teleportation, he was going back over and over and over again. He just throwing that over and over. But I think it was a dull sense of illusion that he threw XY into. Regardless of that, Ron, purple weapon, XJ Zhao, and Shun Huan, and this time running to the sky.
You see him now looking for the pistol shots. Ron putting it back in there, the pillar. A Zhao just kick off the Scare Rush, going straight into the F, but the jump doesn't give him the full prowl. That was good there from Ron. Lonnie now trying to back on up. Now it's going to be forced to pop this ultimate. Asia now going to play around the pillars. Just has to try to stall out. Gets clipped off the first ball throw. Doesn't get the full damage off of this. And now you see Asia continuing to scale on through. Still has a lot of time to try to withstand there from this Lonnie ultimate. You see him being a big nuisance here against Ron to make sure he doesn't have a good timing there to throw ball. He misses the second ball throw. Asia tries to go for the reset, but now it's forced to try to go on in. And he might be popping his ultimate pretty soon.
Yeah, there it is. Comes out here for the recast. Ooh, no, he holds it. I like the temperament on this guy. This guy has some goodwill. But for Asia right now, he's got to watch that scare rush, man. He got caught the first time, the first 5 seconds within the first in his Romiang. But the thing is that on the pillar play, I mean, V2 connects. He gets the vulnerability. He connects the damage off the fly. Whoa. We can't be eating all that damage here, Ron. LMB might be coming out here. The F1's up in 3 seconds. He's looking for the Goomba stop. He might be actually getting the LMBs here if the RB connects, yeah. There it is. Hold it down again. F1 is thrown out. The combo breaker is still available for Ron. He still stays on the ground. He knows that he doesn't wake up. He's good. He goes back to sleep.
He goes night, but hey, Zhao still trying to fight this through. Gets the damage back to back 3 times. There no way. Goes for the RB, forces out the F. I thought he was gonna do it 3 times, but he doesn't. See him now going for the jump LMB. Just needs a little bit of chip damage, 8 seconds, but the F is good there for A Zhao. Being able to snag that up. Mike against first. This is a big one here from Mike. He needs to try to live out and try to witch out the pressure here from Verse.
Yo, he got a hold 1.0 into the face.
No,
and he parries. That was nasty. This man is like, yeah, I got you. This is it. This is his second elimination. This is his best lineup too, his best matchup against the Kylan. And then inside the Romiang, that was it. That was gold weapon pickup. We're gonna look and wonder what he's got. He's got gold katana. He also got himself out here. I believe he actually picked up some Sky Punch. He finds Fist Blades. That Telluric is going immediately into that. For Shio of all units, he is gonna be going straight to the shop. 35,000 Dark Tide coins. Just to make sure he can slot up here. We gotta see what he's gonna be able to pick up here. I mean, he opens all his slots. It goes into it. He finds himself a jab. Oh my goodness, bro. Jabbing is going to be a really strong pickup here, especially since now he has the Fist Blades to be picked through. But since it comes down to this, I mean, he's got 2 great weapon selections with Jades to be in his arsenal. And this is on 2 eliminations, matching it up with Frostibus, matching up with Spider, as we see a reset on Ron and Verse outside of Heaven's Watch, where we saw fights prior happening.
Not finding each other just yet. Stall is out, 2 minutes and 30. This would have been good for Mike too. I was like, wait, hold on, Mike is around here. He could potentially come on in. There's a little, I thought he was able to go get a little bit of third-party action, but no, you see him being the main aggressor. With every Vermilion's Birds Might, he's gonna have the leeway there to be able to open up, and you see him trying to inflict a little bit of that damage there onto Verse. Spots up Ron now, but Mike, go ahead and snag up a little bit more Jade. Second Yang starting to open up now, but Mike wants to try to capitalize off this Vermilion's Birds. Might have another player moving on in. That's Frost. Frost is we don't have the thing. We don't have the buffs up, but I believe Frost also has Vermilions. Yes, he does.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he won his Romiang. He took that victory, and then on top of that being the Zendawu, I mean, he has a lot of range pressure here, but these walls, man, he's hit these walls to top. The problem is, we're back into a skirmish, bro. Everyone's in here. The parries are good, and then, of course, it blows up. There is Verse with triple hits. He gets all that health back for white health, but he can't restore armor on those strikes, by the way. It's only for health. And then for Verse, it's just movement. He's got to keep keeping himself moving. He's going to get chased down even if he goes for armor reset. Mike on that ultimate cast has no shield throws, or rather, in this case, no teleportations. He's on V2 for the pursuit. For this case, if Mike gets 1 stagger, if Ron throws a blue, there it is. That's all he needs, right? Burns out the tap dodge, burns his stamina basically, looks to hold horizontal, burns out the Lonnie ultimate. He's on last shield throws, and of course the teleportation is taken. The goalie stance is thrown his way, and then of course he repositions, and then he gets the LMB. Oh, no, he doesn't. He gets armor swap though, and that's going to be a chase down coming down from everybody.
I see how it works now. It was confusing me. Like it starts at 0, and each time he gets a block, it goes up 1, 2, 3. Okay. It's not like the other one where you have the shield throws and it goes down. But overall, you see Mike is going to eat up the damage off the shotgun Verse. He is going to be shut down there. I believe XY is going to be second elimination. Frost takes out Ron. Verse with a minute 10. Tries to live out the pressure here from the lobby. You see everybody full chasing down the Kylan. Spider being one of those main ones with 10 seconds remaining on his Yang depletion. Not going to have enough time. Even if he catches here, he does not have enough time to inflict all this damage here. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. H has to be snagging up this elimination as well, unless someone comes on in. Cannon shots fight on in. Not sure who took that range shot right there, but looks like the damage is going to be going towards Ajao's way. He does get the R&B focus for the kill confirmation, and now players are running out. Where's the bloom?
There you go. He got it. Yeah, Verse just picked it up. The delay on the body fall. Bro, that thing is the worst feeling in the world. Everyone's like,
Yeah,
yo,
that was weird. Yeah.
So everyone's just waiting that down. I know Verse was like, oh, I'm out. I don't know how I'm out, but I'm out.
Not bad there for Mike, though. Mike, puts it up for the second yang. If Mike wins this yang, he just has to stay alive. He just gotta, hey, like, don't see me. Don't look at me. I'm not even here. I would say the unfortunate thing about him winning that first yang is that he got Katana. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, real. That's actually So here's the thing, though. But he got Sky Punch now, so he can literally I think he can swap into it, bro, like into a 2-on-1 off that end.
Oh, okay.
So he's just found a blue pair right now. I'm not sure if he wants to upgrade that. He's got Switch Dazzle. That's what I'm saying. Sheet swap versus a swap off a Katana is probably his best play there. He's gonna have to do some manual swapping in his inventory if he's doing that. Meanwhile, Chen is gonna pick up the loot. H-Dow's like, yo, what you got there? Yo, you got phone? Yo, you got games on your phone, bro? Like,
Yoink. Snags it up.
Yep. Look at
this guy. That's what he's doing. You're right. Oh, he went staff though. He got jabbing.
No. Yeah. It's just about like I said, Sense of Illusion now. It's against Frostivus though on the Zendawu, and he's got explosive armor. That could be the settlement though, because that explosive armor will knock back anything. Blue focus and greater.
And this is a massive fight, man. Let's see it. Mike on the purple staff once again has jabbing. See Frost with the gold whip sword in the back end. Both players playing around the pillar. Nobody really full engaging right now. There it is. Mike goes on in, has the F to get a little bit of knockback, but the F combo breaker is down. Does force out the F there from the Zenda. Recatches Prowl there. The spin back is good. The 1-2 doesn't go for the raw uppercut, knowing he can get the bounce back there off the F recast. Goes for the second one. He's gonna go ahead and invest the Shayo ultimate. Procs out the first. Now the Zenda ultimate is gonna be invested. You see him now going for the fly ends, but I think the Shayo does have the pressure for this, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, the arrows have to connect here. If he tap dodges, he burns all of that. The B1 comes down, and he can't melee through this. He's going to go for the top. Oh, wait a second, Frostivus. Wait a second, Frostivus. Wait. Free shots in the midair. Going to deny with the F1, and then he's going to get caught by Prio. Okay, disengagement. Wait. We got disengagement. He got disengagement. Hold on. We eat up all his damage. I mean, we got to jump LMB this. The clink, the LMBs, and the jump LMB confirms the kill, man. That's unfortunate. You saw Frostivus like, yo, close. Like, that was way too close for comfort.
He went for the aerial R&B off of Clank. No, that's unfortunate there for Mike, but XY gets first replay here. Second yang goes for the follow-up. He's gonna get punished for it. He loses his weapon as well. See now, staying in the pocket, hung sword in hand. Doesn't get the stab off the LMB focus. Tries to stay in the LMB proud pocket. Doesn't manage to do so. It's just rough for him. Forces out the Temiev. I mean, Verse barely just gets touched now. Go ahead and invest it. Wait, no way. Catches the grapple. Has the second whisk as well. He's going to go from it from this bump. There it is. Looks for the LMB once again, and that's all he needs. That's the beauty of it. And it doesn't tick the green focus, I believe, right? It doesn't exceed it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That's a crazy thing too. They need to change that. They changed that, bro. Disengagement every game.
Nah, don't do that. Keep it.
Yo, make the game a little bit less.
This is the only 2Ds we see now. Is Temmie.
It's over, bro. Everyone else is like, man. Oh man.
Oh man.
Gonna wait. So Mike already has us down to the bar of knowing who he's going to be losing. Look at Chen's HP bar. My man's already gone. Frostivus knows who he's fighting because he knows Shayo is not going to have any sort of way of surviving unless he picks up that bloom. And she's doing damage. I mean, Mike is doing it for it. But Frost converts himself backwards. Zhao finally got himself back in there and then running it down here. This is up to the part where, you know, Shayo can get lobbied out. This is one of the scenarios. Even with Chen getting focus fired out here, there's Mike on the roar. There's a combo breaker early, but it wasn't even necessary. And now it's just about resources.
Swatch in the back, man. He gets clipped off of, I think it was a Zenda bow shots, and he invests his F, and he holds R&B, and it just lunges him towards Frostivus. And Frostivus half armors through with the whip sword, catches Prio, and just shuts him down. That's just unfortunate. Now with 2 minutes and 25, nobody's really giving him anything right now. I think Zhao's potentially the only one that can get locked down, but the way Zhao's moving right now, not making it easy here for Mike. Let's get caught up on the side of the terrain. The Aquos now to be investing that F. Mike with the gold katana. See him now. Gonna go ahead and invest. The shot your ultimate. Full inting on in now. Looking for capitalization. Swatches attention onto XY for a little bit. XY though sees it. He's like, yo, what's up? I'm here too. And he is gonna be shutting him down that pressure onto Asia. This could be bad here for Mike.
Yeah, the crazy thing, you saw Asia, you saw what Shunwan did. Like, he just burned down the shield throws and knew that's gonna be peak, and then there it is.
Bro,
All going to game 6. That's it. That has to be it. The Moonbane here though might be a little bit of upset, but this thing, Mike is holding it. He gets a parry, he earns it, and he burns out first. No chance are we running in the direction of the Moonbane, but hey, that's what you gotta do, right? And all of a sudden, everyone's gonna be focusing down this Skyline and say, hey, yo, what's going on here? Let's go ahead and damage this out. But Mike still has himself on Yang depletion for about a minute, I think. Now we're looking at XY getting a nice blue focus. Oh, there's his HP bar, and it's gone. Goes down. Everyone's around this Moonbane though, and it's dangerous. Dangerous to see.
He was only being in too. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what his timer was like. I don't know if he had time to get a quick little reset in, but didn't even matter. Get shut down. Going on to game 6. Now we're looking at XY, Frost, Asia, and Chen. 12.5, 12, 13.5 with 4 to board. I mean, they're trying to make it to the 17-point threshold. Let's see how it goes. Chen already invests his Aqua's ultimate, catches the leap there onto Verse. Verse now, in this kind of ult, doesn't manage to hit the no ult zone. He's gonna get dragged 3 times there off the slashes. Chen tap dodges through. There goes the no ult zone pop. Chen now is going to be playing the top side of the terrain. XY is well trying to chase down. With 14 seconds left, this is rough here for Verse.
Yo, Verse has been looking at this like, yeah, this is it. I'm done. I'm gone. And Asia plays a good elimination. Asia actually put himself up to 13 or 16.5 right now. We're going to be, actually, no, yeah, he's going to be at 15.5. But Frostmas is actually getting the stanchion. Yo, this thing is at the bottom of the verdant chasm. That's crazy. So weird, bro. That thing, that's a below terrain. The bottom, generally descended to earth. Brendan Fraser, bro. LMBs comes out here. I know that XY has himself the ultimate cast. He could, he's got his F list ready to go. He has the circle to his advantage, but not now. Not when there's a Shunwan Lee who hasn't used his ultimate in a while. Frostmas though climbs out of the chasm. He shows up. He got ult cast. They can't even see it because of the arrow on the side of her shoulder blade. They see the purple thing. He throws a V1. He's range safe. Once it collapses, the spirit wall collapses, its range shield wall. But no one wants to contest this girl. Nah, not for the slightest. Though, XY taking the fight against Chen. And if they want to pick up the flag, they could, because that gives them a little bit of heal back.
We're looking at Asia. Asia trying to make it to that top 4. I mean, he's close to making it to the threshold. See Chen though, eating up so much damage. Frostovich snags up the elimination though. Gets shut down now. Frostovich jumps up to 2nd, being able to kill still there from XY. Now applying the pressure is going to be Asia onto XY. XY still, I mean, he's done such a good job of like inflicting pressure but not getting lobbied.
Yeah,
he's been doing that throughout this whole time. Like, he's the main center of the attention, just to the fact that he has the perfect openings. You see him now grappling on in, going straight to Frost. Frost now gonna clip him out the sky pillar. Oh my god, he gets the damage off of this as well. Cancels it though. Predicts something in the back end, catches a second, can spin it back if he needs to. But XY is looking for the wisp. Doesn't manage to connect off of this. I see what XY was trying to do. He was trying to completely demolish A-Shao there, but unfortunately doesn't manage to do so. And now you see the pressure still going towards Frost's way.
Yeah, and looking at Asia, he gets a full armor reset. Yo, nice R&B though, friend. I need to see what's gonna happen here for Frost. He's gonna go for it again. The stanchion. Ooh, the jabbing is picked up from Mike's body, by the way. And now that XY is gonna be looking at it, there's gonna be the cast off the F skill, and of course, looking at what the moves are, he gets a nice R&B with the armor swap just in time. And the clink off #1. So Fire Blades burned out the combo breaker, but the thing about this, you cannot exit the animation for that. Rough. What the? Yo, my man is doing side quests in the middle of all this to get rid of the Yang deletion. It works, but now XY ults.
Oh, unfortunate. Oh, jumping the bees. Oh, I thought he was gonna go for the shutdown off that. Yeah, I thought he was gonna do that. The bow shot doesn't matter to do so. You saw XY going back to his Tumulk ultimate to get that reset in for himself. What do we have going up now? Asia comes back, looking for the third-party action. You see him flying on in with the F, catches it onto Frost, catches Prowl, 2-on-1. The Wisp is here, big damage onto Frostovich ×2, but he shuts it down. You see Frostovich now loses all that armor. Another hand, XY is almost losing this armor, and Asia in a good spot. What is that animation that the Sky Pillar is doing?
Stanson Sky Pillar starts extreme skin, yes sir. XY dies. Ajao actually is crazy. You know, I was wondering if Ajao gets his kill, this man gets a match point as well. So we have 4 match point gamers. This comes down to half the lobby. And now we're going to have to see whether or not Ajao confirms this MVP as well, because it's up to these guys between the last 2. LNB, Stanchion is such a high extensive range, man. He gets no Goomba stop, no confirmation. He gets parried, and then, of course, he still eats the damage like Crossfist does. He's still going to go for this whole checks of destiny, hoping to see if he can release a Merciless Havoc for Golden Focus. But the way that Ajao's playing this, he hasn't gotten a single confirmation. F1 comes down, Combo Breaker still available. We can recast right in the face, and then, of course, walk away.
Let's go for cannon shots. Doesn't matter to do so. Knows he has the Merciless, so you see Frost respecting it. Does match up the powder just in time. No advance hill, so it's gonna get chunked up pretty quickly. Animation is throwing it. What is that, a Jade? What is that?
Stanchion with the Star Collection Extreme, the 1-2.
Oh, it's just visual?
Yeah. Ajao's second MVP though. Man, yeah.
I thought it was like some fire thing. I thought he was like,
yeah, I was like
burn tick or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Congeneric Longsword, bro. Imagine that thing getting animations.
Okay, that would have been insane.
That would have been sick. That would have been sick. But yeah, man was waiting it out, patient. I was actually calculating out Frost was like, no, that was a mistake. I should have just thrown out the Merciless and thrown it back and then avoid the range damage, bro. GG. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff you can look at in hindsight. For Lat, I mean, XY was really the denominator there in this instance for this lobby for just being a tumult again. Though he does get the match point. He did exactly what he needed to accomplish. Leaderboard check wise, I mean, Mike. Okay, so you guys are gonna be mad confused when you see these pick band selections. So I'm gonna break it down again later on. Don't worry. But Mike's still in first place, right? Overall, he's got 17.5 points. At least I believe so.
19.5.
19.5. Yeah. And then Frost was able to pick up to what 6 on that end, so he's at 18.5. And then having XY there, Ajao already surpassed him there, so that's going to be just enough to kind of be in third, and then XY in 4th place. So, with this kind of coming down to this moment, what's going to end up happening is everyone is going to be looking at, you know, who is going to be in the 4th phase selection, who's going to be in the last phase selection, because everything comes down to the leaderboard. If you're in the first match point, you're now in the 5th phase. Yeah. That's what I said when I first saw it last year. Which player killed Mike in Game 5, though, y'all? A. Xuanyuan, B. Ajao, C. Verse, or D. Chen. Just make sure you guys are paying attention to why Mike couldn't make this round happen. It's not who killed Mike in Romy Yang 2. Making it apparent for y'all. It's who killed Mike out of the game completely. Because right now, we're going to the more solid midday. We're going to go into the non-Firefly match. We're going to get us into the match point where there's 4 different players, half the lobby. 50% chance we're going to get either a spider pop-off game that makes it so that we don't end today after the next round, or we end up having an extended day to go to Game 7 and potentially into 8. But those chances are going to get slimmer and slimmer the more these guys get to match point, because now that we have 4, it's a 50-50 shot.
Tied. It's tied, 19.5 for both Ajao and Mike. Who gets Prio then?
Ajao. If Ajao's above him, because he has more
damage,
more eliminations.
Oh, more eliminations.
Yeah. So he goes in that order, and then Mike goes into that second half. I didn't know how many kills Ajao had overall today, so if he goes into that, that's Ajao's. If Ajao's above him, then that means he's in the 5th phase, and then Mike second, and Mike in 6th, you know, and all that stuff. So basically, whoever's in places from 5th through 8th, they are the prioritization for the pick bands.
Yeah.
Which means then they end up being able to choose those top 4 picks. It's the game of roulette. You know, you're going to be putting out players, you're going to be putting out heroes, I should say, to the bottom of the board that you can expect to give them. And even to the extent of thinking that they can't be given them, right? Players can't pick, like XY can't pick to mulch. Why? Because he already picked up Temi twice.
Yeah.
So players are going to have to really just like lock it in. Obviously, Akos has been such a perma lock-in for the pick ban for phase 1. It's just phase 2 through 4 that we're going to have to see who is going to give stuff up, or they're going to give them a wrench. You know, it's like, hey, I'm going to give you this character that you can't play, GG. And they're going to have to play something like, you know, something out of the ordinary. Valda, for instance, you can see the Justina's coming back out a lot sooner or something like that. That kind of makes it seem that it's like, yeah, I got to do what I got to do.
I'm not wrong. This might be Spider's Aqua's game, too.
Yeah,
depending on where he's at, because like you said, everybody under that top 4 is going to be having that the prio for first picks. But overall, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Spider shuts it down here for this lobby. I mean, it's gonna be tough. He's been having a slow day. Saw a little bit of a sign of life from him there into game 5, but it wasn't enough. He does get shut down. It doesn't really close out that margin even higher to try to make it into the threshold. But into this game 5, we ended up getting our top 4 into that threshold already. It's gonna be a lot easier for Mike now, right? He had that shot yo here for game 5, which was a rough pick to go in, and he was playing that TP ult, which, you know, I feel like that little split decision making there of him holding R&B against Frost could, you know, be a very different decider of how the game would have played out for him. But overall, it was a very hard task for him to do there with that character pick being the last one for the hero selection. But somebody like A Zhao, I mean, A Zhao's been playing very well. I mean, he surprised me throughout the whole day. He's been having very consistent games, and now he overtakes everybody, being that first seed in the leaderboard, but gonna be the last one, or gonna be the first one in that bottom 4 to pick out, as you see here with 19.5. Yeah, it just goes off elims like Severio mentioned. Mike already in, Frost, XY, very, very close. I don't think we're gonna have an A game day here, sir. I highly doubt it, because, you know, it just becomes like into game of 6, 7. I mean, you have potentially even like 7 players in threshold moving into game 7. Like it's very hard, you know. But we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, because I'm contemplating. I mean, like, it's funny when you have your strengths stripped away from you. XY just burned his strengths. I think Frostmas still has a double pick for the Yodohime. I think he did he double pick Yodohime yet so far? Because if not, no, if he hasn't, then he's gonna have that opportunity for him now. Mike is gonna have, if it really depends on Asia, right? If Asia decides to just like play roulette number 4 and then picks a different hero, then it gives Akos fight for him, and that's dangerous, bro. That's dangerous. So let's get a chance on these highlight reels, because Spider getting this elimination on the Mike was a kind of a crazy reset, but then Mike found purple armor later on, and Spider was able to pick up his second elimination. You can see Mike taking the chase down here. Bow shot yoink from XY though, but nice extensions here. And the LLB into L, like just that, like, ooh, you know, but it worked out, hit the wall. This was an upset. I mean, it comes down to, you know, the parry coming through there from Verse. Yeah. But then everyone tasseled around here. We lost Mike on that Vermilions, and then all of a sudden the grapple, boom, bam, bop, that's it, right? Lethal Jab resets off the last hit on the restand, has the last whisk to confirm this Lethal Jab, which is just enough damage, confirm the kill against Kylo.
And right here, just a big nuisance there to Mike. Since the 1.0 to the R&B follow-up, gets elimination there. First gets shut down there. Asia comes in. This is where he secures his top 4 into that match point threshold. The whole Skypeller thing was throwing me off. I'm not gonna lie. My bad, Frost. My bad. I wasn't locked in for the last seconds of the fight, because I was like, man, what is that? What is that? I feel like I'm getting blinded. But you see it here. Asia gonna be locking in our winner of game number 5 on Lee. Which, you know, not bad. I mean, we haven't really seen some great success here from this character throughout the whole day. Was, I would say, arguably top 1 character picks before that everybody start picking that Akos. I feel like the lead was pretty up there. I think moving into J-Cup, right? That's where he was having a lot of success as well.
Massive.
So now it's like 4th, 5th selection, and do see his value now here into game 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of looking around. Finals format is a lot more different, just to kind of conserve your choice picks, because once you hit into, you know, the point, you could bring it out maybe later and then have it again. But the other thing too is kind of working around the fact that, you know, Chen almost got MVP on the Xunwan Lee. It's just the fact that it was against Kylan on the Mortal Defiance, which is Mike, right? But we're gonna have the top 4 compete in just a moment. We're gonna take a break. Be back, guys, because we're going to game 6 with Warsaw midday. Catch you in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. We just saw 5 games being played out. Top 4 locked and loaded here in our threshold for today's matches already. It can be anybody's game here. Ajao, XY, Frostivus, and Mike. Mike being the first one. Sorry, Mike, I left you for last because you were the first one. But overall, though, we've seen the excitement throughout the 5 matches. Have been a spectacular show thus far. Unfortunately, there for Mike, they're into that game 5. You know, he was put into a very bad spot just in the fact that he was last pick, was forced to play a character like Xiaoyou, testing out a different ult as well that we don't usually see the Xiaoyou. But overall, Xiaoyou has been, you know, falling down a lot in the meta. But overall, now I feel like right now it can be a better chance for him to end up MVPing if he's able to do so. But he has 3 other players as well to watch out for to see who's gonna be able to take this stage to finals. I don't know, Severio. This is gonna be very exciting. I feel like maybe potentially a Kylan gets selected in that section right there, because we do have what a 5th through 8.
Yeah.
So yeah. Kylan could be, you know, Kylan could be in there.
Yeah, I mean, he could be the primo pick that makes it happen. I mean, the survivability aspect, but then he gets lobbied out and he's like always in. But his opportunity to kind of shine comes off of against his opponents if he gets caught. We just saw double downers, XY versus Kylan's, man, and he made work of them. Now he's not in the hands of Tomochi's not going to be in the hands of the XY at this point on forward. But unless we get a chance in kind of seeking the non-Firefly type gamers that are used to it, this is going to be up to those guys who don't really depend on those off-drop fights. I mean, initial starting rage still going to be there. That's still going to be half their rage bar basically for the 43%. What's going to come up next is just whether or not they're going to be having, you know, the audacity to just pull up on the first off drop with a kill and then take that solo to another kill, right? Getting 2 eliminations back to back, best case scenario in any world, just about whether or not you can take that first fight and lose it. You know, flying knives is your biggest grievance. Don't ask me, don't question me. The problem about it is that you get 2.0, 1.0, your kill stolen, and then all of a sudden the value goes down.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. I forgot we don't have no Fireflies, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. So now the pacing is going to be, I would say for me, it's a little bit of a toss-up, because what we're used to into our stage matches and our qualifiers, game 6 is our only non-Firefly map, which is a mirror match. And you know, throughout the stages or the qualifiers for that stage, we usually see full W key fest in our game 6, which is the mirror match. A lot of the times those days players are just getting full active, but now there's a lot on the line right now. It's a game 6, no Fireflies, not a mirror match. I don't know how it's gonna go. I don't know. We're gonna have a little bit more composed match here for game 6. Potentially maybe even in circle with, I would say, even 4 players alive. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to wait and see how game 6 pans out, because I don't think I've seen a game 6 into non-mirror match throughout the whole 2026 season. So, you know, for me, this is new. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, Trios hasn't even gone through it. The most it's been for Trios was 6. You know, game 6 was for TE taking the MVP there, and the opportunity to get to game 8. I mean, it's there, right? It's always going to be a case scenario, right? Potentially, but the only thing is now that we're reaching the percentage of the lobby to be not. If it was like 2 players match point instead of 4 right now, we might have a chance to go to game 7 to game 8, right? Because it goes to 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 at that point. But then after this match, I mean, there's so many players that can make it to match point that the following round it's even greater than, right? Spider is not even in the double digits, right? We got to talk about it, because he's only at 1-1-2-1-1 or 1-1-2-1-2, right? And 2 proposed points too. So having the amount of points at 9 means that 10 at 14 is only 3 points, where he needs to get 8 points in order to beat match point. It's like a reverse of Mike from last stage, man. I mean, from the point that Mike though was able to catch up to 2nd place, this time around Spider is struggle busting out here in 6 overall. Though since H was at 19.5 alongside Mike, he had more eliminations going off, and then with 18.5 for Frostmas, XY was able to get 17.5 as well. We're looking to lock down just the phases, because at this stage right now, these 4 players ends the day. Takes the guap. They take 10,000 USD, you know, rounded up, worth of Wuhan as a stage winner. And then last chance qualifiers are just there to exist for them. And then we'd have to see what happens in grand finals middle of May, because with this is going to be the setup. This is the patch. This is the way it works. Let's take a look and see it, because to be honest, I mean, we've seen 2 skirmishes, I think, so far today, like 2 greater than 5 or greater players in the, like, a group setting, right? One in Padoria in round 2, and we just saw last round in Padoria as well. It's both of me and Padoria, but we haven't seen if this comes down to Morris Isle again, that group side skirmish is going to be a make or break for a lot of players, because Morris Isle, the most commonplace, the most common location that we've seen skirmishes that happen for a long time is Zest Winery, right? That entire area has always been like a place where players ended up going through. It feels like majority of the time, if you look at this as a percentage of like scraps between second round Yang and the final circle, or between first and second round.
I think it's too, like, top 4 have been the only players MVPing all the way to game 5. The only one that has been really close to that has been Chen. So I feel like right now Chen has to be the big shutdown in here to make it into that game 7. Or, I mean, like I said, Spider just, I don't know, just goes online out of nowhere and just has an insane game 6. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Spider is that type of player where he can just come online. You see him being our stage 1 winner there with that coin. The bird, so fire. I'm not sure if they had a trophy for stage 1. I don't recall, but overall, we'll see what we have for stage 2. But yeah, like I was saying, Chen has been he's been that that player that's been close to try to shut down the MVPs. I think he had second one game, that being game 2, with 5.5 for that match alone. But overall, here we go. Our first round selections, or our selection phases are in. We're gonna be having Chen in that first, Spider second. We got Verse and Ron being at third, fourth. And then A Xiao being the kill leader there against Mike. Even though they have the same amount of kills, he is going to be in that 5th spot. And then Mike in that 6th. Frostvis going to be snogging at that 7th place. And XY on that 8th. So be rough there for XY. I mean, what do we have? Balda, Shayo. I mean, he can't even play Tarka. He can't.
GG.
It's rough.
GG. No Tarka, bro. No Fireball V1 Tarka, bro. GG. So what's kind of the case right now is, we're in action cam mode, man. For everyone kind of at home, if we end out today, guys, this match point gamer, whoever wins this out, whoever's MVP at this stage on the top 4 of the leaderboard comes out. Yo, Chen just stole the Yodohime, bro. He just yoinked the Yodohime, bro.
That's bad
mine.
For Frost.
It is bad for Frost. Yo, Akos is gonna be picked up from Spider. He takes it. Bro, wait, this is like Spider's peak pick on a Morris Isle day match, man.
Yep.
Dude, oh my god.
That's what I was saying.
Rough. Tough. Dude. Wait, Zendawu maybe? Yeah, there's no way. There's no way, Verse. We don't do it. Shoot one Lee, okay. Yeah, what was Ron maybe with the no. He's gonna have to pick
maybe
up
with the Zenda.
Mulch. Maybe the Zenda it's Mulch. He's gonna have to double pick somebody here.
I think he goes Zenda. And I think the Lonnie pick might be for like.
What do you think?
I'm not sure if A Xiao played Lonnie already.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Gold
Last game, right?
I think he did it more style at nighttime. Yeah, he went with the doink. Pretty sure that was the case. Yeah, because he kills stole against Mike on the Zest Winery.
So it's gonna be Mike's pick. Okay, yeah. So Mike gonna snag up the Lonnie.
Yeah. Forcing this down, man. Forcing it down. Kylan's gonna be picked up here most definitely from Frostvis at that point, unless
Kylan for Frost.
Wait a second.
Or Mike. Oh, I forgot. Mike got a double pick. Yeah.
Wait. We gave her free.
We gave it up.
Kylan, bro. That's tough. Hey, Yodohime from first pick is gonna be his designated, choice.
He has to go Lonnie.
He's gonna go crazy for it. Lonnie into Justina. I don't know. Justina into Lonnie. Okay, Lonnie into for XY.
Look at him. He tried to pick it. He's like, give it to Temmie, please.
Pre-selection. Oh man. Oh man. can't do it, bro. Whoa. His eyes widen. He's like a kid. You just saw the candy shop open up. You saw that? saw the glisten in his eyes. Said, oh, Justina. Yo, the smirk. That's that spider smirk from stage 1 finals, bro. And I was like, you kidding me?
Yeah.
You guys gave me Justina? All right, you guys didn't know I was in the lab for 42 hours this past week. Let's go. Let's rock it. Bro, so, I mean, Justina can the snags. I don't know if he's going to go off in this end, but honestly speaking, we saw Verse do fantastic work on Justina for the last, not even just today, right? But even like in the past. So having Justina on this meta, it's kind of funny because even on NA standards, some players are like, yo, Justina, she's in a weird state right now. I'm like, she's still viable to the point where if you end up using Justina, off of like chase downs or disengagers, you will punish them. Like it worked against Verse today when he used the green focus, but just catching him outside of that. That's exactly what Justina is made for, right? I feel like she feeds you into using that skill so that she can chase you down. And depending on the weapon, like I said, longsword katana, if you catch that dash LMB into that hits, you get stagger, you reproc the stagger, that's a done deal. That's your death.
Also, though, I would say, like, I kind of agree, though. She's kind of like in a rough spot just to the fact that, yes, Verse, I mean, Verse has been... He's been a very strong Justina for a long time, Verse is a one-of-a-kind player. And then most of the times that we see the Justinas come out, it's just rough to see like that same type of value from in other players' hands here, just Pro League specifically, right? It's just rough. So I don't know. For me, it's that 8th selection. It just makes it so rough to have a decent game, because it's like, yeah, you have a Justina. We're seeing some Shayos come out. Today, we haven't even seen a Liam being called in here for that 8th round selection. So, man, I would love that. I would love that Takeda rework right there. I would love a decent Takeda rework. You know what I'm saying? I would love a nice little Takeda rework just to fill up the void of that 8th place spot. Just because, it's long overdue, man. It's been a long time since Takeda Nobutada just hasn't been that guy. And I feel like the Demon Lord should come back.
Bro, the fact is that you get the Takeda rework, you launch the Overwatch collab on the global scene, done deal. Knock your hands, get yourself the Genji ultimates, voice lines, go crazy with it. But I gotta see I want to see what the rework's gonna be like. These drops are insane. Mike's gonna be over towards the side with Frostivus. We're gonna have XY versus Asia versus Spider in one spot, Victim's Haven. Verse versus GG's Chen over by the Money Town, and Isolated Spawn. I mean, besides that, I gotta see what's gonna cook up here, man. 4 players, match point, reach it down.
That's fire.
I'm telling you, bro. Now we got Frostmas, Asia, Mike, and XY. Just like, okay, let's see what happens here, because these guys are head to toes. Game 6, match point. MVP wins it if they are one of those 4 players. As mentioned, my name is Severio alongside Creatives. We are in Morris Isle. We are in midday. We are on no Fireflies unless you take Cave. And then, of course, dropping this off, Mike and Frost already at the graveyard. And Mike's hot on the heels on Delon.
Oh, he snags up the blue armor there for Frost to show up, but a big parry opener there for Frost. R&B's now forces out the Kylan F. The prior goes towards Mike's way. Stops it though. Anticipated the F there from Milani, but a good patient there for Frostivus pays off. Now goes to Clink. Back into neutral. Sends the mid-range R&B focus. Gets the damage now. Frostivus will be forced to back on up. Gets a little bit of love test after that. Opens up with the R&B. Big damage. And now this could be bad here for Mike.
Yeah, Combo Breaker's invested, and we got a lot of trolls behind us, but Frostmas is holding on to one of these, towards one of the tabs, and then hoping to see if he can work around the corner. He gets some substantial, he gets the LMB, he burns the Combo Breaker soon from Mike. The Pitter Patter confirms, and then spaces up straight in his face. Knowing this is not going to be a Lonnie Combo Breaker coming up here, the ultimates are up. R&B comes in. This is elimination 1 in the lobby. This is more gold in the hands of the Maker. Now, XY getting eliminated by Spider. He is looking at Asia as a threat.
Your way scrap off Spider. A-Shot now going at it. XY down. A-Shot with the prior onto Spider. Has the whisk on attack. Goes for the LMB into the whisk. Now recatches the prior there off the LMBs. Goes for the triple into the grapple bump. Into the R&B. Big damage. Forces out the Akko's ultimate. A-Shot now looking for the perfect opportunity to pop that Tumulk ultimate. You see him spacing on back. Spider's going to retreat knowing that the Tumulk ultimate can quickly shut him down. You see him respecting that. Going to see if he can find a quick reset. Pops one. Fishing for the B2. Doesn't manage to get the distance now. A-Shot now going back on in. Playing the perfect spacing there, but Chen starts to move on in. This is bad. They see the Tumulk now going to be picked out of the bunch. So this is bad here for A-Shot. You got to be real careful. Overholds, gets the damage, forces out the F here for the Yodo. And you see Spider's going to be going for that reset and going to go ahead and come back right back in.
I like how Asia did not use that ultimate. I mean, it was going to be spacing for Akos anyways. What's crazy about it, too, is the fact that Asia is probably even looking for a TOD off of the ultimate cast with the throws, just to make sure he gets that kill and then confirms it, walks away. Though this is going to be a no Akos ult angle. He knows this. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. He ults off this end. Really unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. This is bad here for Asia. Once this Tomog ultimate is gone, if he doesn't find the whiffs, he catches it, but doesn't get a whole ton of value because of terrain. Goes for the Ruins, catches Spider though. That's good though. Does get the damage off of it. Now the Yoda ultimate is gonna be invested here from Chen. Chen stacks up Spider. Ron starts to move on in. Asia with a quarter HP left off of this. Then the ultimate gets invested as well. Fighting to get the last hit onto Asia. There goes the bow shots on in. The old recast off the Yorohime. Not enough damage. And Asia trying to scatter on back, but Chen with the kill still there onto Asia.
That's crazy, too, because you know that Chen's looking at this LMB like, yo, it's time. The F2 combo breaker comes out. He looks for the R&B, walks away, goes for a reset, has Scare Rush if he needs it. Ron's going to be looking to back off of here, and the Yodohime will look at the Rage Bar. It's already at 70%. This guy is he's moving around here, having at least a quarter bar of his ult left to burn through, and Ron is looking for the offense. He is looking to rush him down. He's arcing out the R&B. The raw uppercut is avoided, and Chen is still making this move and seems flawless. I mean, he's got himself out here. He is going to play the aggressor.
He made charge into Nbpl there. He does manage to force out Chen to back on up common armor, but Ron full chase down. R&B there onto Chen, sends the LMB focus, does manage to get the damage as well, clips him off of this, recatches Prime, forces out the F. Yodo Blades are out, going for the recast there off the F. Trying to knock him back. There it is, the re-F cast doesn't get him fully out, but now before sending out the Yodo ultimate, he snacks up the R&B in the face, snacks up the damage plus elimination. Now Chen gets sent back to the Soul Altar with no scaling and Ron being able to shut down. Oh my, that's just unfortunate for those players.
Yeah,
shuts down two.
He's on a roll. The 2 eliminations and having this down. I mean, Chen's already going on soul form duty. As for XY, Justina pick here coming through. He did get eliminated. He's got purple nunchucks and he's up against OUG Spider. Now this is up to his position, right? For Justina against Yakos, probably the best pick. But the problem is the terrain. We gotta get in a more open area, bro, because this is rough. We're gonna have Spider on one of the broken ship expanses if he can get himself in there. It's like, you know, playing it out. Horizontal comes out. R&B is free. XY gets jump LMB. And of course, the horizontal, he connects it. And he actually commits to it because he realized it in the span of a millisecond that he connected.
Man, XY is getting very aggro here. Very, very aggressive. There goes Justina to me. He's betting on this. Doesn't get the freeze off the recast off the Volt there. You see him now. We'll chase him down. This is confirmed freeze off of his dash. Doesn't go for it yet. Now waiting for the Akos ultimate. The V2 on through. Might trying to scatter on out. XY very patient, catches it. Now goes to nunchuck meter burn off of this alone. There's gonna be enough damage there to snag up the kill onto Spider. And XY's aggression pays off. Snags up the buffs. Plus everything to trope and shuts down Spider and sends him back to the lobby. And that's unfortunate there for OUG Spider.
Man, that timing is needed then. He got the imprint. He knew it was going to be guaranteed freeze at one point, so Spider was trying to make sure he can avoid it, but he's still, even with it, still able to kind of hop around 1 second on the air, and that's it. Getting ourselves into the Rummy Yang. We're going to have ourselves with Frostfist. He's going to have Sing Cleaver, by the way. I can't wait on the Lonnie. Oh my god, this is gonna be intensive because we gotta switch on over here. We're gonna look at WFG's XY versus WBG's verse. He's gonna be rocking this down. He's gonna have himself the Winnie Trinity. It's not gonna work out here. He's not gonna have anything for that. He's also gonna be bullying this down against a Shunhuan Lee, and then Shunhuan having purple Hong Sword means that he's gonna be going off to the sky. XY looking at the horizontal or the vertical, and he still avoids this, hoping to burn the combo breaker, and he does so. In fact, verse pulling the aggression.
And that's kind of unfortunate, right? That F just forces you to burn your F just so you don't get hit off the prowl. Now, just ultimate get caught out, but the LMB prowl reverse off that ult recast is just beautiful. Gets the damage off the R&B confirmation. Now, going for the ult recast, doesn't cast a confirmed freeze. Now the Lee ultimate gets invested. XY not trying to retreat, trying to take a quick reset in for himself. Versus well, both players respecting the full reset. Now we're going round 2. I believe the Lee ultimate is gonna be up for a couple more seconds. The Justina ultimate is gonna be gone now.
He's spacing out so he avoids the timer on the sleeve, so he doesn't get Gooba stomped here. Hold on a second, he misses. He does not. He connects it. Combo breaker invested. I think that tap dodge doesn't connect. Yes, it doesn't. And this means because the ultimate's done. LMB confirms the R&B. We know the F1 comes through, but he didn't get the yield. Oh my god. And he crouches. This man's like, nah, look at the LMB off of me. And now it's up to the F1 cast, right? 10 seconds left on the combo breaker for XY, and yet Verse is just playing patient.
What is XY on? XY is just... Man, look at him. Oh, goes in, gets cut off the prowl, has that F to stop that. XY. Now, looking for nunchuck meter potentially, or can just hold that LMB there to proc It doesn't matter. There goes the prog here for Verse. Good damage off of this. Plus the R&B, and that's going to be enough. And XY gets shut down. It's going to be having that Yang depletion. Ron and A-Shot going at it. Massive parry there for Ron. Jump L and Beast forces up the Temi F. A-Shot applying tons of pressure here. The ult, believe, had no value because the health bar is still very healthy there for A-Shot. Or for Ron, sorry.
Yep. Yo, the LMB connects off of this. Combo Breaker is invested in that jump LMB to confirm the last final hit. It's crazy. Our Realm Yang depletionists are coming down as the winners in terms of who needs to be on top. But so far, Frost is the only one winning this down. He got his Realm Yang. Wait, can we get a replay? I want to see if he TOD'd off of the Sin Cleaver with the Lonnie. Thank you. I appreciate you, Prod. This is coming down here for Frost as he's up against what seems to be SR's Mike of all people. Finds the wall, goes ahead, launches out the horizontal. We know the whole release schedule, and the disengage comes out. He couldn't catch it, man. I was watching his stream. This man said I could catch disengage. We didn't see it this time, but he did win. So we gotta see what happens after this Kylan ultimate.
Let's see it. He's clicking off of this. That's actually crazy. Just stops the pressure from that. See him just parrying there. Frostivus now. Gonna overheard the Lonnie ball throw. Catches that. Jump on beast. Has the TP now. He's gonna go ahead and jump towards that. 2 more charges left. Throws it right. Anticipates the left. So goes left. Now it gets cut off the 1-2, but he jumps, avoids most of that damage. Goalie stance doesn't get the damage off of this. Still playing very patient. Last ball throw. There it is. He's going to go ahead and wait this out. Going to go ahead and throw it. Catches it this time. Jump LMB. Forces out the Kylan F. Going for the LMB times 2 for the finisher. Now the commotion off the first inning. This is my favorite part of the games right here. Ron in the mix. Frost as well first. Mike starting to move on in. Chen, Asia, everybody moving up here to Celestia. Frostivus though, very weak, so go ahead and back on up. Does have the Vermilion's Birds Might, so you see him trying to scatter on back. Chen trying to be that full focus player there, being the first one in there against Frostivus. 1 powder in there for Frost, doesn't catch the ball throw. Now this could be bad. Since it gets parried out, Chen gonna be able to get the damage, but first with elimination, he is gonna be shut down. The Vermilion's Birds Might is gonna proc, and now we have Mike against A-Shao, and Mike needs to try to sustain this with 1 minute 18 seconds left.
Yeah, he's going to get a little bit more damage, a little more seconds on the clock. The F1 Wisp is still available for Asia. This is corner fight between 2 match point gamers. 1, 2, 3 piece around the corner with the crouch LMB. Knocks down him down. Asia is out. And of course, XY is there to concede this fight. Potentially 2 match point players going down in 1 fell swoop. The parry isn't going to be had here. XY still having to worry about the Kylan ultimate, whether or not he knows it's up. R&B connects, and now they're matched for HP.
Can't be bad. It's gonna be bad. Mike's getting his health chipped back. You see XY now stay in the pocket. Christine ultimate call it in. So go ahead. Get caught up with the prowl. This is good for Mike. Crouch LB for the extra damage. We used to shot the old recast there. Doesn't let loose, but catches prowl.
Oh my god!
Catches the freeze there. Aerial LB into the aerial RB there for XY. Shuts down Mike. Mike gets back into the lobby, and XY now with 2. And he's just full W keying in. Not afraid of anything. And you see him now jumping up. Wow.
Yo. Mike wasn't prepared for his combo breaker worked against him. He was locked in animation. That was a free freeze, bro. Unfortunate. Imprints the power of itself, bro. Yo, Ron's looking to get out of here though. This is tough because Verse, Chen, look at the leaderboard right now. Chen's at 3 eliminations, Verse is at 2. A lot of the gamers here at minimum is at 2. Actually, the remaining players are at 2 eliminations. But we're looking at this engraving juggle. What's going on here, Chen? We'll be learning out. This is going to be a kickoff though for Ron if he doesn't get his ultimate online here soon, because you can see the F1 comes out here from Verse. He's looking to kind of close the distance. Gets a nice get rush, gets parried off of this whole check, and that's going to be it. That's going to be down. And now Verse is up to 3. It's 3, 3, 3, 2, 2. Yo, this is going to be the closest it's been.
Yeah, and I mean, that was probably potentially like the best it could have gone there for Frost and XY. Just the fact that Chen was in the mix and he already had 3. So if he would have gotten that, that would have been 4. He would have snagged up another one. He could have kept increasing that that margin there for the MVP. So, you know, 3, only 1, just 1 a pop there for Frost and XY to try to bounce back there from Chen and Verse. But now second Yang, right? We're going to go ahead and into the second Yang. We have 2 players potentially coming out with the Yang depletion. I want to have it exciting. I want to see Frost versus either Chen and Verse and XY against either Chen and Verse. I want to not them having the same. I don't want them to go against each other just to the fact that, you know, how is going to pan out. Are they both top 4 players going to get shut down and get Yang depletion, or the bottom players are going to be coming on top? I don't know. So we're gonna have to wait to see how the second Yang comes up. But it's exciting, man. It's crunch time.
Oh man, I'm looking at the Jade selection. Let me see the Jays. I see XY, the gold Jade. You already know what it thinks. I already know what it is. Don't worry about it, bro. He got the more of the finance. He got the money for it. He has it. He's on the Jacina. no questions about it. Where he goes into his Roman Yang frame 1, he's up against X-Verse actually. Against the gold fan, bro. And XY's nunchuck game has been on top of it, man. I mean, he's looking at this class like he knows that he can cast it out. He can work against their F skills, and he's doing it on the Justina, and he's making it happen. But this is the matchup. Non-match point gamer versus match point gamer. Who comes out on top? Round 2 for round 6.
This is what I wanted to see. Let's see. XY. We get off the scare rush. Good prod here. Verse forces out the Justina F. What do we got now? Just go ahead and send the R&B focus. We force to pop this ultimate. Stays in that gold frame. Just linger a little bit of that ult there to stay in that gold form. We see him now trying to go for the quick reset. Back in the pocket, overholding the LMB. No release there for Burst. Sends the LMB focus. Gets the damage off the 2.0. Click comes in off the light. See the wing gust. Nice tap dodge. There goes the ult recaster off to Justina. Now the lead ultimate gets invested there from Burst. You're going to respect that. Going to go for the reset. Round 2 coming in now.
Bro, the crazy thing is, the recast still available, so XY knows this. Wait, what are we doing, bro?
Wait!
He's really doing this right now? To invest the V2 in midair to give him a false sense? No way, bro. XY, no. He held it. He had to hold it. No, there's no way he insta-casted in midair. We're gonna look at these R&Bs because it's the combo breaker comes down to this. Oh my goodness, the LMB confirms off of this. This man's gonna look this. He sends everything. The parry is out, the silence is confirmed, and the amount of damage is too much. He goes to fist plates. He has combo breaker. F1 still available for Verse. He can scale up here. He's gonna go ahead and try to chase him down. Cannon shot confers him over to the finance. He's gonna go ahead for the manual armor heal. Knows it's more important than anything. No, he goes for the manual health heal, and he's gonna go for the tap dodge here. If he can get that off the fist plates, F1 comes firm. It's gonna confirm uppercut, and that's gonna be it. 1, 2, 3 vertical comes down. That's gonna be Verse getting his buff off the Roman Yang, but Frostus almost got into a TAD with Chen on the engraving longsword.
Massive fight here. Prior here for Frostivus. Off the witch sword. Goes for the second opponent. Into the pulsar swap. Tries to catch the grapple off of the green focus. Doesn't manage to do so. But opens up with a massive parry. Says the LFB. Doesn't get the damage confirmation off of that. Now we have the F called in for the Yodohime. 7 seconds. 2-way tie once again. So now it's going to be a 3-player Yang depletion. So it's going to be an active Enso. And you see Frostivus not being happy about that one. He's going to beat himself up for that. You see him already in the player cam. Has to go for the reset now here off the Soul Resurrection, but what a mistake there. That was so unfortunate there for Frostivus. 3-man Yang depletion. Verse though could be the one that can come up on top, but what an insane way to end for this final moments of game 6.
The horizontal, bro. Even at the top of the, it happens, bro. It happens. He's like, the angle's right. No, it's not. It never is. And he had a gold pulsar to kind of concede to change it out. That's tough. And Frost is going to be the target of this lobby over here. The F1 comes out. The cast comes through. LMB confirms stagger. He throws the R&B. Okay, wait a second. Oh, we double focus release. Oh, we're like built like that, huh? We looking at this and is looking at Verse. Is the lobby's not going to target him. They're still going to target out Frosty.
Gotta try to shut down Verse right here. Not sure they were paying attention to the leaderboard. But Verse got 4. Won his Yang. See Frostivus gonna go inside the zone. He has a little bit of time to work with here. So this is good. He's running him back on in Verse now. Looking at Chen. XY gonna be the one getting looked at now. XY is gonna go ahead since it gets the damage, but somehow it lands on top of the roof. So doesn't get the full confirmation damage. Since it again gets the damage again for the second time. They're on to 2 players. Looks like XY's gonna get looked at. Since it for the 3rd time. XY's just sitting them right now. He just does not care. Now he loses a lot of HP. Massive parry down to Verse. He's not gonna get the full confirmation hit. This could be bad here for XY now.
Yo, this is gonna be massive damage, man. He gets a dash, he gets 2 dashes, he 3 dash out, and he has no money for an automatic refresh for an armor reset. Frosto, quest lines, I don't know where he's at, but he's gonna be in the zone. He might be closing in here fairly soon. And we are at Council Courtyard Tower. This is probably one of the biggest kite game locations by far. Everyone recognizes it if you've seen it in years past. This tower is going to be a play where you have to go ahead and you have to navigate between in the tower, out of the tower, the scaffoldings, and just breaking the line of sight, breaking a stagger duration, and being able to kind of break off the ears so that way you can get a heal, because they're going to notice where it's coming from. They just got to find out. And look at this. XY takes it to the cliffside, and exactly where they are thinking he's still in the tower, he's out of there.
Oh man, Man, we got 2 minutes and 25 seconds. I don't want to see just the bodies fall. I need to see the commotion now. We got to get active. We try to, yeah, there it is. XY, Chen verse going at it once again. What do we have? XY getting looked at, 14% on that rage. He's going to be definitely the one getting picked out here out of the bunch with no online. They saw the dashes come through earlier. You see him trying to play around the Ballista Tower. He's going to have the terrain here to continue the movement game, but gets counter grapple. Who's that verse? Once again, verse is going to be the first one in here against XY. Gets scare rushes. Chen, the other hand, is going to go ahead and bite up some of these resources with 2 minutes left here to try to cleanse it out. XY is going to be the center of attention. Frost is now with a minute 50 as well. Looking, fishing. Has that gold pole sword in hand. You see him trying to look for the drop down, potentially 3 charge here. But it's just a minute 35. I don't know if we're going to have an elimination come into play.
I mean, 44 seconds he could still earn by dealing damage. He just needs to get these ticks off. He needs to start doing a little bit more, you know, I don't know, range damage, something, right? He's got that fan on standby, and the fan is great for kiting, but in this case scenario, he's going to fight on a very small incline hill, or on a very small platform, right? And having the final destination of the, you know, for the hits, if he can confirm it, there is XY. Wait a second. Target the lobby, got to go off the scare rush with the pulse sword if you can connect it, because XY on the Justina has no ult. And he's, you know, he still hasn't been able to deal enough damage. He hasn't maxed it out. 40 seconds left on his meter for the Romy Yang extender, but dude, that drop down was kind of fire from Chen, but it didn't connect. You know, it was blue focus anyway, so he could have gotten parried. The Yang Spear well has been picked up by Verse, who, by the way, is the only person without Yang depletion in this entire exchange, man. Unfortunate.
What do we have? I'm trying to think. I believe XY got eliminated a lot earlier than Frost and Chen.
Yeah.
So, if he's able to live out this pressure for 25 seconds, could potentially get a cleanse out here from either Frost or Chen, depending. And you see Frostivus already in. Chunks out a lot of HP here from XY. Who's able to snag it up. Jump into the beast is good. Gets clipped off of this. Doesn't get the last final hit yet thus far. There's nobody around. Frost needs this elimination. Doesn't get it. Gets the grapple stun. Now in the back end, Chen starts to move on in. Frostivus forces out the Justina. Doesn't get the last hit confirmation to go ahead and invest Alani, but doesn't get the elimination. That's Chen. Chen now with the elimination. This is bad. That's 4 apiece. Frostivus needs these last 2 kills. Gets the cleanse out now. Let's see it, but he burns out the ultimate. No ozone now pop here potentially, and there it is. Doesn't manage to get up. Gets one last ball throw. Now loses a lot of HP, but Chen's gonna get looked at. Frostivus still in the pocket, looking for the overheads here off the R&B focus from the long sword. See him though playing very cautious here. Looks like the cleanse is through from both players as well. Not sure how did Chen get cleansed there?
No. Yang Spearwell, he cleaned it out with the flag. And that's gonna be down. That's Frost. That's first taking the MVP, man. Game 7, getting us out here, man. So many match point gamers. Now it's gonna be a chance to jump LMB, and our R&B chase down, man. Versus Shunhuan game is nothing to scoff at, man. We have it down. I think 5-6 now for match point. We get ourselves finally, right? Finally, past the 6-game format. And now it's going to be up to the players that are left on the curve of the match points just to make sure going through. I know everybody in chat's upset, you know, but listen, it comes down to it came down to those moments, bro. It comes down to the small moments. I don't want to see anything about it, but the thing is you know, you calculate step 3 before step 2, and, you know, and step 1 had just happened. So he's already kind of like thinking ahead about what's going to happen next for him to tap dodge to avoid, because he got the silence, he had the riposte, he had everything. But for Frostivus, I mean, it was a good attempt to make sure. But what sucks about it is that XY, especially disengagement XY, that's a rough cookie to catch, especially if you don't have any pistol, right? One of the better range weapons to have on that position, where, you know, the players on the ground. Pistols are all about the proximity shots if you land it. Not having that specific range weapon in that scenario kind of cut ties in terms of getting the elimination sooner, so that way the other players don't arrive to the scene and take chances of getting the kill steal, because at that point, you had to invest ultimate. He had to invest ultimate in that spotlight.
If you're Mike or who was it, Azal, got eliminated early. I mean, I know you just took the longest deep breath. You was like, Verse got us. We're good. We got a game 7. Man, that was an insane game 6, man. It's crunch time. Another crunch time is the answer. Trust me, if you guys are watching the YouTubes, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to get a chance to win a special gift. The question is going to be, which hero did Verse use in game 6? It's still kind of easy right now. I'm not going to lie. It's still pretty simple. A, Yodo, B, Lee, C, Justino, or D, Lonnie. Still pretty they're not really like some of these questions I'd be seeing in game 5 or 6. It'd be like, what is the square root of something?
Yo, bro, what's the calculation of sigma with the variable 3/4? Like
it'd just be some crazy stuff out of nowhere. But yeah, that concludes game 6. I mean, that was an exciting time. I mean, off rip, I was like, oh, we here. Oh, we here. Oh, it's this type of time, huh? We got mad action too. I like the daytimes. I'm not gonna lie, the aggression was fired throughout the whole game 6. Yeah, we're looking at that top 4, and now I don't know how many people do we have now into that threshold. Do you think? Do we think we have 6 at least?
Five.
Oh, 5? Okay.
Yeah, it should be 5 at least.
Oh, but yeah,
Spider's in 6th place, man, and he hasn't gotten enough points to kind of make the threshold. Slow day, bro. You know what's crazy though? Verse was lower than Spider, though. He was at 4 points, and then he gets that matchup into like maybe 6 points, so he's at like 11 or so. I'm not too certain, but look into that. For us, let's take a look and see what's going to happen next, because one partition is this right now. The more match point gamers that there's added, the higher that you're on the leaderboard in match point, it means you go higher in phase selection process. So chances right now is that SS1's Frostivus is the highest on the board for it. So he surpasses Mike, which means he gets himself to what, phase 4 at this point, right? Because they have 5 players. So he's going to be able to choose out the character in phase 4. The options are there. Opportunities, he's got to strike hard and strike fast, because this is going to give him a chance right now to kind of get this second opportunity to meet match point, because the fact that XY, Asia, and Mike all ended the post Rama Yang depletion, right, are in the case of running it down against one another in just a one fell swoop. You know, they eliminated each other. Half the match point gamers were gone by that point. So there was really nothing left to go ahead and lose, and then all of a sudden, you know, the match point gamers still eliminating one into another, where Frost was chasing on XY. Now it went down to 2 to just 1 match point player. Like, that was it, and that really was kind of the cumbersome effort. I mean, you've seen these match point gamers going through, and then, you know, one mistake costing them lives. For instance, Mike, you know, burning out the combo breaker against Justina in Prince, and then having the dash to be available for her in the span of a split second. That's a free dash, that's a free freeze, that's a free kill. And in the space of how much HP was available with the beater down.
I feel like XR just in a pug.
Yeah, man.
W key and everything. He was, man,
he about to emo spam, bro.
But the thing is, hey, he was top 4 though. Like, it worked out for him. Unfortunately for him, he didn't win the Yangs that he needed to, and it kind of forced him to. He was just like, yo, I'm just going in, and he shuts down Mike there outside of right in the center of Celestia. But that insane play that you just mentioned, the double dash threw off the Carlin F. I mean, that's just unfortunate there from him onto Mike. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this game's gonna be panned out. What do we have? 4 points for Verse to make it into there as well. He had an 8.5 game. Insane game 6. Crazy game 6. Chen, like I said, right? Chen was the one that, you know, he's been that player that was close to MVP one of our matches today, and you know, he stamps his ticket into that threshold. And a player like Verse comes online, like you mentioned, he was what, 7th into game 6, and now he jumps up, you know, 4 points away to making it to the threshold. A player like Spider just rough, right? Our champ from stage 1 just hasn't had a good showcasing thus far. I don't know if it's possible for him to make it to the threshold, even if we have a game 8. I mean, he has to have a game just like how Verse did. We have to wait how our overall standing looks, and here it is. What do we have? Frost is in first with 21. Mike with 20.5. So that means Frost is going to be having our first round selection pick, so he might have a chance to pick that Yodohime into this game 6. But Mike is going to be 20.5, XY with 20, Asia 19.5, Chen with 19, Verse 13. He just needs a decent game. He needs a decent game. It's possible.
4 points.
Just 4.
3 kills.
But you could have a crazy game 7 for Spider too. Look, he can. I don't know. Yeah, we could go game 8.
Like. Spider's in second phase, by the way. So,
yep.
Yodohime, boom, done, GG. But we are going to go into game 7, right? Which is going to be, is game 7 our Halora daytime map? I think it is. I believe it is. We'll have to triple check that, guys. We're going to look at some highlight reels, because this first fight at Victim Saving was pretty spot on, right? We saw Chen come out here and took the yoinkage, and then all of a sudden just coming himself out here with Chen after the casting the ultimate, the V1 recast coming out here from Ron, and then all of a sudden, this is the second time we've seen this, right? This is the first time in the match, but XY getting the meter dump on the Octos, bringing it down. And of course, you know, what was kind of the selection here was just the target pile selection, you know, it was kind of peak there. I mean, especially this. Like, I'm still going to gloss over this because uppercut, LMB into the jump RMB, the double hit because of the wall, the terrain manipulation. That's all you need.
Yes, sir. Unfortunate that for Frost gets shut down. And then the cleanup here for Verse into the RMB on the Lee for the MVP. Yes, sir. Winner. Verse. Be snagging up that win there for game 6. See him with the little chain. I see a little bracelet on you. Verse, I see you. That boy got some drip on him. I see him. Nah. Look at the numbers, though. What a great game, though. What is it? Back-to-back Lee MVPs? Game 5 and 6?
Can't believe it.
Yeah.
Kylan's popping off. Lee's popping off, bro.
Yep.
And this guy had the Saptrap. I don't know where he got the Saptrap. Most definitely from the Rummy Yang victory, because then he took that. Or either that or he shot purchased it, because the Merciless Havoc would have been his first Rummy Yang, second Rummy Yang for Octa Slash Blade, and then into those two. But then again, having that to be his build, the fan was his primary weapon, gold rarity. Hong Sword there as well, and then the cannon shots kind of confirmed when everyone was kind of shot calling in the fights inside of in Celestra. He was just trying to range damage out as fast as he can. What sucks is that we saw Frostus win out the Rummy Yang. He takes himself out, or at least to kind of be hunted down as heavily as he was, and then having the, you know, for the possibility, putting down the pressure on Alani, she just disengages, and you just got to invest those resources to chase her down. She has free dashes. So off of that ult cast, you know, we burn that out. You just got to be close behind just to catch her in a run around. But then again, Alani on the offensive, it's kind of funny to see, but you can see the reaction timings of the players. They're really ready for her, you know, at any point in time. It's the same thing when you end up going against somebody that, you know, has a reconstructed like ultimate, like something like Lee, you know, like who has like his whole moveset changes. Akos, who has his whole moveset changes, and you just kind of readjust towards that and tap dodge McGee, you know, because if you go through with that, you'll be able to avoid every single strikes. You've seen these builds coming out, whether or not they're building a grapple distance, but instead getting more stamina in their builds just to make sure they have that extra little oomph. Because in those case fights, you need to run it down, and the moment that person wants to react heavily so with an ultimate cast, like those guys, like those units, you know, you just gotta be patient. You gotta be real patient. The only thing is that Chen was always offering out the engraving to a lot of these players. I mean, showcasing that he has it. Sometimes those things are really good for your isolated fights, but he did it in a group setting, and those things are kind of, you know, the reveal is there. Jump LMB spam is such a difficult thing to anticipate, but sometimes it's easier to eat that than eating an engraving. And some of those players, if they're not fighting it, you've seen some of these guys predict the engraving to come out just because of the action, right? And they were able to either react to it or just predict it altogether.
Sometimes I see the engraving getting showcased too, and it's just like at the worst time, and it's like,
worst time, bro.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, now you kind of just gave away your trump card. They send it, and it's always a parry. If they end up missing the first engraving, the next time they jump up, it just gets parried. It's just so unfortunate to watch. Just like, man, you just have to get the right timing the first time, and then you can go into the mix-up, right? But yeah, overall though, I don't know, man. I don't know how this game 7 is gonna go. It's gonna be very interesting to see who's be able to potentially close this out. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wanted it to go game 8. I kind of want Spider Reverse to have a good game just so we can have 7 players in the mix, and then it's just up from there. And you know, that's the beauty of this threshold system that is in the league, right? We didn't have this in the start, so you know, ever since it got implemented into the Pro League, was it last year?
What, this in terms of which, the mirror comp pick round?
No, just thresholds.
Oh yeah, match point since 2024 actually.
Oh, 2024. Okay. So yeah, it's just, man, it just really just comes down to like who's able to MVP, which, you know, some people didn't like in the beginning, because you know, there was like, I would say it was kind of like players that were just way ahead of other players. It was just constant, just straight dominating, just putting up insane numbers throughout the games, and you know, they end up just not being able to close out or getting MVP. But yeah, I'm not sure how we're gonna go. We see our 5 players up in that threshold. I believe Chen won us bi-weekly, right? He won something. I remember.
Yeah, he won a No, yeah, Chen won the bi-weekly. Yeah, he got that challenge down here. It's kind of crazy. I think we're going here with no break, you know, all gas, no breaks. You know, the crazy thing is with these amount of match point players in this round, this is going to be look, everyone head is down. You know, they have to look into the options here. Man's breaking out the codex, bro. Leonardo da Vinci, man, on the fly. Former OUG coach. What's gonna happen is next is, all right, we're higher now. We're still playing this out. Who's going to be choosing top 3? Who do we have to get out of the lobby before anything else, you know, to kind of go this out? Because now it's a lot less players for you to kind of anticipate. Anyone knows who's going to be in the top 3 is going to be non-match point gamers, but anyone in the top 3 will be able to notice, you know, who's playing what and which scenario. But they know there's 5 players in the lobby. They know there's 5 players that have to get out because if anything, they don't go to game 8. All right, especially for Spider, right? Especially for Verse and especially for Ron. I know Ron's in last place, but listen, anything can happen with the 8.5 game. We can go to 10-point games. It can happen, but the play styles are really, this really starts to kind of, this is where I like to see where we go further down the road. As much as a short day is everyone's, you know, what they would like to have, going the whole 8 mile means that you end up having the entire, like, the dossier just like dropped on the floor, right? What the players are going to be doing in like make or break situations. Sometimes in the case, not even in just in grand finals, but here, right? Because some of these players don't want to kind of take that risk of having to play through last chance qualifiers. They don't need to, because then they go into it like a scrim, if anything. Though this comes down to the formula, you know, what the players have and at their peak. XY has been, I'm not gonna lie, he's been a force of nature coming into his lobby or into today. So forcing him to kind of take him and putting him in a corner. I mean, you put an animal in a trap, they're gonna try to bite themselves out there to make sure they can come through and take it out. You know, especially if you're playing a character like Kylan, for instance. You can see Frost was getting those parries on Kylan against Mike, you know, and Mike was like, dang, I can't get a single one of these. What's going on? But for us, we're going to have to wait and see what the reaction is.
Oh, man. So, Akos, right? Who do we have? Who do we have? Who do we have first round? Who's first pick right now?
First pick is Verse, second pick is Spider, third pick is Ron.
Okay. It can be Akos. Someone's gonna be able to snag up a double Akos.
Someone's gonna have to yoink Yorihime out of Frost's hands, man. He even knows that. He's just put his head down, man. He's like, man, it's rough. This is gonna be because anything can come down to it where he can't choose a character that he would love to use, right? The one that he knows he's gonna succeed on, because this is the last round for you to choose your character. After that, we go to Miracon, right? If we end up going to game 8.
Yep.
So keep that guys in mind.
With how it's looking, it's Akos. Game 8. Just had one game, I believe, that we didn't have an Akos for a first round selection, which was last game. We had a Yodo. So yeah, let's see how it goes. Just waiting and out. It's all green, ready to lock in our 7th game. Spider, you can still do it. It's a 7-point game. Still doable. What is it? 4 for Verse. Super close to making to that threshold. Those 2 players have to be a big shutdown there to our top 5 of the lobby to make sure to extend this to a game 8. Game 7, stage 2 finals. As you see it there on the screen. What do we have now? First round selections, like you mentioned, Verse, Spider, Ron. That 3rd place, Frost being that 4th, being just the fact that he has the most points out of the top 5 players in the threshold. Mike, XY, Asia, Chen. Man, someone has to snag up the Yodo, right?
Someone gotta take it, bro. You gotta take the Yodo, bro. There's not even a chance. She has to show up in the first 3 round phases, man. She has to. Otherwise, we're gonna have a freeload day, low key. But that's just because the strength of the characters in the hands of certain players. Though, you know, upsets can happen. You could throw 1.0s back to boom, berry, you know, and then all of a sudden it's over. Though the one opportunity here, the drop fights, scalage. I mean, Frost looks to take the fight against XY over on Salvation Podium, right? So the fact that he's one up against Frost, right, or against XY means that he has it, you know, to choose a character that he would prefer, right, to take that fight off rip. But here we go. First phase, Akos. Lock it. You know, even his coach is like, man. I mean, we're gonna play something regardless, right? We should play this guy out, right? Or whatever. Yeah, take it down. And now it's up to Spider, bringing us down. I mean, I don't even know if he's gonna be putting himself out here for does he have Tumult? Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, does he not have a Tumult available for him? Wait a second. I mean, listen, he needed a Tumult if he was a match point, but he's not, right? So this is gonna be a match catch-up round. And now for Ron, main decider, Zenda, Shunwan. I was about to say Xunjuan next. Okay, that's okay. And if he locks that Shunwan Lee, it's now in Frost's hands. So when he's able to achieve here, He's got all the cards lined up here. Does he go Kylan? Does he go Yorihime? Does he go anything else that's valuable? He's gonna go Zenda Wu. He's gonna lock that girl in, giving Yorihime to the latter half of the match point gamers and just seeing where she comes up, because it's gonna be a Yorihime or into Kylan or Kylan to Yorihime, right? And then it's gonna be Mike getting her, picking it up, potential lock it in.
It's Valiant to Zenda over to Yodo. That's very surprising. He showed a ton of favoritism to Yodo for quite some time, but looks like he's enjoying the Zenda a lot more. He's snagging up that for his 7th game. Gives up the Yodo to Mike. Now, XY, I mean, his picks are very limited now, right? He already ran through his double picks. He played his Tarka match as well. Still has the Kylan. So that's what he's going to be locking in for a 6-round selection. 7th and 8th, you're kind of just like down to the wire right here. You have a Justina, maybe Hottie for A Zhao. Potentially it's just, oh, Lonnie, sorry, I forgot about the Lonnie. It's kind of crazy, like I completely forget about her now, like
yeah, never forget, right?
Man, I remember she used to, like, you could just full TOD, it was so easy. Off her uppercuts.
Yeah, you can directionalize the directionalize. You can put the direction in where they get launched. It was too easy. Too easy.
No more.
Too easy. No more. Yo,
is it just RNG?
Yeah.
It's just RNG where you get the knock up.
You gotta play around the weapon you have for the hits. Like if you have like a multi-hit weapon like whip sword and all that stuff, so that way by the time the last ball knocks them down or knocks them away, that it doesn't matter that frame connects off of them before they get spaced out, and then you're done. So like a whip sword would be your best option, right? Technically your timing with the staff would be the best option, but like one hitter of your weapons, you know, where you could connect it into a wall and all that stuff, and then now it's like they go behind you and you're like, wait a second, I can't catch that, and then they push further or faster, so they land on the ground, they can roll out.
Interesting.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Yeah, for me, I was already heartbroken when the uppercut change got changed to the katana.
Oh yeah.
But then, with the Raw Dragon off Justina got taken out, I was like, GG.
GG.
I hung up the controller.
You got a controller? All right, GG.
Nah, I'm just saying, like, I just hung up the sticks. Like, I was just done. Like, I was just like, hey, it ain't for me. Can't TOD.
Can't do it.
But,
you got it. Hey, restand.
Yeah, that was rough. But overall, let's see. You just need 700 FPS so you can do everything in the game. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Anyways.
V1 for Frost on the Zenda. We've had some back and forths on the Zenda Wu. Some V2s, V1s, V2s, V1s.
Whoa,
personally,
XY on the V1? What the? Change that, bro. Change that. Bro, look at that. 0 points on the Kylan, bro. Personally, I don't think he should have that. But you know what? Continue on. That's rough.
Well, he's staying on V1.
Yeah, he might be staying on V1. We're gonna have to see, because I feel like V1, I mean, it works out where you don't burn your HP, but bro, if that's his survivability rate going up, I guess, yeah, take it. Because he can still spam 1.0 slashes if he goes early aggression on the ultimate. That's gonna burn out the enemy. Opponent ultimates, he goes in. Yo, this spawn rate though is nasty, CA, man. Oh my.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying the pressure's on. Everybody had a 120 heartbeat. That's all I want to say. Everybody's feeling it right now.
The BPM should be passed away.
This is a big match. This is a crazy game 7 right here. This is do or die for a lot of players. So we'll see how it goes. Alrighty. Let's see it. Game 7. They should actually have these. Like, they should actually have the drapes down like that. That would be fire for J-Cup.
That would be sick. Yo, the players, that would be sick. Like,
yep.
Like falls down. Your production.
Or even not, even if you don't want to do the player's face, you can just do the team logo.
Yeah.
Be lit. Clean. But let's sit though, locking in game number 7, Severio. This could be our last game of the day. It's gonna come down to see who's gonna be able to come out victorious here for this match.
And I know one thing is for certain, and you guys are like, yo, what about the drops? Yo, the drops are heavy, bro. It doesn't matter what's going to happen here, because what's going to happen regardless are the scrap box. Look at that. XY has already got himself purple katana, blue armor, and the whip sword comes out here from Frostfist, but looks at Verse, and the R&B connects, and he still throws it out. He doesn't even care. And then look at that Verse, he's lowering that this is going to be a chance right now for his Octos pick to really shine.
Oh, massive jump parry there from XY to Frost. Into the 3 charge there from Verse. And Verse now catches prior on to XY in the corner. Double uppercuts into the carousel. Big damage. Oh, the F2 reset. But the R&B there from 10 snacks up the elimination. And now that's a 1 piece there for 10.
Yo, this is crazy work too, because this man's gonna get this R&B. Nope, they're gonna go for the 1-2. He's almost at ult. Having the horizontal thrown in and around here, the LB comes out. Now this is intense, because look at this. Ron's running down again, and this time he's probably gonna put Chase. He's got purple armor already. Are you kidding me, man? This guy's on the bottom of the leaderboard. He got the best loot in the game. Off of this, then, you know, GG Chen has himself found no chances to really want to continue the fights here. He is on V1 variation. He now has that purple katana as well. It's a great 2-on-1 swap. That's a great shift swap for him to go through from the nunchucks uppercut as well. So if he ends up using that and swapping out, massive damage. Asia though, all the way over by the snowy forest line. He's over Serpent's Pass, where there's some players actually spawned out here, and he might make his approach. But over back onto the Falcon's Crest, Chen is going to be working himself back to the center of Plume Castle, working his way even further. And Mike, on the outskirts here, is one of the players I was mentioning. He's going to be the one looted up with purple fist blades. He's actually have a blue pair of fist blades on standby on the Yodohime F2, building out glass cannon, now being able to get that blue armor.
This is insane. This is insane. Spider getting active against Asia. This is a massive scrap off right now. Both of these players in that threshold. See Asia, common armor. Gonna get clipped off the LB Prow, forces out the line of EF. Going for the jump LB, clinks off of that alone. Spider with the weapon advantage there on the rarity being purple. Sends the R&B focus, but across him there from Asia is good. Now the Prow here for Spider is gonna go ahead and bump with the R&B focus. Gets the damage plus the pistol shot. Now the line of ultimate's invested. Smoke ultimate invested there from Spider. Looking for the overhead goalie stance. Is gonna go up high. Avoid the Temi ultimate as well. Now Chick me to burn the stay and go to avoid the Whisk. Doesn't get clip off of it as well. Gonna re-pick up that, but runs inside the Tamok ultimate. The Whisk is not good. Stays in blue. Still up. The RB focus is good in the follow-up LMB. And Spider takes out A-Shao. Now he's gonna be taking a trip to the Soldier. That's unfortunate for him, but Spider now, I mean, he can do it.
Bro. And I can't believe it. XY gets his reset, and he gets the gold katana off the Salvation Podium. No contestment whatsoever. Chen, this is the worst part about Shayo, man. She gets lobbied out easy. And look at that burst at the LMB R&B release here. He finds the F2 reward, the combo breaker to deny it. Scaling up here, he can't get out of there, man. He's going to be closed in upon. There it is. Free hits, and one of all people gets the elimination. XY was looking for a snack. He walks away from this. He does not want to partake in being the focus of the lobby. These guys both have purple armors, and he knows better than to do so.
Gotta play for that Yang. Gotta back on up, start posting up, try to scale up as much as possible. Gates are open, or about to open. They're forming. Frost, ice skating ring, sees a gold trope. Spider was in here earlier, so sure he might run into him. A little bit of healing pots there for himself. Gonna go ahead and snag up some more grapples. You see him now. Trying to scale up as much as possible before that first round, but Chen versus Spider, Ron all snagged up one on the board in that early game commotion. But my thing is, how's the commotion gonna look out of that first game? We seen crazy things throughout the whole day of the aggression of the lobby, how active it gets once those buffs and Yang depletions get inflicted. So now we have to wait and see how it pans out for game 7. But Mike, go ahead and snag up the pass. Yes, snags up the pass. First one in. Puts it up for the Yang. Purple fist blades, purple fan. One attack J, damage reduction on that 22%. So, you know, not maxed out, but still very high up there. XY, gold weapon, being that hung sword from the puzzle. Ron fighting for the pass. XY's not going to snag it up. Ron's yoink sit, inflicting so much damage. This could be bad here for XY.
Yo, XY has to be careful, man. I mean, I know he has ultimate and everything, but Ron can just go ahead and catch a free F1 off of that afterwards and just go ahead and TOD. But here's the thing off of this. XY is going to be pulling himself out of the resources. He doesn't have really good Jade there. It's a warrior pace Infernal Slash. Can't really do anything with that, right? But keep it in mind, he is on HP and he is on Kylan. I didn't even look at the ultimate. Was it V1 or V2? We're going to have to go check that. But here's the case, right? Having Alchemy here, Frostfist has some really late game Jade, and he's over in an area where there's fruits, so he's doing his work on making sure he gets as much mitigation as possible. Look, I was just talking about it. This man's gonna have enough fruits to kind of sustain out, where if he only needs one Jade for defense or melee defense, that's the Jade to do it, right? And then he can just build out any attack Jades along the way. still capping at 24% if he goes all 60 stacks. But Mike, Yang, purple weapon, Frostvis. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Not again. This is going to be Yodohime versus Wu fight. This is going to be up to whether or not one of these 2 match point players come out on top. Let's go through with the CA. Knock it out.
This is gonna be exciting. This is gonna be exciting to see Frost going up high. Mike stays low. We see him do this throughout the whole day. Now he's looking for drop down. Doesn't manage to release anything yet. Going for the parry bait. Doesn't get clip off of it. Now Frost looking for the overhead as well. Tries to put a musket shot. Both players in the pocket. Proud now from Mike. Forces out the F here from Zenda. Zenda's gonna go ahead and stay in the pocket. Sends it, prepared it from Mike. And now he's gonna be able to get the jump down being ×2. That's a lot of damage onto Frost. He's gonna be forced to pop his ultimate as well.
Okay, he's going to be looking for the F cast off of this R&B potential. Look at this. Oh, look at the free cast with the F2. And the jump LMB comes out here and then immediate ult cast to deny. And this is going to be up to whether or not Frostvis even gets a chance on landing an arrow. Free saggers are free, but can we connect the LMBs? No, he wouldn't be able to. He went for the right click instead. The last arrow's in the quiver. He throws it down. There's going to be the recast. There's Mike insta casting. He gets all that heal back. And the LMB confirms off. This combo breaker is up. The stone form is out. And the double release on the horizontal is in.
Wow. Unfortunate there for Frost. Mike comes up on top. XY against Chen. Xiaoyou there for Chen. Snags up a little bit of damage there onto XY on that Kylan ultimate. You see him now. He's going to use it to try to retreat on Bats to go ahead and reset his armor as well. Does still have that blue armor. See Vermilions for Mike from earlier. A Xiao lost his Yang as well. Where's our second buff? Verse. Oh, Verse is doing it, man. Verse is online. Verse is trying to shut down everybody. He had an insane start here into game 7. You see the clinks there from XY onto Chen. Staying in this pocket, fighting for the Spiral. Nice weave off the LMB focus. Going for the jump parry, baits him now. Forces out the Colin F. Catches Pry off it is alone. Xiaoyou F called in as well. Now we're back to neutral. Pop comes out of the nunchucks. This could be bad here for XY.
You know, he's about to go for a meter down raw uppercut like he did before, but this is not going to be the timing he hoped for. It's going to be a spear well that's going to be giving an armor reset for purple rarity at least. And you see Spider getting a kill against Ron here. Ron is actually fully out. Spider is able to get himself to a 3 elimination. And this is actually going to be down to the last points, right? I mean, listen. Taking this down on the fight, Mike having Vermilions having won that Yang on 1 elimination. Frostvis is in the worst possible position. The fact that the Plumed Castle's Clear's Crest is still up, even Asia is looking to kind of kite around here to see where the players are, because a lot of these guys know not to get the eliminations out. So we're just gonna have to wait, because Asia is also getting hunted down. I'm not sure as to who or as to when, but him and Frostvis probably taking the fight and instigating it against each other. They're thinking about it. It's like a zero-sum, negative. They ain't gonna go against each other because they know they're gonna kite out all throughout the day. But for Mike right now, he is hunting down Verse, so at least to kind of buff bro situation this as well, seeing how Ron is on that re-up, and he as well is kind of looking to be hunted down here with Spider on the cusp.
All right, here you go. Got a Yang aggression. Whisk connects there. Spider snags up the damage onto Verse. Mike looking. If we can try to apply the pressure on, it's going to be Ron. Ron's going to be forced to pop this F. Doesn't get the prio off of that. So now you see Mike trying to cut out some of the pressure. Nobody full committing right now. It's just Pokage for now. Spider still playing that mid-range pistol shot. You see him there, clicking some of that damage onto Ron. Mike starts to move on in as well. Looking at the lead. Chen now starts to rotate on in. File away commotion. Aqua's ultimate opener here for Verse. Catches Mike. Uppercut into the V2, gets the damage now. What's gonna be the mix-up? Jump LMBs, aerial R&B. This is back for Mike. Mike needs to try to live this out, but he has the Brilliance Birds. Might if he gets shut down, and he does. It's Chen with the elimination. That's 2 on the board for himself. Verse still inflicting pressure. You see him backing on up. The bloom does not go towards. Yes, it does. He cleanses out. That's Frostvis as well. Cleanses out the Yang depletion. And now that's it. That's the commotion we have. You see the structure now into game 7. Nobody already full inting in, but we got a question here from Spider though.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to R&B release or in the face, and then, of course, stuck into the side of the well here to the trough. I think it's going to be elimination, but look who stole it, man. Ron gets out of there alive. It's crazy work, bro. The fact that he got that solo earlier, and now he's up to 2 eliminations, bro. Non-match point gamers, 2 eliminations, every single one of them. And Spider's on that soul form. As for Frost, he is slowly looting us. He needs to take this next Yang. Cautionary path, right? But he needs to take it. What's going to happen next is whether or not Frostvis goes out here. Let's take a look at the replay and see how this happened. So he knocked down. I was wondering about A-Shao getting eliminated here. Looks like he got an isolated fight between each other. 1-2s comes down. 3-piece on the other side of this. And I'm pretty sure this comes down to an ult off, or he just connects such a nasty neutral.
Oh, nearly clips him off the F recast. Patient there, sends LB focus, forces out the Lonnie ult. But off of that alone, the knockback LB prior to the 1.0, good damage, sends the ult now. The follow up, both shots, Mink gets the damage there from mid range. Beautifully done there on the Zenda ultimate. Cleanses out his Yang depletion, now posted up for the second Yang. Gonna go ahead and snag up the pass now. You see XY starting to move on in, and XY's been contesting these Yangs, and he's been getting aggressive as well. And you see him potentially gonna get aggressive onto Frostivus.
You know, what's crazy too is that Frostivus is the villain in the story, man. He's been stacking up the alchemy. He's now at like the point where he is potentially trying to max this out in this lobby, and if he does, he gets more opportunities for attack jades. But depending on that, we're gonna have to see, because for the XY, this guy, you know, put him in the corner and he's gonna lash out. This is gonna be the blistering edge plays coming from Frosty, and if he comes down, he gets the air, he gets the faucet, and that's gonna be a huge extension here. Because remember, Frosty does not have ultimate at this case. Yeah. He is pushing him into the outside of it. He gets the blistering edge release, and then he got a combo break to push him back. Can we get into the room, please? It is not possible. This is over. V1, and it was red like a book. Frostus goes down. XY's aggression. This is what I was talking about. Some of the NA players, I'm like, you gotta bring that aggression on this Yang portal, even though there's a mutual agreement. Nah, not here. And he picked up the alchemy as a result with a with a stamina strike. But we have to see how that turns out. He's in the run one. He's at one elimination finally in this match.
Did he leave the bloom out there? I hope he did.
I hope he did as well.
I hope he did, because he didn't even loot the body.
No, he picked up the blistering, he picked up the alchemy.
Oh, he did? Okay, he's just fast.
Yeah, the Mike is like, I eat pears. Shout out to my pears.
Shout out to my pears. All right, let's see. Ron has been it's been a big shutdowner for a lot of these players. He's been picking up those last hit confirmations. He's not really been that, he hasn't been that center of attention, but he's been snagging up this elimination. All you need is the last hit confirmation. He got 2 already. Now XY against Verse. Massive scrap off here between both of these players. Verse trying to fight his way into the threshold. I believe he might be already there. I'm not too sure. We're gonna have to wait to see in just a little bit. We got the Roma Yang here, the second one here for game number 7. F2 was good onto XY, eats up the damage. Colin F called in. RB, LB not good. Sends the 1, 2, 3 stamina strike. Gets it. Now, Colin ultimate invested. Going for the first Colin slash, connects off of this. Forces out the Aqua's ultimate. A lot of HP gone there for Verse. Catches Brawl now. Raw uppercut into the RB focus. Big damage. Jump LB. No proc comes in off the Colin guard. Now back to neutral. This could be bad here for Verse and XY. This is gonna be very close.
Bro, this is crazy. He's mind reading him, but he burned it out too soon. He's down. And that's it, man. That comes down. We got Spider up against Mike and the other Roma Yang. This is going to be the fight of all, right? The launch comes off. I know that Mike wants to continue it off, but he can't. Wisp throw. The Wisp is going to be thrown out here in the corner. Once Spider reads it down, Mike's going to go ahead, holds the gold focus here, has recast, who has F2 still. Holds it down again, has a recast again, waiting for Spider for the tap dodge, who gets it, and then the last slash doesn't connect, nothing. He's back to fist blades action, gold focus, and then it gets caught. Combo breaker is good. Having F1, Spider should be safe here for the next fight, because off of this hand, I mean, he's going to be pushing him down.
And this is good there for Mike. Gets a double reset off of it. Now, her pulls even. Catches the 1, 2. Says the 1, 2, 3. Jump LB as well. Get damage. Prepare it for Spider. Now, what's going to be the mix up? Goes for the confirm. Parry punish into the jump LB. Mike now full chasing through. Going for the jump down R&B. That's a catch. Catches Borrow into the jump LB. And Mike shuts down Spider there. That's super unfortunate there for Spider. He needed that dub to try to close out the distance there. It's game 8. But now he's going to have that Yang depletion. What did he got? What is that?
He got Soul Slash, and he got the Erudition, bro. He's going to be stacking up nicely there. I mean, those are 2 good. I mean, Soul Slash, a little susky, but Erudition is good enough as it is, because it's a lot faster on the cast. You know, you have a lot less frames to kind of cast out rather than a regular Spear R&B. And it's purple focus, right? So you can be able to clink off nothing or anything, right? Besides gold focus. But now it's up to XY losing his Roma Yang up against what seems to be Chen's escape spree. Dagger fan, doesn't matter. He's out of there. Short handle weapon scale rushes are just too fast for him to handle right now. And the fact that we have a Forbidden Seal here, so whoever casts ultimate, Shirayo especially, it'll be a small case, but you know, XY is pushing the threshold right now. He did stamina strike earlier, and I was like, okay, we did that. But he's up against a Shayo, who's like probably the biggest counter against him. Oh my goodness, he almost got that out there. But that armor reset's giving the Chen.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to stop the pressure from now. So he had 3 players in that threshold, being Mike, Chen, XY. XY has that Yang depletion. You see him full WQ on in here to Chen. Oh, I thought he was gonna spin back, pistol shot the Iceberg right there. Doesn't see it though. This is very scary. Just to the fact that players are starting to move on in. We still have both Icebergs on both sides, I believe. Mike, on the other hand, go ahead and see. Oh, that's Spider. The Yang depletion. I was looking at Mike, but he's safe.
Yeah. You know what's crazy though? It's this. You know what's crazy though is the fact that the V1 Kylie. You know, when I was watching that fight back from XY, I was thinking about the fact that he held the V1 to make you think that he was using V2, but it cost him his life right against the Akos in there. And the fact is that he ate a lot of damage early to kind of trade off with the blue focuses there. So the fact that he wasn't going to get his HP back due to nothing, you know, those strikes coming back. I mean, he was just going to go ahead and just be a clean sweep. But in this case, Mike's still putting out the pressure for him. XY still having an armor swap there. Jumping and beating from damage. An immediate slash. Oh my god, the preemptive Forbidden Seal. Who was that, bro? It's gotta be Ron, the GOAT. He might be putting himself out here, though, as a target on his back. Now that he has no ultimate, they know they can find this Kylan and knock him out, especially considering we are at Ice Shard Lake, and everyone here is here to tumble. This is probably the final scrap-off we've had with a group setting, and it's on a tower, no less.
6 players up, too. Let's see how this pans out. I mean, yeah, XY has Yang depletion, but the way he's been playing out off of game 6 as well, he's been very W key, right? He's not respecting anything. He's not playing very, you know, structured what we've seen, if you want to call it structure, where, you know, you see whoever picks up pass don't really get that much of aggression. Even in game 6, we saw him full W key on in there against Mike, Alpha Yang. Like, it's just been very W key, and I feel like that just, you know, ends up being a big problem for a lot of players who, you know, they're like, yo, what's going on? Why are we forcing this fight right now? And it's, you know, it's catching a lot of these players off guard. But he has a minute 30 right now with Carmen armor. So go ahead and snag up his purple now. So go ahead and replenish that purple armor. You see, I think that's Spider. Starting to move on in. Go ahead and look at him. R&B focus, jump LB in the corner. This could be back here for XY. Response with R&B. Now, big parry there for Spider. It's going to be enough, and that Carmen armor not going to be good enough there. You see Mike starts to snag the bloom. Doesn't manage to do so. Spider snags up that elimination. 3 for him, 3 for Verse, 2 for Chen and Mike as well as Ron. Super close here in this top 5. It's anybody's game. Is Verse going to be able to shut down the momentum here from Mike and Chen? Spider has a long way to go. I mean, Spider needs to snag up every elimination, I believe, here in this lobby to try to make it to the threshold. He's 13 right now. Yeah, he needs to snag up. He needs to snag up all 4 or 3 plus a dub.
And then yeah,
or 2 plus a dub,
plus
right?
a dub. Yeah. I can't believe my man went to throw the 1-2-3 vertical against a target that knew he had it, bro. It was tough. I was like, wait, that's crazy. That's tough, though, for the Salmon Strike to be in the game still. Hello. But for Verse, right now, he has Spirit Well. So he is going to try to claim this out to get this before the Yang Spirit Wells because they're denying it, right? Which means that he's immune from this debuff. So having this in hand, Verse also has Myriad Winter Suite. He has that in his build. Bro, it's like the non-match point gamers popping off. And in a sense, they're actually the most stacked players in the lobby. Gold armors, right?
Yeah.
Besides Mike, you know, being on the floor right there, but gold armors on these guys are just like it's a death sentence for the purple armor guys. Consensually though, we do have Yang Spirit Well to be completely, you know, built up versus immune to it, and it actually comes down to this Yang Spirit Well not even being claimed in the first place. So everyone actually comes through with this Yang depletion. But wait a second, am I misspoken? Because I mean, Ron. Oh no, because he double cleansed. Yeah, he double picked it up, but he was only able to keep 1 buff there. And then now Ron is looking at the cleanse and he gets it. All right, bet. But now it's only 2 players, and it's two of the non-match point gamers, bro. I can't believe it. Too much pressure.
I'm thinking right here. Why doesn't the lobby full focus Verse right there?
Real? You're right.
Yeah, I'm just thinking the fact that, you know, he's inflicting Yang depletion on us, right? Like, let's apply some pressure on him. We're giving up for free, yeah. He has White Tigers, but you know, let's throw a little 1-2. Let's get a little bit of action there, but even though, you know,
pop it out.
Yeah, like I mean, he's the one really he's the one really forcing the aggression in about 2 minutes, right? With that Yang depletion in play, he's gonna be forcing out all these players to get active, and you know, a player like Ron just gets the flag for free and cleanses out, so he's safe. But Mike, Chen, and Spider, you're gonna have to get aggressive pretty soon. Oh, it's a lot shorter. Sorry, it's a minute. Yeah.
Yo, chill. Wait a second, because I was like, yo, the White Tiger's prowess runs out, then we start aggroing, right? No, we gotta do it now. Now or never. Now or never. It's coming down to this. Mike's gonna be looking towards the high ground, right? Against Spider. Throws it out, doesn't even care. Minus 1-2-3s, doesn't even get the 1-2-3 to clink off. He actually gets struck off. And now it's up to these guys to kind of work around the space and like, yeah, this is going to be a Yang depletion angle, but the longer the Yang depletion kicks in, remember, since Mike did a little bit of damage, he's actually going to go ahead and have a lot more time here available for himself.
Oh, no.
And then, but now it's like the Yodohime ult comes out. The shield throws are good. Range shots connects. And the whisk throw, you saw it coming from downtown there. And what's crazy enough is that game depletion wise, I'm not sure who's on the shortest time frame because we're going to see bodies falling very soon.
I do not. I know I said I wanted to see game 8, but I don't want to see it with just Yang depletion taking effect. Let's see, Mike. Force ult recast. Doesn't get the health back off of this. You see it. Massive double imperative from Mike. Since it's a 10, and that's bad because Mike gets shut down as well. No, he's still up. Gets the bloom, and now the only player in that threshold cleanses out. Now trying to live out the remainder of the pressure here from versus Spider. Spider though, looking so much. The whips is good into the B2 and just gets shut down. We're going to game 8. Mike gets taken out. Burst with a massive shutdown. Enters the threshold as well. Spider not being able to do so. So we're gonna have 6 players into our threshold here from game 8, and players like Spider and Ron are gonna be able to just W key. I mean, you really don't. It's just weird, right? Because if you think about it, why are you even playing, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just
like on the Yang depletion and not stopping the Yang deplete, the guy completing the wells and all that stuff.
No. Just like in game 8, why? If I'm Spider and Ron, why am I even playing?
Oh no, ranking points. So like you get higher in the ranking points on the ends. So you end up getting.
Oh yes, I forgot about the ranking points. You're right.
Yeah, so it's very important, right? So if they actually pop off next game, right, they get into top 3 and they have ranking points prior, they don't have to worry so much on the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, you're right.
We're gonna see how those turn out. But in this final fight, position-wise, I mean, right now it's up to Spider to get himself into to get himself in the position for match point. 2 points. He needs these next 2 kills because I think in this case scenario, 1.5 on top of the 2 is 3.5. He would be actually at match point. So Spider needs this. He needs these 2.
Yeah, he needs this. I was just doing the math too. He needs these 2 kills. If he's able to do it, he can be the 7th player in the threshold. You see him getting active against Burst. Burst now getting looked at. Ron, I sent out some of the pressure. Wait, he's being the creeper. He's just keeping him here in the bottom side, not looking at Burst. It's gonna be forced to pockets to walk ultimate. He catches him to the wall, but doesn't get aggressive off of it. See Spider going for the full reset, and this is bad for him. You looking at Burst, you looking at Ron. Both players having that ult up online. Spider is gonna get shut down potentially. See him going on top. On for the overhead scale rush. Look for the whisk down. Doesn't matter to connect. Now staying in the air. Has a little bit of terrain here to work with to make sure he doesn't get a clip off of this. Gets missed there by the F2, but just a tiny smidge. But see the aggression now happening on the top side. Spider, he got to lock in.
Yes. He doesn't have any supplies, by the way. He has no armor powders, no health powders. He's got nothing, right? Nothing in his kit except as just his lonely F and just damage dealt. So for anything that comes down to is any points of damage, and especially that there's a ruptured Gale Orb, he can't sustain that. He's gonna have to. He can't even go to zone to kind of find any of the other bodies there for him. He's just gonna go ahead and just kite around and hope to find the. Yeah, he found a common armor powder, I believe so. Yeah, he found a baby vitality. Wow, whoop-de-doo, right? But the thing is, that could make or break the final fight. So for him right now, no ultimate, no case scenario. It's up against him, Shunhwan Lee, Akos. And the thing is, those guys have really strong recasts come through that really just pushes you out. So for Spider, just getting 2 eliminations, last hit confirmations, a miracle, right? Skill parry, maybe, right? If he gets a skill parry, he can get a little bit sustained from that. And then obviously he silences, he does a lot of damage because it's going to be 10% attack boost. Now for Spider, in this case, he's got a combo breaker. If he needs to space out and he can put the direction on someone else, burns their stamina if they tap dodge, and he can probably get some sort of focus on them. But then they have a combo breaker ultimate, and then they're going to go on the offensive. It's just a mixed fight right now. I mean, it's probably a 20% chance that Spider wins this out.
This is rough, man. He's literally in the desert. He got no supplies. Just sand god, man. Trying to live out, playing the high ground. See Verse. Trying to grapple check as well, playing the low ground or mid ground. Ron playing the low ground. There it is. Ultimate now invested here for Verse. Look for the damage onto Ron. You see him spinning back the F. Goes up high. Beautifully plays there from Ron. Avoids a lot of that pressure from the down there from Verse. You see him now getting inflicted a little bit of that damage to the top side Spider, though, eating up so much. Verse is going to be taken out, or going to take out elimination onto Ron. And it's a tie. And Spider doesn't do it. He needed those 2 limbs. Verse will be taking an MVP. Stamps himself up to that threshold, being our 6th player. Game 8, mirror match Akos.
Mirror match Akos.
Yep.
Bro, Akos got picked so many times, and this is finally we got an MVP for him, bro. Like, Classico. But listen, finally we get an 8-round format, and everyone that's able to kind of situate themselves there is, you know, whoever's in match point, it's just up to them. Now we have 6 players. Spider didn't make it to match point, but so like I said, he won in stage 1. He knows he needs to earn some ranking points, so he needs to do his, you know, darnest, you know. So he's gonna have to make that happen. It's just, it blows for some of the other players, but I want to see, yo, XY was a menace, bro. The fact that this man was like, I'm gonna aggress the Realm of Yang, I'm gonna aggress your positioning, and you're not gonna have a fun time. I'm on Kylan V1, so he doesn't lose HP on that behalf. He just goes into that. What's crazy too is that kind of looking around the corner sides of like that Yang Spearwell, it's always a thought and contemplation. Like if you fight one person that has a reason to be in the Yang Spearwell, you take the fight, third party possession comes out of it. But having to quote unquote have other players help you out and taking them out, it could work against your favor, especially when a straight haymaker, you know, parry comes down where you're trying to like kind of hold out to release, especially on like those range blue focuses like the fan, if they end up using flying knives or stuff, which we didn't get a chance of actually looking at a lot of flying knives that round. It was mostly like fist blade, staff, etc., right? But the thing that comes down to it is just being fully punished for your aggression is like, you know, just transgress against that. But how many players had scores more than total match point threshold? So the question means, how many match point gamers are there? Is there A5, B6, C7, D8? Make sure you guys look into the scoreline. We were just talking about it just a second ago. Twitch chat, YouTube chat. I know you guys are out there. This man said, you know, going through the YouTube chat. I see you, my man. But you got to go ahead and you got to make sure you go through it. Understand that this is 6 points. There are 6 heroes. There are 6 players that are in match point. They win this out. They go automatically to 40 points for match point, for ranking points, I should say. And Mike put himself back to first place, but there's no more pick bans, by the way. So it's all about the points now. It's all about this case. This is going to be up to Mike here, 24 with 22 for your Frostfist and so on and so forth for GG, WFG, FPX, and WBG, you know, the team names, right? But you know, it's Chen, it's Chunwon, it's Asia, it's Verse, it's Spider, it's Ron. Those guys are going to be the bottom ends of the lobby. And now it's up to whether or not we kind of pop off with everybody in mind. Whoever, you know, plays the best. If it's not Akko's, whoever plays out that character the greatest, you know, has to, you know, be brushed up onto it. At least we don't have an Enor pop-off game though, right? Like, at least that's not the case anymore, because now that Akko's is going to be our pick, everyone's going to be having to, you know, and now you were brushed up onto him, but they're going to have to go out. I don't know. Are we on Midori or are we back on Morisyle for this last round? Because it hasn't even happened.
I don't know. I haven't been into finals with game 8s into the 2026 season, so I'm not sure. But what I do know is you gotta watch out for Verse, man. Hey, Verse double MVP back to back, and he's back on the character he was just playing game 7. Verse, hey, he been creeping in the shadows, and he just been in the threshold, but he's had explosive game 6 and 7s. Now to game 8, he's back onto the Akko's, which he just played, so he's very comfortable, very, you know, he's familiarized with the kit now. You know, he hasn't been playing any other character right now. He's been on the Akko's, so I wouldn't be surprised if Versus is able to close this out. This is the beauty of the system. Anybody can make it if you're in that threshold, and right now we got 6, right? We got 6 in the threshold. Players like Mike was the first one in, wasn't able to close out in any other games, as well as other players. Yeah, this is gonna be, yep. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yep.
Fire. Thank you. Yo, this is great. Give me the posters, please.
This is scary. I'm not gonna lie. This is very scary, man. I'm like, just because, yeah, Verse is a high caliber of a player. He didn't have a great start to today's finals, but I mean, he's in here now. He's in the threshold. He's ready to compete. He's in that game 8 state now. It's all flow state. It's all flow state here. Who's gonna be able
flow
to
state
come
mentioned?
up?
Crazy.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I'll be terrified if I'm in the lobby right now, because he's been playing very well. You see it here at the line right under his name, being in that 19-point spot right there, that threshold. Man, if not though, I mean, see Mike 24, Frost is 22. It could come down. It could potentially come down to a point distribution, depending how Spider and Juan do. But I mean, it's just been a very slow day for Spider and Ron, right? I mean, this is very rare to see in the finals for Spider. I mean, he's always manages to find a way to get a good amount of points up, but today he fell short. He's not eligible to take stage 2 finals, but he still can, you know, break a lot of hearts. He can sit there and just have a pop-off game. At 4th game 7, You know, he's putting up those points and boards now, making it into that top threes. But this was insane here for Verse. I mean, we didn't even get to see it where he got the full combo off the longsword into the F2 restand to proc the green focus. That was insane.
I was. And, you know, it's crazy, too, is just like taking outskirt fights and all that stuff. What sucks is that Asia took the distance on the Zenda Wu, thinking that she wouldn't get it. He even tapped dodge. Like, I saw the tap dodge, but the thing is, Zenda Wu's travel velocity, like the projectile speed, you got to take that into consideration for that tap dodge, because that's another thing, right? It's like, what, depending on the weapon you use for range versus that same ordeal. And too early on the dash means that he was confirmed off of it. But in this case scenario, the 1-2-3 vertical comes out to the XY's demise. I mean, the double parry from Mike here was exceptional, especially though when he got 2.0'd by Spider. If he didn't get top at 2.0, things might turn out differently. Though he did get slowly focused out here as it comes down, and then with it, just tied out the situation last fight. The other thing too, right now, taking any sort of first place multiplier, or not multiplier, but like ranking points, they left themselves without an extra additional point, plus obviously the elimination. But Verse comes in through. He is cold engine starting. He you know, going through today, but now he's at that point as this MVP back-to-backer. And on the Akos, which we're gonna see, we should be seeing very soon again for every single player in the lobby. Man, got the Mirage, bro, because you know he's like an oasis. You know, you never see it, you know, until it's too late. Dang.
Basic game 7 there for WPG's Verse. 18,000 damage. 5 eliminations here for his 7th game of the day. Got Assault Hepta, Harmony Spear, Venom Tip, Damage Reduction, Rupture Girl. There for his J setup on the Akos. I mean, yeah, this is I'm telling you, man, I wouldn't be surprised if Verse MVPs for the 3rd time, man. He's been having some great games up to now here for his last 2 games, and you're gonna have to try to shut this down. He has some good off-drop pressure there for Game 7. He snags up that elimination. I believe he had first blood for our Game 7. He just had an insane start, followed through throughout the remainder of Game 7, and then he MVPs in fashion. But we're going to be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our mirror match here for our grand finals of Stage 2.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Game 8 is in effect with the match point gamers count going up to 6. My name is Severio, alongside Creatives, having stage 2 finals for solos reach its climax in the most extended format. You know, breaking us down here. I know a lot of players are like, yo, who's gonna make it out in this round? And then all of a sudden, just stacks just keep on stacking. A lot of the players just keep on scoreboarding across the board. Are non-match point gamers making this to match point over the course of time, and now we're up to 6. So with that being said, I mean, 2 players don't have it, right? Spider, Ron. They're the only 2 players that comes down towards a scoreboard check where whoever's at the top makes the MVP. Right now, Mike is at the top right now. He's surpassed Frostmus and making it to first place so far, and having this to be an Akos round pick match, most definitely. We have to wait until we see the screen. It's going to be up to now to see if everyone can outpace his Akos or if he gets clouded out of the lobby, man, because that can still be an opportunity. A lot of Akoses creates a lot of trouble, especially when all of them are rocking that F2 skill because of the roar, and that's going to be the case, bro. Look at this. Look at the one Yorohime game, boom, the world full of Akoses, man. And that's going to be where he is our Americomp round pick.
Yes, it's gonna be very interesting. Game 8, locked and loaded for our last game. Yeah, first we had 1, Mike. Then we had 4. Then we had 5. Now we 6 in to the threshold. I don't know. I don't even want to give it a prediction because I just don't know which way it's gonna go. I don't wanna grieve anybody, you know. I don't want to cast a curse him. But you know, I was talking about Verse a little bit right before the break. Cause I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, Verse is just a super strong player, but I feel like our like top dogs kind of, you know, they kind of been like kind of slow start, and then like it just comes down to when they turn that switch on, right? Whenever they start heating up. Like Spider's been like that for, I would say, a couple months as well. Even in 2025, I felt like he just did very well in the bi-weekly finals. He was just always like good just to be able to close out. You know, Mike unfortunately has not been able to win as much as he's wanted to. I would love to see Mike win today. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see just Mike's hard work just pay off perfectly. But yeah, no Wang Liang, no J-Cup winner, or sorry, not Wang Liang, Wufang, sorry, no Wufang today for you know, which is a little surprising because, you know, you winning J-Cup, you know, you have high standards, I would say, in the league. If you're winning up the J-Cup, you got to stay consistent throughout the upcoming season, which is now the 2026 season. And you know, if you're a player like Wang Liang or Wufang, I don't know why I keep calling Wang Liang Wufang,
W's. Too many W's. Too many wins.
The OG, man. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, if you're a player like Wufang, you know, you're definitely beating yourself to you know, to not making it into this stage, this finals, especially the fact that this is the last stage before we go into our last chance qualifiers, into our spring finals, which is just so fast now, right? You get 2 less than what you're used to. There's just so much on the line now, and every week you got to perform. Every single day you got to perform if you're playing, especially if you get knocked out into the losers gauntlet. I think like that's probably the most pressure that you'll have throughout the whole stage. It's just making to that top 4. Yeah, going into the season, I felt like the losers bracket would give you a little bit more games in, but I mean, that's not a place you want to be, right? You want to stay consistent to that top 4 just to make sure you're stamped up into the finals. And yeah, very interesting format. How do you feel about it, Severo? Do you feel like this format is starting to grow on you? How do you feel? Do you think it's good? I still feel a little weird when we go into those 3-man standoffs, like in those end games, you know, where it's just a tiebreaker. But overall, I feel like it's, you know, it's getting there for me personally.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of crazy because we were talking about the fact in the past about whether or not Yang depletion should be a thing that's removed. I think it should be still in play for post second Rami Yang. First Rami Yang kind of provides you a little bit more of a standpoint, like, okay, now we just like hunt around. But the second Rami Yang, and then that's like it. Like you make that choice to go into second round because at that point in time, having the buff to kind of be you know, lasting as long as it does. The fact is that we've seen players take full advantage of extending now with the new Yang depletion timer of the 1 second. Just being able to extend their fight time. Some of these fights don't even end up happening the way they do because, you know, the way some of these fights actually do end up happening because of that extension. Like a couple of seconds means that you can still take an aggression. Enough seconds could be your ultimate cast to be used in this whole entire duration. You could even find yourself a kill elimination to kind of come down. And I think the devs are kind of working on that, you know, as part of the Nbpl rule set. But one part is next is what we have to understand is like if whether or not the 2 points in the martial art versus, it's kind of showing itself here. You know, where it's like, you know, the person winning it out Frostvis, he's in second place ahead by 2 points by Mike, you know? And those points really do start to matter, but the fact is that we also have the whole entire match point being upgraded to 17 instead of 15. So that's a way to kind of space that out, you know, to kind of see in the finals format. You know, regardless of what it is in the finals in terms of a regular 6-day format or a 6-round format. The other thing is just in the finals, that's just where I think they might have did well. It might be sitting well with me so far. We're just gonna have to wait and see. You know, maybe later on they may make some changes to stages starting in summer season or even towards the MSC.
No, most def. I strongly agree that, you know, that adding those 2 points to the threshold, I feel like it's stamping us to have an extra game for sure, guaranteed, right? Just to make sure that no players into that threshold a little too early, which is like 1 game before, I would say. Compared to now that, you know, you gotta cover for that 2 points. But yeah, I mean, it's looking good so far. It's looking good overall, though. Lots of pressure for the top 6. Mike, is he gonna be able to close out, stay consistent, win his off drop spawns? It's a hard task. Nice mouse pad, by the way, but yes, green focus, right? We've seen some crazy green focus plays today. Just no extension, people manipulating the green focus to get an extra sort of damage in, like Versus did there for game 7. Got crowd in finals. It's a big change too. Got the crowd in. Mike, though,
day 2. Wait.
What?
Oh
what you
my
mean?
God, bro.
What you mean?
I'm not gonna say. I'll mention that after. But I just realized I was like, wait a second, day 2. I was like, oh my. All right. But we're gonna put this out here. You know, the fans. Let's just say that the fans from Mike, bro, they're in the crowd, bro. The chatters are in the crowd. Legitimately IRL chatters, bro. So getting a chance out there. XY is in thought process, bro. Just in thought process mode. Because to wait, the void, bro. The man is like, he went to the black hole and he's like, yo, I came back. I gotta tell you things. And he's like, all right, so wait. And he just veers off, you know? It's like, dang.
He's a time traveler.
Is light really proton, or are we the protons of light? Like, what? What are we doing? No, let's talk about it back and forth though, because Spider's MVPs on the Akos pick has been something more prevalent in the past of being able to take advantage of it in a mono pick rounds. I mean, I think he's had the most success on top of it, but the only other way is people who found drive coming out of that last round, especially for Verse. Down. Game 8 is a map that we're not on. That's not, Game 8 is a map that's like potentially going to be something the players are like, ugh, great. Because I gotta look back in terms of what it is. Because it's not gonna be anything that's like, it's not gonna be more style like midday in terms of it. But I'm just gonna go back. I'm gonna double check it, making sure we can see what that is, because it's very important that you guys understand where we're landing and what's gonna be expected. Because the thing is that we're looking at from the players, you know, from their player choices, if they decide to drop somewhere familiar. But it's actually not. It's gonna be Fedora Morning Dew. So this means Vulpine's Essence is in contention. This means that XY has probably, that's why he was veering into the universe. Because if he goes for Vulpines, how many other players are going to want to contest for that on a final stage, on the final game, you know, instead of earlier on. So for him to kind of work off of that, how many other players want to make sure that Jade does not go in the hands of a player that, you know, always opts out to go into that area for it if it's available. The only other thing is, if you take a fight into Imperium, like we've seen players taking their advantage of, there's no Fireflies. There's nothing at all. The only way you're gonna get Fireflies is if you take the room, right, for the Emperor's Tomb, which means you need 3 kills. And if you get 3 kills, the lobby's gonna notice that you're gonna get the longsword. If you get the longsword, you're focus fire. It's not even a question. I feel like it just happens. I think a lot of players just veer off from not having that in the competition.
I don't know how it's gonna go. I'm confusion. But what I do know is that we're locked in for game 8. We don't even, you know, we're used to the pickman phase, this and that. It don't matter. We know who we playing. We're playing Akos. Mirror match for game 8. Players are loaded in. So what? We only have 1 Holoroth game?
Bruh, we got versus
8 games. 1 Holoroth?
Yo, I'm glad I don't see no V2s in here. Can we get a hallelujah? Because
imagine,
yo, I'll be like, no, you're griefing yourself, bro. Wally, I'm looking at you, bro. What the heck, you know? So I'm glad though, because like in this case, we gotta run the staples F2V1, and now the heart rates. Yo, Verse putting up his sleeves, bro. My man said, all right, Time to lock in. I got the drip. I got the Fitbit. I'm working. All right, I'm working it out. And then looking at the drops, Imperial Camp, classic Mike versus Spider. That's gonna happen. Then we're gonna have Asia on top of the Cinderfell. We're gonna have Wolves as Ron hitting the Sword Tomb by himself. But Skygaze Cove is gonna be our immediate drop for those the dials to get the Lava Conductor, and just going ham for the loot. And if anything, Wildfire Gaming. You know, Shooting One is going to be going in there, but the problem is that Verse is next door to him. Frostmas is getting all the loot in the Southwest Pavilion, and then Javerse, or Chen, I should say, that man's going to get all the ship loot, and then he's going to rush right back down. This is a rotation where you get a first kill, you have ult, guaranteed, because you get the solo, right? And then you end up going into a fight against someone else. So this is going to be that contention for Game 8, y'all. This is the final game for the stage 2 solos, and this is going to be going down to whether or not some players need a little bit more breathing room or they don't have any at all. All right, that's going down here. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives. We are going to go into this last round, Padoria Morning Doom, mirror comp round with the Yakos picks, and we're starting off here Spider and Mike over by Imperial Camp as they slowly loot purple rarity weapon already in the hands of Spider, and now switching over to XY as they're contesting against each other in Skygaze.
Oh, there it is. The aggression here for Verse and XY. Great sword swap, not enough damage though. Going for the air R&B, and that's gonna backfire on him. The overhold R&B focus there from Verse snags up the kill onto XY, thinking he had enough damage outburst there to full kill, but doesn't manage to do so. Now we got Mike against Spider.
And the problem is that this LMB confirms after a jump. 2-1-1 won't confirm, so he knows he's got to go for chip. He throws a wild haymaker arm, blue focus, and then a 1.0 from Mike receives it. Double tap dodge, repair dodges actually, and tries to scare rush off of the Urn. He can't. Have to walk away. And now the reset's going to be happening to the 2. If Mike chases us down, I mean, he's got the fit for it, man. My man is, he got the crown and everything, bro. He call him the king. He's throwing it down. Oh my goodness, the misplay step. And then he looks to throw it out, and look, the parry bait. The rage bars are going up, but no one has ult just yet.
That's unfortunate. Let's see what Sharky can be able to get the damage. Ooh, big damage there from Mike on the Spider. The Scare Rush is good. Forces out the Aqua's ultimate. Mike now going for the leap. Doesn't manage to catch that. Spider though gets clipped off the edge there. Off that leap. Mike being able to snag up that kill onto Spider. 2 kills now unfolding there. That going towards Mike's and Verse's way. We got another one. Verse against Chen. Verse looking for his second. We see him full chasing down Chen in the back end. No ult there for Chen. Verse though has that ultimate. Nice prowl, but he messes up the ACCA. That's not what we needed. Grants. What was gonna be? The F2 is good. Catches prior off of this. What's gonna be the mix up? Going for the 1.0. Going for the confirmed damage there from Chen onto Chen. Verse though overholds pays a little bit too early. Gets hit off of this. Goes slaps off. Gets over there. RB off the slap. What is he doing? Goes for the clip once again. Gets a little bit of that armor back there off of this. Snags up his armor. Now Aqua's ultimate invested here for Chen. Has that combo break there off this ult. Now trying to create a little bit of that space back. You see Chen running for the hills. Verse though he's gonna go ahead and full chase this down.
The next Y is going to be in nearby vicinity, hearing all the commotion. He might even go into the side entrance. There he is. Having his armor swap, though, is going to be Chen on the advantage path. And as for Verse, having no value on his ultimate, to be honest, just as she's paying a game attack. And of course, once the ult's end, it's going to go right back in this direction. He's got to find another way to get this blue armor because he hears footsteps in the background. He doesn't want to chance it. Skygaze Cove is pretty available for bells, so whether or not Frostmas wants to make his approach here, we are going to get another chance for seeing the players running it back on the ship's deck. And all hands on starboard side, right? But we're in the opposite end, right? So we're gonna have to whether or not we check whether or not Chen is gonna be locked in, because we're looking at Ron versus Asia.
See Ron, Asia, V2s are out. Nobody clipping off of this. No problem. Is that nice V2 there from Ron to avoid that leap there from Asia. Going for the Scare Rush. Doesn't connect though. The V2 goes across. Asia now tries to create a little bit of that distance, but I believe Verse is in the mix as well. Verse has common armor, has to be real careful. Asia has no armor. Ron overholding the F, nearly clips him off of this. Does still get ticked off there off the musket shot. Catches Prowl in the corner. R&B goes for the jump LB. Oh, avoids the R&B. Good spacing, but doesn't even matter. Verse snags up one. XY snags up another. Now these both players going at it. Chen in the mix as well. Aqua's ultimate investor here for XY. Lots of aggression in the whole map right now. Verse jumps up to 2. XY gets a reset in. And just a quick reminder, if you guys are not aware of how it works, the character that's played out in our last games of the Pro League is the character that is picked the most in our first round selection. So for today, that's Aquos. So if anybody's not aware, that's how it goes down.
Yeah, go man, looking, paying attention to chat W streamer, but you know what's coming down here for Frost It's going to be the launch down from Mike, and Mike is looking at this as an angle for the V2 on the recast as well as for Frost, and the uppercut, it connects into the F2 roar, and then hopefully they get the neutral up for the uppercut, grapple bump R&B. That is an elimination. Frost is still in the game, but that's plus for Mike. Up to 2. For our fights into Rummy Yang, every Akos is still in the game. The only person here that might be a little bit troublesome is Verse. He's still on his first life. He still could survive this chase down. The F2 roar from Shen1. He is rushing this Rummy Yang, but the problem is it just spawned. This is 50 seconds left on the clock for him to run himself down here into the portal, but no one's going to keep eyes and tracks. He can't lose his purple armor. This is a big gear lead that he has in the lobby, and then for right now, these guys know they got to chase him down. He can't even stay put to go heals. They don't even care about the roam passes. They are looking for this kill because it is that much more important.
All right, let's see. Verse. That's very low. Go ahead and take a quick reset in. Looks like we can take a breather for now. Doesn't manage to get a full top off, but aggression from Chen, or onto Chen. See him trying to knock back. Go ahead and back on up. Lots of pressure on the top side. There's a lot of players here. All players still alive. Going into this first Yang. Not sure who's going to be able to snag up the pass for now, but Chen doesn't have a lot of resources to his name. There's 2 more powders. Verse as well. Not a lot of powders. Does have that purple armor. Needs to try to win out this realm. To snag up a little bit more grapples to his name. Potentially going to the buy zone. He has enough. He has 5k. A couple stuff, but Chen already in. Ron gonna be the one going against Chen. Big scrap off. Once again, Akos v Akos. Let's see who takes this first round here at the Rummy Yang Game 8.
Seeing how this comes down to this, I'm not sure if Chen wants to go up, but he is. Oh, man. Doesn't connect the musket shot. He knows his LMB is going to catch it, though. That's incredible. You know this is going to be an F2 warrior angle, but the V2 is going to come out, or at least the recast off the V1. And then, of course, looking at Chen working this down, he's going to try to go into Golden State. He couldn't. And that is another reset right there for the F2. Look at this. Free catches, LMB, uppercut, R&B, nothing is fancy, just a quick kill, and that's going to be going down. FPX's A Zhao up against Mike, matching their ultimates. Mike gets caught, grapple bump to what? R&B? No, we are trying to go for TOD against his character, but the V2 or the V1 recast comes out, the leap, and of course, Mike looks to chase him down, but A Zhao said, I am not weak. No. You're the one going down.
Goes again with the V2. Not going to be enough damage to kill. Goes for the air R&B. Now back to neutral. Mike tries to later wake up. Does manage to weave that F2. But now the overhold is good there for Mike. Catches Prowl. What's going to be the mix-up for him? Go ahead. Snag up at the top of the corner. Going for the R&B. 1, 2. Overholds. Tries to predict the green focus. Doesn't get the long time. But releases the R&B into the jump LMB. And Mike letting him know they're in the player camp. Spider going at it against XY as well.
And XY has his F2, but the V2's or recast is coming out. That's elimination. Spider had that. Off of this end, Spider looking to go ahead, upgrade that armor for free, get the gold weapon, get some J's. What we got in the kit, my friend, we have now Ruptured Gale Orb this early on, having gold dual blades. And not to mention that the fact that he's able to get this early on means that he can start stacking this out once these scrap offs happen, because like we said, I mean, this happens once in the blue moon, but it's been happening so far often today that these group setting fights is going to be a real great way for Spider to start slowly creeping up, even though he's not in match point, and that was his first elimination. We're gonna have to see. Frostmas though, taking it towards the catapult. Everyone loves the shark head, bro. They're fired. I know. But everything comes down to just hiding this out, because placement right now is of utmost importance. It's just about survivability. You can't do anything about it. And Mike just found his fan. Literally, you know, that's a double entendre right there. Got him. But for Mike right now, Fist Blade's gold rarity, downhill fights. I mean, this engagement counters out the whole entire aspect of the Fist Blades, you know, with the jump LB extensions on the ground. But what's interesting is that I'm not too certain, someone confirm, that I'm seeing like when they do the grapple R&B, like with the Fist Blades, does it reset the disengagement meter? And that's just a question I gotta ask, because I want to know, because this full Fist Blade scaling right now for Mike, it's pretty good. It's pretty baller, but he's on 3 eliminations, and right now he is the kill leader of the lobby.
This is fire. This is fire from Mike. Spider though getting active. See him. Gonna go ahead and force out that ultimate there from Chen. Chen now going for the jump LB. Doesn't manage to get the full stagger off of this, but another player shows up. The V2 thrown his way. That's Ron. Ron's gonna even up that damage. You see both shot charge up here from Spider, looking at one of the 2 officers right below him. Don't know who he catches, but Ron is gonna get hit by the second V2. Chen, the other hand, overholds. Nice spacing there to avoid that V2. Catches power off of this as well. The drop on R&B for Spider. The F2 shutdown there from A Zhao. He is gonna be snagging up the elimination. Spider now back in the mix. R&B focus, R&B. Chen giving up this kill. Spider snags up another. A Zhao now getting clip off the LMB prowl. Back to back LMBs. He's giving up this elimination as well. Spider's gonna take this, I believe. Spider No, not giving up for free. Going back into neutral, you see Azhao, and go ahead and back this up. I thought he had Vermilion. He was just standing there for a second. I think he was trying to loot in front of his face. What are we doing? This is game 8. Now prime for Azhao. Spider to be forced to pop this ult. There it is. To avoid that R&B focus. Going to the V2. Both players do. Going right through him, but Ron is back.
Yo, Ron is looking at this run. He's like, yeah, I got this, I got this, I got this. Looking at Azhal's HP. The threshold's met. Uppercut, grapple up, R&B, F2 roar, and he's yoinking it. Boom! Bam! The Soul Bloom yoink from Spider, though. Keeps him in the fight, keeps him healthy, keeps him going. Ron's like, oh, man. And I know this LMB is going to connect off of sometime, so he's going to throw out the LMB catch on this dual blades. Look, there it is. That's free, and that's a blue focus, and that's Ron going down.
Fortunate. It's unfortunate. Spider jumps up to 3, though. Maxing Mike's energy now. Verse has 2. Super close. Top 5 still in the game. Second Yang starting to form on up. XY on the other hand already in ult form as well as Verse. Both players going at it. Nice Pryor here for Verse. What's gonna be the mix up? Pryor into the uppercut 1.0. Get damage. Let's get shot. Headshot. Oh my god. Big damage. One more. It's all he needs. XY 36 seconds. Grapple LB is good. Verse jumps up to 3. Woo. Hey man, he's doing it, man. He's doing it.
Yeah, this man's a villain, bro. He's the antagonist, though. He's bringing this down, man. And the fact that we have Mike and Frost right next to each other now, Frostbus, right? Right? Everyone else is in the lobby at 3 limits. He has to get active, right? Regardless of the fact. I mean, we got Fire Drift, we got Fire's Target Lock, we got Switch Dazzle, we got Stamina Strike. Why? I don't know. Blistering Edge and Sky Punch. That's all in the hands of Mike right now, right? This is what his Jade slide up is looking like. So far, the Sky Punch, though, is going to be pretty dominant here for him. But we didn't get a chance to look at him succeed on that Shio matchup on the Midoriya round 5, right? So I'm hoping to see how he ends up bringing this Jade out again. This time, though, for Frostbus. I mean, listen, for Yang fight, kill number 1. Outside fights, kills 2 and 3 because he cannot, I mean, maybe 2 and 3 at most. But for him right now, he's going to have to move up. Verse is going to have dual blades. Ooh, with a Congeneric swap. I don't know if he's going to be using that. Not in low ping. But I want to hope to see. I want to hope to see. For everything else, for Mike, he's probably the most stacked person out here besides Spider right now. We don't even know. I don't even know if Spider actually was able to purchase out more of the plants. That's Jay that has to be in the mix right now. Just kind of think about, yep. I was talking about it, bro, but I'm like, look at this guy. Ding, more defiance, bro. Starfall drops it, rest in peace. He's got himself Arctis Slash Blade. He's got himself an engraving. He also puts himself an Assassin's Lunge. My man, probably, and he has an Arrow Dash. All right, GG. Yo, wait. This guy is on his last round to get as much work as he can. He's not in match point, and he might be in the better build than Mike has at this point.
It's interesting. Let's see how it plays out. Seems like we got some new people though watching the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I mean, just welcome everybody. Oh. Yeah,
yo,
welcome everybody.
Shout out to the community. Yo, be welcome to the community. There's a lot of nice folks out there. You know, we can watch your favorite streamer if you find one. But you know, it's always no fear to interact with other people. But yeah, Pro League's been happening years on end. We're on year what, 5 right now? Maybe 4.
It's been a long time. Yeah,
it's been a while, bro.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's 5+. It's not 5 or 6.
Feeling old, bro. GG.
GG. This is a big fight. Look who we got. We got Mike and Verse. Both players. Top 4 right now. See who's gonna come out victorious, and this is a massive scrap off here. If you get this Yang depletion here, it's not gonna be nice. The F2 not good there for Mike. First, staying in the pocket now, spaces out, good tap dodge back, goes for the raw uppercut for this alone, forces out the Akko's ultimate there from Verse. Now Mike will respond, Leap doesn't connect though, both players jumping, V2's on through, doesn't manage to clip off of that alone, going for the second leap, doesn't connect, the V2 is good here for Mike, what's gonna be the mix up, doesn't have the F to extend, goes for the air R&B instead, has to avoid the V2 here for Verse, but gets clipped off of this prowl, and this is good here for Verse, going for the 1.0, let's go for the F, goes for the V2, clips him as well, and now Mike's in big trouble.
The F2 War is used immediately. He tried to repair dodge, and it counter hit him against. And Mike goes down. No more to the fine. That's only in Spider's hands. Out of the Roman Yang. Go ahead and show it. What's going on with Frosty? Because it looks like Spider just eliminated him. I don't know what happened. We need to replay. But Verse now just getting himself an elimination. The repair dodge worked against Mike's favor. Gold Staff, Merciless Havoc, having a Tai Chi fan to be picked up here, as well as having that Telluric Crystal. If he finds the decision to make it happen, he would do it. But we are going across the board right now, guys. This is going down towards the final set, the final minutes. Spider was able to succeed his fight. He's able to get himself out 4 eliminations, and he's able to get so much loot off of that, so that way we can look what is he having to trade. Okay, I love it. Replay. How fast it happened. It happened at the same rate that the fight happened just prior, but Frost was able to get the lead and burning out the ult.
Oh, he bluffs 1, goes for the second, forces ult off of that. See him overcharging. Doesn't release though. Been very patient there. Double hold. Ooh, nice weave there to avoid that leave. V2's on through. Frost does some nice clip off of this. There goes the leave. Spider with the prowl, and he can full extend this off the V2 as well. Look, goes for the V2. Oh, he tried to go for the Octa. Doesn't manage to connect off of that. Now plays top side of the pillar. Go ahead. Pistol shots. Weaves the F2. Grapples on in. Clips him off of this. Oh, that's unfortunate. Into the F2 for the full reset, and then just, you know, cleans up like that.
I'm glad that he didn't take a chance, but then again, Frostmas is now in his fight against Mike on these Yang depletion gamers. I mean, they have to take this fight. The Sky Punch does so much damage, and there's the chef. That's going to be elimination. Mike's at 4, Spire's at 4, Versus at 4.
Mike's back.
He's back in the game. He doesn't have Yang depletion, and now what's the case? Are we in low period? Because the tensions are high, man.
Ooh, we at Wendy's with it.
Biggie bag?
4. We at Wendy's with it. We got Mike versus Spider. 4 eliminations across the board. Now, is Spider gonna shut this down here for Verse? If Verse gets eliminated, Mike wins off default, right? Has the most points. But if Verse snags, oh man, this is very close. This is super close. And I mean, I was saying it, man. You gotta be scared when Verse is playing like this, man. He just came off of an Uncle's game, off of game 7 into game 8, playing same character. I mean, his Uncle's super strong, man. It's always been there, highly compatible there with Spiders as well. Mike, this is why I had a Uncle's face just modeled after him as well, right? Like it's been, it's been like arguably the top 3 best Uncle's players in the game right now. They're literally playing out right now their last game, and it's super close. Spider can really shut it down here for Verse because even though it might get shut down, he still has the most points. But Verse just has to stay up. He just has to MVP if he wants to take the stage 2 finals. It's gonna be close. I don't know. This is a toss-up.
No, for real. You know, crazy thing too is that even though Mike was able to get the elimination on Frostmas, he had a lot of money stacked up there. So gold armor purchase number 2, something to keep in mind about this. I couldn't believe the Moonbane dropped in the shop. I was gonna say the shop is right here. And the Moonbane said, "Yeah, I'm actually the main character now." See, and then everyone has to space out. The fact that Spider has that has the Valiant Challenger though, which we didn't see. Ooh, hey, boy. Hey, chill. What about Mike though? I mean, he's cornering off over there, and I know that Verse won't take this fight against Spider here, even as much as it comes down to it. So he's just spacing out from the Valiant Challenger, just to know. Mike, no, heck no. He went for the wild shot purchase. You know who heard that? I'm pretty sure Verse heard that. No, there's no way. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe we don't. But at this point, Mike has all the resources to reset. We're not going to talk about it, or is it to keep on moving forward? Oh my goodness. I don't even want to look in that direction because this final fight between, if Mike is the final fight between him and Moonbane, that would be an unfortunate circumstance. Nah. No way.
I'm gonna break it down for GM Zaga. Break it down for you, bro.
Yo, 2 Roger scripts. Oh my god. Blazing Cyclone
Go
2?
with the Jades.
Yo, this man got the whoa. He actually has everything set up. He has a whip sword. If he gets parried, he doesn't lose a weapon 4 times. He should be dead by that point, but anyways, right, he doesn't lose that gold fist plates, right? He doesn't scale out. The Merciless, the Hex of Harmony, the Tai Chi Fan, the Starfall, I should say, that's in the hands right now of Verse. So if he ends up going around that direction, he finds Mike off the Merciless Havoco. This could be the inception. This could be the inception to the fight. The Yang Spear Wheel, the Spear Wheel itself, they're both going to be cleared by the 2 gold armor wielders. One of them being match point, one of them not.
This is a lot of pressure here for Mike. I mean, he has to fight Versus off here with this Merciless. Top side, you see Spider. Go ahead and capture the top side. Nearly almost done with it. Mike, though, staying consistent in the pocket there against Verse. Let's see it. R&B opener there for Verse. The F shotgun is good. Spider jumps on Din with the R&B focus. Forces now the Uncle's ult there for Verse. Spider, oh no, that's Mike. Catches the V2 there onto Verse. Verse loses a lot of HP. This could be bad for him. Doesn't go for the leap. Try creates a little bit of that space. Has 2 charges left on that V2. Overcharge not good. The V2 misses for Verse as well. The first one through. Raw uppercut is there for Mike. Has a little bit of miss input. Gets clip off of this as well. The V2 shuts him down there on the bottom side of the terrain. The drop down here for Spider. Looking for the shutdown off the F is good as well. Spider full chasing down Versus here. Verse now is going to respond with the F. Mike getting a quick reset and now back into the mix. Verse Has a little bit of terrain here to try to work out here, try to create a little bit of that distance, but Spider shuts him down. Now it's Spider against Mike, and I believe it doesn't even matter. Mike is gonna win stage 2 here for our finals, and he does it. Mike finally takes a bi-weekly home, or whatever you guys want to call it here in this format, and what a way to end it off. He does it here. Even though Spider wins, it doesn't matter. Mike is gonna be taking our stage 2 finals here. He did it.
好的，让我们再次恭喜2026 NBPL 永劫无间职业联赛第2赛段的单排获胜者属于 SR Mike。有请 Mike。
Let's congratulations to our championship of the solo
现
game,
场所有的
which
小伙伴，让我们
belongs
再次把
to
掌声送给
SR Mike. Let's shouting out loud for Mike.
哇，今天真的是
Congratulations.
站到最后一场比赛，并且
We
也是
know
火
it's
争
really
吧，拿
hard
下
today.
这个
You
赛段
finally
的
fight
胜
to
利
the。
此时
end
此
of
刻
the
最想
game.
对支持你的粉丝们说
And
点
I
什么
would？ like to know, so anything you want to say to your
开场
fans?
的时候，麦哥也是放出豪
We are
言，
the
自己也是亲自做到了最后的第2赛段的获胜者。谈一下
Yeah,
吧，最后这
before
个紧
the
张时
matches
刻，
today,
是遭
you
遇
just
了真
told
的
us
是
that you really are
9981的，最
confident,
后拿
and
下了这个
finally you
冠军。
just
谈一下
make
这
your
个感受吧。
ambition come true. And how's your
有
feeling?
点激动吧，因为我当时我回安进不是看我不是对虎嘛，那波对的不是很对，然后感觉这个操作有点像隋亚云，你知道吗？然后后面
So I'm really nervous, you know, because we are the same character, and I'm like guessing which echoes who is that, because before the realm of beyond, I'm not sure which who is the player who passed the match point.
好的，那么我们首先先颁发第2赛段的最高荣耀，有请我们的李小姐送上来属于第2赛段单排的最高荣耀的金乌徽章，有请。
now it's time for the
那同样，我
hostess
相
to
信
give
拿
us
下了
the
这个金乌
medal
徽章，
to
那么同
our
样再次在
championship.
咱们
And we
2026
know
的
this
NBPL 的
championship
单
for
排的
you
舞台
is
上看到了
again
双
prove
骄，
your
以及今天
ability.
我
And
们
also
后
we
面
can
发力
see
的
the
周子瑶
Spider
为我
and
们
Mike
送上
you
的
guys
精彩的对决，
do
我们把
are
掌声
really
送给在场的所有的选手
strongest
们，好吗？
player now in the solo game, and we would like to shouting out their name.
今天啊，咱们的官网发了一个非常有意思的视频啊，叫做双骄守恒定律。那刚才其实还是今天重点评价一下今天同场的对手们吧。
A
那
video
同样
is
今天
that
最后
we
一场比
know
赛，
that
最后的这
who
个
can
对
be
决，
the
那么同
championship
样
from
麦克
the
在
Mike and
2026
Spider.
完成
And I
了
want to
咱
know,
们
so
第1
how
赛段、
you
第2赛段的比赛。
comment
其
on
实，在
you
这
and
个赛季，
Spider?
感觉自己有怎么样的一个改变和
We
变
are
化？
the best.
感觉
So how you like comment on yourself so far in this
那同
season?
样，接下来将
I
会面
think
临着非
I
常
still need to
严
work
峻
hard
的一
because
次
it's a
最终
long
的考
way.
试，也就是
Like every
2026
opponent,
NBPL
they
的
are
一
really
个
strong.
春学了。在西安，
We
自己
know
有
we
怎
are
么样的一
going
个想
to
法？
have the grand final of the spring split, so your ambition.
好的，那么也希望啊，
Yeah,
在
my
我们接下
ambition
来的
is
春
the
节，我们可以见
championship
证到
of
麦克
the
再次
grand
兑现
final
自己的
because
承诺。
it's
那
so
今天
long
面
time
对镜
for
头，此
me
时此刻最后
to
有什
get
么
the
话想
championship.
送给正在收看直播的人？
So anything you want to say to all the player, audience, or other people online?
好的，
I'd
那
like
么
to
也
say
再
thank
次
you
恭
to
喜
everyone who
2026
support
NBPL
me,
第
and
2 赛
finally I
段的
just
单排
did
的获
it
胜者，让我
and
们现场所有
didn't
的
make
玩家
you
朋友们留
guys
守到现在了，再次不要
disappointed.
吝
I'm
啬
really
你们的
happy
呐喊声和
today.
掌声，让我们一起恭喜
And also, we would like to say
SR
congratulations again our championship of the second stage solo game, which is SR Mike.
There it is. Congratulations, the big Mike right there. Mike being able to snag up the dub this time around here for the stage 2 finals in insane fashion there for himself. Being able to close it out, right? He was our first player in the threshold, and he wasn't able to have some good games throughout after that. But answer for Trust real quick before we get yelled at. You guys are watching the YouTube, so I'm going over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. If you guys want to have a chance to win a special gift, the question is, how many kills did Mike get in game 8? A2, B3, C4, D5. Make sure you guys wait for the countdown in the Twitch chat. Spam your answers.
Yo, put your
have fun.
For real. But the crazy thing too is this is like kind of having that position to be in where he's in such a point of the lead, like leaderboard wise. It made all the difference for him to be in that spotlight. It was crazy too because leading up to that, you know, we kind of let's work backwards, right? Just having that Spirit Wheel to be contested between 2 gold armored Arkoses really doesn't have any sort of advantage there. But then the turnaround comes into where Reverse is able to kind of get caught out, getting melted, right, as a result, and then getting focus fired by his fellow teammate that came, well, I can say fellow teammate, but his fellow Akos that was the buff wielder, which was Spider. And then all of a sudden, getting him out of the lobby, it's guarantees a leaderboard check. And the problem is that, you know, Frostmus was the one person that was going to be there, but he played a lot more passive than we've seen. You know, playing a lot more controlled in terms of his position of just waiting out top 5, waiting it out for the entirety of the match until it's time for him to kind of come back and clash out. Though taking second Roman Yang ends up fighting Spider, who had Mortal Defiance, right? So whether or not Spider goes ahead and earns it out, I mean, we're gonna have to see his MVP stats if we even get a chance to. But having that Mortal Defiance though was a real, you know, anti for, you know, for seeing how that came down to that Romy Yang, and thus giving out the MVP for the match to be not one of the match point players, but a non-match point bottom 2 pick player, which was SR Spider, which is, you know, bringing an OUG Spider, I should say, in this case, where he just ends up giving Mike that dub.
I still get confused. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I still get confused.
Don't worry.
Earlier, I saw XY fight OUG. I thought it was Mike.
Yep.
Or I thought it was yeah, I thought it was Mike.
Reverse. Yeah, reverse.
Yeah, like it's just, I'm so confused, man. We're just so used to seeing the teams behind specific players for such a long time. So, you know, for me, I still get confused. But, you know, big congratulations there to SR Mike. I mean, he's able to close it out. He had a good start here to game 8. I thought Versus was gonna do it though, man. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Versus was gonna be able to close it out. He had an insane run there in that game 8. Yeah, just unfortunate there. He gets clipped off and he loses a lot of that HP. He was forced to pop that ultimate, and that key right there was, you know, that's all Spider needed to full on W key that specific Akos as well in that pool. So it's just unfortunate. And after those, after he popped that ult, he just wasn't able to connect off the V2. He catches the last one, but the damage was done at that point already. It was just too late. You still had Spider in your back as well. And, you know, game 8, Spider was just inflicting so much pressure as well. Unfortunate enough for him, he wasn't able to threshold. Imagine in game 7, he picks up those last 2 kills. He goes into game 8. When is that ever, you know, that's the insane thing to think about. It's just anything can happen. And, you know, unfortunate for him, I know he was not happy about that. You know, had a very slow day. It was even surprising that how close he was to even making it to the threshold there in the game 7 with just how rough of a day he had. But yeah, insane solo stage too. I mean, it's been exciting to watch overall. Yeah, I don't know. That concludes our solo stages for the spring split. We still have last chance qualifiers though, which is massive. You know, the big one is that spring split finals, which, you know, all these players want to get into. And yeah, we still got a couple weeks here for the spring split season, which, you know, it's always very exciting to look forward to.
Man, the other thing too is kind of working around just what the players are preparing for. I mean, the ones that haven't had a chance in qualifying through stage 1 finals and stage 2, right?
Yeah.
Those kind of players have a lot to kind of catch up on, because that LCQ is just a skill deficit, you know. And then the difference is that if you end up popping off on that end, I mean, that's your position to get into grand finals, right? On the May 15th, 16th. But putting us on the side, right? It's just like having game 7, the stalemate. Stalemates are something that gets broken, you know, whether or not it's at ease. But the fact that the stalemate got broken here just due to one player digressions, you can see it where it kind of lined up. That one player ended up going off, seeing the purple armor maybe, right? And then taking a chance on against Mike, and then all of a sudden turns it around. There's a third party coming down there and gets obliterated, right? But seeing the positions that he would have been able to kind of MVP out there. And in other cases where we're in the pick bands, where everyone's unique as a character, everyone takes an opportunity of looking at the hound down scenario, but in the back of their heads, they're thinking, if I fight this guy out, that other guy's gonna look at me and say, yo, what's up? And then all of a sudden I'm dead, you know. But that's that format. Small quality of life is that, you know, the lobby size is smaller, but the risk is greater. If you end up going into the end game and you have such a small player pool, especially at 3 count, then you're able to kind of just say, I'm just gonna hold off, right? Because 8 players versus 12 in that scenario, it's too fire.
They did it.
But eight players coming out here. It's actually funny because in that picture, it should be Spider. But, you know, in terms of taking the MVP, we don't talk about it. But the thing that happens next is that when we look at the grand champion, I mean, Akos, Mike, you know, that's a classical picture regardless of that. But he does come out on top on the end, minting out for stage 2 finals. And now we just have was it 3 more days or so basically left to go through.
Yeah, everything's coming to a close very fast. But you know, MSC's running around the corner.
Oh yeah. Yo, qualifiers happening today. Right, NA and EU, NC. Actually, I need to look into that too. See what the players are, because global competition is another thing to keep in mind about. But before we go through there, some highlight reels. These first eliminations were pretty susceptible, right, to kind of see where the lead comes out, especially Mike catching this leap around the corner or the jump. But the amount of Akos, the thing about it is that Akos' F2 pressure. It's such a wonky, like, you know, mechanic to have to fight against, but there are counters out there, by the way. But the only way you gotta work it out is as Akos be Akos, you just gotta be the better one at the point of timing. Yep. Usually some people would say the conversation is like, be the second one to ult, you win the fight. Not necessarily. Nah. Not on Akos. Probably the best 1v1 matchup scenarios of just like being able to witness it, like against like versus Tarkus, you know? Where Tarkus like passive burn, you know, that could be tick damage that comes out, shift punches and all that stuff. But for Akos, it's just the amount of how long do you hold, right? Are you willing to hold long enough, or were you willing to like release early, you know, Akos leaves the game prior?
I also feel like it's just very difficult as well, just to the fact that you don't have infinite stam. So on top of you trying to weave the leap, you got to try to weave the V2. You got to get aggressive on it as well. It's just so much of the mind games there on the Akos, which, you know, Akos has a very high skill ceiling. He's obviously a very strong character, but you know, it's like, man, you burn that F2, sure, you can catch, and then what, you get caught, and then now with the chains on him, you can get restand off of F2 as well, even though you burned yours and caught Prowl first. So it's just so much that comes into like a character like Akos, but Mike is able to close it out as we see it here. He is going to be our Stage 2 Solos winner with 29 points there, being able to solidify his winnings here for the stage alone. Verse, man, super close there for Verse, man. Could have MVP, but unfortunate enough for him, wasn't able to do so. 4.5, just unfortunate to get taken out in third. 23.5. Frosto, just a slow game, mate. Unfortunate for him. I think got active into that second Yang and he lost. I'm pretty sure he lost the second Yang. And then he gets picked out by Mike. Unfortunately, there in the outskirts and just shuts his run down there for game, mate. But what do we have? Total damage for stage 2. XY. Of course. I mean, he was bugging.
Yo, bugging, understatement, bro. Kyling around was enough to make that 3K, that's 4K difference. So, I mean, pulling us down with him being the MVP, this means that he's going to be, you know, the top #1 with the WBG. And the other thing too is just seeing how much damage versus a kill ratio. I mean, 19 kills for Mike, but he's in 3rd place, right? He was able to find those snags, some quick like 1-2 hits like off of kill confirmations, and that's a really big part that comes down to it. How well are you to be able to decision like to the, you know, kind of go off of that third party, get the kill? Because thing is, we've seen players realize they're about to get their party or about to get yoinked, and they counter them, or they counter the blue focus, or they're aware of it and they avoid it to do a little bit more damage, so that way they can then proceed to the final hit. And Mike's been able to do both, best of both worlds. So when this comes down to it, he's able to confirm more kill, more eliminations, take out the stage finals for stage 2, and this guy is going to be popping up for a little couple of extra days, bro, day 2. But one other thing is, now we have a little bit of chance here to see what's gonna be the case. I mean, points wise, he's at the lead, ranking points alongside with Spider, and considering that these guys at least top place in the top 4 in the grand finals, or between stage 1 finals and stage 2.
Yeah, we should see that pretty soon too, right? I think we're gonna get to see our points throughout the stages in just a little bit. But you know, graphic here up here for SR Spider. This is fire. I like the 3D model animation there with the medallion and the gold ring behind him. See Mike posted up for a flick. Hey,
get my good side. Get my good
flick
side.
Me up. Yo.
Or farming. Yo, I'm about to put a poem in his Discord status update, bro. I'll tell you. Oh, hi there.
That boy happy.
So I'm one. That's us. That's me. Yo, what a pan. Yeah.
SR been winning. Hey, they've been eating good since they came into the league. Hey, last year.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
All last year there was eating good, and now into stage 2. Mike representing the name. He's getting down still. SR being good. That's a new org from last year. Being able to snag up a couple wins there from Spider. Last year, Spider was playing under the name of SR, as well as the Trios team as well. The Trios team was winning out some tourneys as well. So Yeah, SR, you know, I know they're happy to be in the league, especially now with stage 2 concluded. Mike being able to snag up that dub for them. Always trying to take a chip home for yourself in the organization. But yeah, amazing games, 8 games. It was a long stage 2 finals, which, you know, I personally anticipated. Like I was saying, Severio, I mean, I honestly knew it's just, man, how is it gonna look? And just off rip, we saw it into game 1 with how the martial arts went down. It was just so, it was just back and forth between the players, just how close the 1v1s were going. We had 2-to-1s being, I think throughout every single match. I could be wrong, just because I couldn't see. I was legally blind for half of it. Yeah. Fortunate enough, I was able to see the BR matches, but yeah, I mean, it was good. It was fire. It was insane to watch. Man, I gotta go back and see when was the last time Mike won. Do you remember when was the last time Mike won? It's been a long time.
Off of like a bi-weekly, not on the top of my head.
Yeah,
like
it's been a minute.
Yeah, because grand finals wise, like in making it happen, Verse took double dubs last year, so that was funny, right? He took summer, he took spring. So after that, Mike has to take like some sort of stride here. I mean, taking the stage finals is kind of big because it's a new format and there's only 2 out of 4 instead of 4, right? Like 4 weeks of finals, there's only 2. So for him to come out on top of this weekend and being able to kind of situate that, a lot of excess kind of fumes off of the pressure that comes off of making it happen again and again and again. He went through it, went through losers bracket in round 1, stage 1, got second place, Papa Solo Yodo game. Able to come back here on MVP, taking 45 ranking points, which means he's at 85. He's at that point right now where he's like a mega safe. So having second to first in almost taking it, right? Remember, like he almost denied out Mike, almost denied out Spider from the MVP had he not get griefed out by I think Rana or Wang Liang. But that was a point in time where we see him just kind of having his shoulders, lowered a little bit, a little bit of the stress, but it's the competition is still on. Like I said, last chance qualifiers, at least 2 days to think of that coming out, and then we go into the grand finals, and then everything comes down to this, right? Whoever's going to be able to kind of adjust to this, in the next couple of weeks, they still got 2 weeks downtime. Still have a little bit of time there to kind of work this down. I mean, Trios is going to happen here tomorrow. It's going to happen for grand finals also afterwards, later. But for Trios, I'm actually really curious in seeing because these competitions have been getting a little bit more, funny a little bit recently. I mean, we've seen the Shio, we've seen the Zenda Wu, and we're like, okay, bet. And the Temulch. And then we're getting like weird comps here from like the Tesla compositions and bringing out the Temulch. And I'm like, okay, I see the vision, but like, when we get a chance in seeing these comps kind of pop off, I mean, some of these variation of comps in the martial art versus is only kind of being susceptible to that, but then seeing them in the overworld, some things are just being held on to until they ace up their sleeve to kind of bring up, because now it's going to be the finals. So that's where you're going to see a little bit more option pick selections. It's funny not seeing Hadi today though from Asia. I was kind of hoping to see that one time, but he didn't even get a chance of bringing it out. He didn't even feel like it was necessary.
Yeah, he probably didn't think it was good enough. I'm not sure. I think he had a good game on the Hadi last time we were on solos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had a massive game on the Hadi. I'm not sure. Someone hovered. I think it was XY. Who hovered Hadi? He was just teasing.
Yeah. What a teaser!
There it is.
Oh no, ranking points. GG. So this comes down to it. Ron being here today, but he was in 8th place overall. He takes 16 points. He's at 20 points so far. But in terms of overall, Ruro's at 0, 8, 16th with 0, 521's Light Polaris with 8, YZG's TT25 with 10, 18 for TE's Wufong in 13th, 20 points for Wolves is Ron in 12th, and then as well as for XHJ's Orano in 11th, 24 for Alliance's Pace and the Huimao in 9th with 24 as well. Now our top half has Frost was at 8th overall, 43 points there, 43 points for Ajiao above him and 7th, and then WFG's XY here in 6th place with 45, 49 for IG's Wang Liang and 50th Gaming with 5th place. 4th place has 50 points for GG's Chen. 3rd place has Verse with 56, Spider with 75 in 2nd, and Mike with 85. Man got himself 2nd and 1st, and able to take the entire stride, filling himself out here for the standings. And this is the question I want to know: what's gonna occur here for our grand finals? Because I'm curious in seeing how this is gonna turn out for the lobby, bro. Because for grand finals, we're gonna have to see if it's top 4. Yeah, it is gonna be top 4, huh? And that means that we have to look at these guys breaking it down. I see it now. Okay. So that means these guys, Wang Liang, Xunwan, Asia, and Frost, they were the bottom 4th, so they are in like a winner's bracket. Huimao, Pace, Aran, Wufang, T225, Light Polaris, Ro, they are all on the bottom 8. They have to contest each other. Top 4 from that moves forward. And then we go into with May the 2nd. That's going to be when the top 4 of that moves forward. 2 weeks later down the road, that's when they'll end up going into last chance qualifiers. That's where we end up seeing these players. So some of these guys guaranteed, but some of them not so much. And they even carry proposed points.
It's another gauntlet.
Yep. Another round, man.
Another gauntlet, man.
5. Yo, we're not out of there just yet, man. It's we're building this out. We're multitasking.
Yeah. I'm looking at Arano, man. He's been having a slow year. Not gonna lie. Arano's been like kind of like that. I would say like middle of the pack player. He's had insane pop off moments as well. Just never is able to close out. Super unfortunate for him. It's crazy to see our J Cup winner being. You know, he's going to play our first round of the Lance Chance qualifiers with this new system. But Trios tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Stage 2 finals for Trios. Another insane take here, live at the same time tomorrow. Trios, like Severio was mentioning, I mean, been seeing some funky stuff going on in Trios. I mean, that's too much for my brain. Not gonna lie, I was just used to the structure standard stuff, and then we're getting these comps that I don't even know what's happening. But I do enjoy seeing like how they're working out though. Like we see the Zenda and the Shayo. Like, hey, it makes sense. It makes sense once you see it in action. You know, with the lead comp strong, but it gets picked last. I think it's still like we've seen some upsets with that. But yeah. Just overall, just Trios tomorrow.
Yeah.
What do we have? The Hottie comp, being that staple, as always.
Can't even talk about that comp. That comp's just like done and deal. Yeah, and I mean, the funny thing is, like, you see these anti-transformer comps, and then they have a transformer in the team, like, you know, you're kind of wondering about the fact of the matter. But then the other thing is, you know, these outlier comps comes out. In a gate game format, you have 5 hero points in trios, right? In normal 6 games, there's 0, right? You can only double pick a comp 1, or double pick a comp basically, or if you're lucky, you can double pick 2 comps. Yeah. But the thing is that on 5 hero points, you're able to expend even after a hero has been selected twice, right? Because that's when you get points to be deducted. Like, you can't use, can't use them in normal. But with us going into finals, that means that they're gonna have enough points to kind of chance it out. If a single character gets chosen. Like, we've seen these characters be selected out here, the Viper Siren Hot Akos, right? And then all of a sudden they switched out the one of the picks with the Justina, right, instead. Or they end up using Xunhuan League with Fairy Shen composition instead with the with the Xunhuan, with the Wei Shan. And then they switch out to the Fairy Shen, and you're like, oh, okay. All right, and then you can actually opt in to kind of pick that variation of that comp without expending so much. So finals for trios, 6-game format. I mean, that's what, or 8-game format is where it really starts to shine. Still, we're not going to leave Hottie, Enor, Zipping for grabs. We're not going to leave that behind. That has to be picked up every single time for a space. I mean, you can see the split because some players want enough, but guys, we're going to split like a banana and get on out of here because the 8 games, we're tired. We're going to go through MSC qualifiers later on tonight. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives. Have a wonderful rest of your night for Stage 1 Finals concluded for solos.